Welcome, dear friends, to this cozy corner of your evening. We are truly grateful that you've chosen to spend this special time with us. As spring blossoms around us, it's the perfect season for renewal and the gentle unfolding of peaceful stories. We hope your day was filled with the beauty and warmth that spring brings. Now, let's embark on a journey where your imagination can drift into whimsical worlds and delightful tales. Settle in, relax, and let the magic of storytelling wrap around you like a comforting embrace. Story 1. In the heart of a quaint village cradled by rolling meadows and ancient oak trees, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her name whispered through the village, often accompanied by tales of her remarkable gift, the uncanny ability to communicate with nature itself. Flowers leaned toward her gentle touch, trees rustled secrets in her presence, and animals gathered around her as if drawn by an unspoken bond. The village itself was a tapestry of vibrant colors and sounds. Cobblestone paths wound through clusters of ivy-covered cottages, their chimneys puffing wisps of smoke that mingled with the crisp morning air. Every corner of the village seemed alive with the chatter of villagers and the rhythmic clinking of the blacksmith's hammer. Yet, amid this bustling life, Willow found solace in the quiet whispers of the natural world. One crisp autumn morning, Willow awoke to the soft glow of dawn filtering through the thatched roof of her cottage. The brisk air tickled her skin as she stepped outside, the scent of pine and earth invigorating her senses. Her bare feet crunched upon the carpet of amber leaves, each step a melody in the quiet symphony of the forest. The trees, standing as silent sentinels, seemed to watch her with a knowing presence. Their leaves whispered softly, as if sharing age-old stories of the land with her. As Willow wandered deeper into the woodland, a glimmer of light danced in her peripheral vision. Curiosity piqued, she approached the source, a delicate glass orb nestled among the gnarled roots of an ancient oak. The orb shimmered with iridescent hues, colors that seemed to swirl and shift like ethereal whispers caught in the breeze. Kneeling beside it, Willow brushed her fingers against its smooth surface, and a warm energy pulsed through her body. A voice, soft as a summer breeze, whispered in her mind, "This is the Shimmerstone, a vessel of nature's secrets. Guard it well, for it holds the key to a hidden world." In an instant, the forest around her blurred, and Willow found herself standing in a realm of breathtaking beauty. Towering trees with leaves in every imaginable shade surrounded her, their branches intertwined to form magnificent arches. Crystal-clear streams wound their way through verdant glades, and the air hummed with the melodies of countless birds and insects. Willow gasped in wonder, her eyes wide with awe. She had always sensed the magic of nature, but this place was beyond her wildest dreams. As she explored further, she encountered creatures she had never seen before. Delicate fairies flitting among the flowers, wise-eyed owls perched upon gnarled branches, and playful sprites dancing upon the water's surface. One such sprite, a mischievous fellow with glittering wings, zipped towards Willow and hovered before her face. "Welcome, child of the forest," he chirped, his voice tinkling like chimes in the wind. "This is the Emerald Glade, a sanctuary where nature's most wondrous beings dwell. The Shimmerstone has granted you passage, for your heart is pure, and your spirit is one with the wild." Willow listened, enraptured, as the sprite introduced himself as Zephyr and explained the wonders of the Emerald Glade. He spoke of the ancient guardians who tended to the balance of the realm and the sacred rituals that maintained the harmony between all living things. Days turned into weeks as Willow learned the ways of the glade, her connection to nature deepening with every lesson. She discovered that the Shimmerstone was a conduit, allowing her to perceive the world through the eyes of any creature, from the majestic oak to the smallest wildflower. Her nights were filled with dreams of whispered conversations with the earth, and her days brimmed with discoveries that enriched her understanding of the intertwined tapestry of life. One day, while sitting beneath a willow tree, communing with the gentle spirits of the brook, a sense of unease rippled through the glade. Zephyr appeared, his usually cheerful face etched with worry. "Willow, something terrible has happened," he exclaimed. "The Darkwood, a twisted and corrupt forest, is spreading its blight across our lands. Its evil roots have taken hold, poisoning the very essence of life itself." Before setting out on her quest, Willow spent a night in contemplation by a luminous pond, its waters reflecting the star-speckled sky. The serene environment provided a moment of introspection, where she realized that her journey into the heart of the Darkwood would demand more than just courage. It required a profound understanding of herself and her role within the natural world. She remembered the stories her grandmother told her, tales of ancient heroes who faced darkness with nothing but their inner light to guide them. Willow felt a surge of determination. She knew she had been brought to the Emerald Glade for a reason, and this was her chance to prove her worth. Together with Zephyr and a band of brave forest creatures, she set out on a quest to unravel the mystery of the Darkwood and put an end to its malicious influence. Their journey took them through treacherous terrain, where the very air seemed to crackle with malice. Gnarled trees with twisted branches clawed at their path, and dark tendrils snaked across the ground, seeking to ensnare them. The forest seemed to whisper of forgotten sorrows, its shadowy corners hiding secrets that had been untold for centuries. But Willow's connection to nature guided them, and her companion's unwavering courage saw them through the most perilous obstacles. During one particularly harrowing night, as the group huddled together in a dilapidated stone circle that seemed to pulse with ancient magic, Willow shared stories of her life in the village. She spoke of her grandmother's wisdom, her father's laughter, and the simplicity of days spent wandering the meadows. Each word seemed to weave a protective charm around them, bolstering their spirits against the encroaching darkness. One evening, as they made camp by a bubbling spring that seemed untouched by the Darkwood's influence, Willow found herself deep in thought. The crackle of the fire mingled with the soft rustle of leaves, creating a comforting backdrop to her contemplation. She realized that this journey was as much about confronting the darkness within her as it was about battling the external blight. The Shimmerstone's light, a beacon of hope, reminded her that even the smallest spark of purity could illuminate the darkest night. At last, they reached the heart of the Darkwood, a blighted clearing where a towering ancient tree stood. Its bark was blackened and cracked, and its branches were bare and lifeless. Willow felt a chill run down her spine as she sensed the malevolent energy radiating from the twisted trunk. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, a wizened old woman with piercing eyes and a crooked staff. "So, you have come to challenge me," she cackled, her voice like the scrape of rusted metal. "I am the Blight Witch, and this is my domain. The Darkwood will spread, consuming all in its path, until every last speck of life is extinguished." Willow stepped forward, the Shimmerstone glowing with an ethereal light. "We will not let you destroy the beauty of this realm," she declared, her voice resonating with the power of nature itself. "The Emerald Glade will endure, for it is the heart of all living things." The Blight Witch cackled once more and raised her staff, unleashing a torrent of dark energy that lashed towards Willow and her companions. But Willow channeled the power of the Shimmerstone, conjuring a shimmering shield that deflected the attack. A fierce battle ensued, with Willow and her friends drawing upon the strength of the glade itself. Zephyr's winds whipped and swirled, disorienting the Blight Witch, while the fierce claws and fangs of the forest creatures kept her at bay. In a final, desperate gambit, the Blight Witch summoned a maelstrom of darkness, but Willow stood firm, the Shimmerstone pulsing with radiant energy. She closed her eyes and reached out to the very essence of life, drawing upon the collective will of every leaf, every blade of grass, every living creature that called the glade home. With a blinding flash, the Shimmerstone unleashed a wave of pure, untamed power that washed over the Darkwood, scouring it clean of the Blight Witch's corruption. The twisted trees straightened, their bark regaining its healthy hue, and new buds burst forth, heralding the return of vibrant life. The Blight Witch, her dark magic shattered, crumbled to dust, her malign influence vanquished forever. Willow sank to her knees, exhausted but triumphant, as her friends gathered around her, cheering and celebrating their victory. In the days that followed, the Emerald Glade flourished anew, its beauty restored to its former glory. Willow had proven herself a true guardian of nature, and the inhabitants of the glade honored her with a sacred ceremony, bestowing upon her the mantle of protector. As she stood before the assembled creatures, Willow felt a profound sense of gratitude and humility. Her journey had not only saved the Emerald Glade, but had also transformed her. She had grown from a wide-eyed child into a courageous young woman, her spirit forever intertwined with the rhythms of the natural world. And so, with the Shimmerstone as her constant companion, Willow embarked on a new path, exploring the hidden wonders of the glade and safeguarding its eternal beauty. For she knew that as long as the magic of nature thrived, hope would never fade, and the world would always be filled with wonder and endless possibilities. As she ventured deeper into the heart of the glade, she uncovered new mysteries, forgotten trails leading to secret groves, ancient stones etched with cryptic symbols, and the whispers of long-lost legends that spoke of an even greater magic waiting to be discovered. During her explorations, Willow stumbled upon an enchanted waterfall, its cascades shimmering with the colors of the rainbow. The air around it was filled with the gentle hum of an ancient melody, a song of the earth itself. Entranced, she sat by its edge, allowing the water's song to seep into her soul. It was here that she met the guardian of waters, a serene spirit who spoke of the balance between the elements and the importance of maintaining harmony in all things. These encounters enriched Willow's understanding of her role as a protector and deepened her connection to the world around her. She realized that the journey she had embarked upon was not merely about preserving the physical beauty of the glade, but also about nurturing the bonds between all living beings. With each new discovery, Willow felt her heart swell with a deeper appreciation for the interconnectedness of life. As the seasons turned, Willow's presence in the village became a beacon of hope and inspiration. People began to visit the outskirts of the Emerald Glade, whispering tales of its wonders and seeking guidance from the young guardian. Willow, ever humble, shared her wisdom and the lessons she had learned, helping others to see the magic in the world around them and the importance of living in harmony with nature. Even the village elders, who had long doubted the whispered tales of Willow's abilities, found themselves drawn to her counsel, seeking her insight on matters both mundane and profound. Her influence grew, not through coercion, but through the gentle power of example. She taught children to listen to the soft murmurs of the forest, to respect the delicate balance of life, and to cherish the heritage that connected them to the land. And so, the tale of Willow, the girl who could speak with nature, grew into a legend, a story of courage, compassion, and the enduring power of the natural world. Her journey continued, filled with new adventures and endless discoveries, as she embraced her destiny and the boundless possibilities that lay ahead. It was a journey not just of survival, but of symbiosis, a testament to the harmony that could be achieved when humanity and nature danced to the same rhythm. With each step, Willow knew she was not just preserving a magical world, but teaching others to find the magic in their own. Story 2. Once upon a time, nestled amidst the heart of an ancient forest, there lay a quaint little village named Willowbrook. The village was a harmonious blend of rustic charm and natural beauty, where the air was always tinged with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle rustling of leaves whispered the secrets of old. The villagers lived in sync with nature, tending to their lush gardens and gathering each evening by the fireside to share stories that intertwined their lives with the rhythm of the earth. But the most wondrous tales of all were those about the hidden world that lay beyond the forest's edge, a world that few had ever seen and even fewer understood. In this village lived a young boy named Finn, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky. His heart brimmed with wonder, and his eyes sparkled with dreams of adventure. Finn spent his days exploring the woods, pockets filled with stones that glimmered in the sunlight, and ears attuned to the symphonies of birds darting through the canopy above. His room was a treasure trove of these artifacts, each stone whispering a tale of its own, each feather a testament to the vibrant life of the forest. Yet what intrigued him most was the story of the Whispering Willow, a magical tree said to guard the gateway to a hidden realm. The Whispering Willow stood at the forest's edge, its ancient boughs reaching skyward like arms cradling the heavens. Its leaves shimmered with a silvery hue, and when the wind coursed through its branches, It sang a melody both enchanting and mysterious. The villagers spoke of the tree with awe, telling tales of how it could reveal the hidden world to those who were pure of heart and brave of spirit. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the horizon with strokes of gold and crimson, Finn embarked on a journey that would change his life. Determined to find the whispering willow and discover the mysteries that lay beyond, he packed a satchel with provisions and gripped his trusty walking stick, venturing deeper into the forest than he had ever dared before. The forest greeted him with a vibrant tapestry of colors, each step accompanied by the crunch of leaves beneath his feet and the earthy scent of fallen foliage perfuming the air. As he walked, Finn marveled at the beauty of his surroundings. The towering oaks with gnarled trunks like ancient sentinels, the delicate ferns unfurling beneath the underbrush, and the soft murmur of a nearby stream. The stream's waters glistened with the reflected dance of sunlight filtering through the canopy, creating a stunning interplay of light and shadow. Finn felt a profound peace envelop him, as if the forest itself welcomed him into its embrace. After what felt like hours, Finn arrived at the clearing where the whispering willow stood. The tree was more magnificent than he had imagined, its trunk wide enough to shelter a family of deer, its branches spread like a protective canopy. The leaves shimmered in the morning light, casting a silvery glow over the clearing that felt both otherworldly and inviting. Approaching the tree with awe, Finn's heart pounded with excitement and a touch of apprehension. He reached out to touch the bark, feeling its rough texture beneath his fingertips. As he did, the tree began to hum softly, a gentle vibration resonating through his body. Finn closed his eyes, surrendering to the melody that seemed to beckon him closer. "Welcome, young traveler," a voice whispered, soft and melodic. Finn's eyes flew open in surprise, scanning the clearing for the source of the voice. But there was no one, only the tree and the quiet rustle of leaves. "Who are you?" Finn asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "I am the keeper of secrets," the voice replied, its tone both gentle and wise. "I guard the gateway to the hidden world, a realm of wonders and mysteries beyond your wildest dreams." Finn's heart leapt. "Can you show me this world?" he asked, his eyes wide with anticipation. The tree's leaves rustled softly, as though considering his request. "Only those who are pure of heart and brave in spirit may enter," the voice said. "Are you prepared to face the challenges that lie ahead?" Finn nodded, determination shining in his eyes. "I am," he declared firmly. "Very well," the voice replied. "Close your eyes and listen to the song of the forest. Let it guide you to the hidden world." Finn did as instructed, closing his eyes and focusing on the melody that surrounded him. The music grew louder, filling his mind with images of shimmering lights and swirling colors. He felt a gentle pull, as though the forest itself was drawing him into its embrace. When he opened his eyes, Finn found himself standing in a world unlike any he had ever seen. The air was suffused with a soft golden light that seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once. The trees were taller and more majestic, their leaves glistening like gems in the sunlight. Strange and wondrous creatures flitted through the air, their wings shimmering with iridescent hues. He could hear the distant calls of unseen animals, a symphony of sounds that spoke of a world brimming with life. Finn's heart swelled with wonder as he took in the beauty around him. He felt a sense of belonging, as though he had finally found the place he was meant to be. But as he gazed around, he realized that he was not alone. Standing beside him was a young girl with hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the stars. "Welcome to the hidden world," she said, her voice as soft and gentle as the breeze. "I am Lyra, guardian of the forest." Finn smiled, feeling an immediate connection with the girl. "I'm Finn," he replied. "I've come to learn about this world and its secrets." Lyra nodded, her eyes full of warmth and understanding. "There is much to see and learn," she said. "But first, we must journey to the heart of the forest. There lies the source of all magic, the heartwood tree. It is said to hold the answers to all questions and the wisdom of ages." Together, Finn and Lyra set off on their journey, walking side by side through the enchanted forest. As they traveled, Lyra pointed out the wonders of the hidden world, the luminous flowers that glowed in the twilight, the crystal-clear streams that sang as they flowed, and the gentle creatures that watched them with curious eyes. The animals seemed to recognize Lyra, approaching her with trust and affection, and Finn was amazed at the natural harmony that existed in this world. Finn was captivated by everything he saw, his heart brimming with joy and wonder. He and Lyra talked and laughed as they walked, sharing stories of their lives and dreams. Finn found himself opening up in a way he never had before, feeling a kinship with Lyra that he couldn't quite explain. As they journeyed deeper into the forest, they encountered various challenges that tested their courage and resourcefulness. They crossed rickety bridges that swayed above roaring rivers, navigated through dense thickets of thorns, and faced fierce storms that threatened to drive them back. But through it all, Finn and Lyra faced each challenge with determination and friendship, helping each other along the way. Finn learned that the hidden world was not just a place of beauty and magic, but also a realm of trials and lessons. Each challenge they faced taught him something new about himself and the world around him. He discovered the power of perseverance, the importance of trust, and the strength that came from working together. Finally, after many days of travel, Finn and Lyra reached the heartwood tree. It was an awe-inspiring sight, its trunk as wide as a castle and its branches stretching high into the sky. The air around it shimmered with a golden light, and a sense of peace and wisdom radiated from its core. Finn and Lyra approached the tree with reverence, their hearts filled with a deep sense of respect and awe. As they stood before the tree, a soft voice spoke, resonating through their minds and hearts. "Welcome, young travelers," the voice said, gentle and wise. "You have journeyed far and faced many challenges. What is it that you seek?" Finn stepped forward, his heart full of the questions and dreams that had driven him on this journey. "I seek to understand the secrets of this world," he said, "to learn about its magic and wisdom." The tree's voice was kind and knowing. "The magic of this world lies within you," it said. "It is the magic of the heart, the power of friendship, and the strength of the spirit. You have already discovered its essence through your journey and the bond you have formed with Lyra." Finn felt a warmth spread through his heart, a sense of understanding and fulfillment. He realized that the magic he had been seeking was not something to be found outside himself, but within, in the connections he made and the courage he showed. Lyra smiled at Finn, her eyes shining with pride and friendship. "You have learned much, Finn," she said softly, "and your journey has only just begun." Finn nodded, feeling a sense of peace and purpose. He knew that he would carry the lessons of the hidden world with him, guiding him in all the adventures yet to come. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the forest, Finn and Lyra returned to the whispering willow. They stood beneath its branches, feeling the gentle breeze that whispered through the leaves. "Thank you for showing me this world," Finn said, his voice filled with gratitude. Lyra smiled, her eyes full of warmth and understanding. "Thank you for sharing the journey with me," she replied. "May your heart always be open to the magic of the world and the wonders it holds." With a final farewell, Finn stepped back through the gateway, returning to his village with a heart full of wisdom and friendship. As he walked through the familiar forest, he felt a sense of peace and contentment, knowing that the hidden world was always with him, just beyond the edge of the forest and within the depths of his heart. That night, as Finn lay in his bed, he listened to the gentle rustle of leaves outside his window. The melody of the forest sang him to sleep, a lullaby of dreams and wonder. And in his dreams, he journeyed once more to the hidden world, where magic and friendship wove together in a tapestry of endless adventure. And so, the story of Finn and the hidden world became a treasured tale in the village of Willowbrook, a reminder of the magic that lies within us all, and the power of friendship to illuminate even the darkest paths. The villagers would often gather by the fireside, sharing the story with bright eyes and hopeful hearts, knowing that the hidden world was always just a whisper away, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled and the stars twinkled in the night sky, the villagers would drift off to sleep, their dreams filled with the promise of adventure and the warmth of friendship, knowing that the hidden world was always there, just beyond the edge of the forest, waiting to be discovered anew. Additional scene. As Finn and Lyra made their way back to the Whispering Willow, they decided to take a detour through a part of the forest known as the Glade of Echoes. It was a place shrouded in mystery, where ancient stones stood like sentinels, and the air was thick with the past's whispers. Lyra explained that the glade was a sacred place, a crossroads of sorts where all paths converged. The Glade of Echoes holds the memories of those who have walked before us, Lyra said, her voice reverent. It is said that if you listen closely, you can hear the echoes of their journeys, their hopes, and their dreams. Finn felt a shiver of wonder as they entered the glade. The air was cool and still, and the stones seemed to hum with an energy of their own. He closed his eyes, letting the echoes wash over him like a gentle wave. He heard faint whispers, fragments of forgotten tales and dreams that lingered in the air like a haunting melody. In that moment, Finn felt a profound connection to the people who had come before him, to the stories that wove together the tapestry of the hidden world. He realized that he was a part of something much larger than himself, a legacy of magic and discovery that spanned generations. Lyra watched him with a knowing smile, sensing the transformation within him. The Glade of Echoes reminds us that we are never truly alone, she said softly. We carry the stories of those who came before us, and in turn, we add our own to the endless cycle. As they left the glade, Finn felt a renewed sense of purpose. He understood now that his journey was not just about uncovering secrets, but about creating new stories and forging connections that would last a lifetime. He and Lyra walked on, their footsteps echoing softly through the forest, bound by the magic of the hidden world and the promise of adventures yet to come. Story 3. In a distant corner of the universe, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds against the velvet black, there orbited a quaint little planet named Luminara. On Luminara, the air always carried the fragrance of sweet blossoms, a scent so intoxicating it was said to be woven into the very fabric of the atmosphere. The ground was perpetually warm underfoot, a gentle reminder of the planet's nurturing essence, where sunsets painted the sky with hues of lavender and gold, casting a magical glow over the serene landscape. In this enchanting world, there thrived a delicate balance between nature and its inhabitants, each contributing to a harmonious existence. The flora and fauna of Luminara were unlike any other, with flowers that bloomed in rhythm with the planet's heartbeat and creatures that communicated through melodies carried by the wind. Among them lived Tully, a gentle creature whose presence was as soothing as the lullaby of a distant brook. Tully's form was like a large, soft cloud, with limbs and a face that seemed to shift in the light, reflecting the vibrant surroundings. When Tully moved, it was as if a gentle breeze had stirred, carrying with it the whisper of emotions too delicate for words. Tully was a being of pure emotion, sensitive to the whispers of the world around them, known for their kindness and empathy. It was said that Tully could sense the heartbeat of Luminara itself, an ability that made them a beloved figure among their fellow inhabitants. Tully often wandered through the fields of Luminara, pausing to listen to the stories told by the blooming flowers and the rustling leaves. They were fascinated by the tales of ancient times, etched into the very soil of the planet, and found solace in the gentle embrace of nature's wonders. Despite their contentment, Tully harbored a deep-seated yearning to understand the universe beyond their tranquil home, a curiosity that often led them to the highest peaks of Luminara, where they would gaze at the stars, dreaming of what lay beyond. One evening, as the twin moons of Luminara cast their silvery glow over the landscape, Tully found themselves at the summit of the tallest hill. The air was crisp, carrying the distant calls of nocturnal creatures, and the sky was a tapestry of celestial wonders. Here, Tully often pondered the stories told by the stars, hoping to unravel the secrets of the cosmos. It was during one of these contemplative nights that Tully first noticed a peculiar twinkling among the stars, a rhythmic pulsing that seemed to echo the heartbeat of Luminara itself, as if the universe were communicating directly with them. Meanwhile, many light years away, on the rugged, mountainous planet of Obsidar, resided a being named Kalin. Obsidar was a planet of extremes, with towering peaks that pierced the sky and valleys shrouded in perpetual shadow. The air was crisp and sharp, a reflection of the resilient nature of its inhabitants. The landscape was a testament to endurance and strength, with vast caverns that echoed the planet's ancient songs and rivers of molten magma that flowed like veins of fire through the earth. Kalen was a creature of strength and resilience, with skin that shimmered like polished stone and eyes that glowed with an inner fire. Each step Kalen took was purposeful, their presence commanding respect and admiration. Known for their wisdom and the ability to solve even the most challenging of puzzles, Kalen was revered as a sage among their people. Yet beneath their stoic exterior, Kalen harbored a longing for connection, a desire to share their world with another who could see beyond the rugged facade. Kalen's evenings were often spent in quiet contemplation, perched atop the highest peak of Absadar, where the air was thin and the stars seemed close enough to touch. Here, Kalen would listen to the ancient songs carried by the wind, their soul yearning for a connection that transcended the physical. It was during one of these solitary vigils that Kalen began noticing a particular pattern in the stars, a symphony of light that seemed to answer their unspoken questions, inviting them to explore beyond the boundaries of their understanding. Though their worlds were as different as night and day, fate had a peculiar way of weaving paths together. It was during a galactic gathering, a rare event where beings from across the universe met to exchange knowledge and culture, that Tully and Kalen first encountered one another. The gathering was held in a vast, luminescent hall on Luminara, where the walls seemed to pulse with a gentle light, reflecting the diverse energies of the attendees. The hall was a wonder to behold, its architecture a seamless blend of nature and artifice, with vines woven into intricate patterns that adorned the ceilings and floors that seemed to hum with life. The air was filled with a symphony of voices, each one unique yet harmonious, creating a tapestry of sound that resonated with the soul. Among the myriad of beings, Tully's presence was a beacon of warmth and curiosity. They floated through the crowd, their forms shimmering with excitement as they greeted new friends, eager to learn about their stories and cultures. It was in this spirit of camaraderie that Tully approached Kalen, their gentle nature drawing them towards the enigmatic figure from Absadar. The meeting, however, was not without its complications. Tully, in their exuberance to greet new friends, floated over to Kalen, enveloping them in a warm, misty embrace. To Tully's surprise, Kalen recoiled slightly, their stone-like exterior hardening further. Tully, misunderstanding, thought they had caused offense. "I'm sorry," Tully murmured, their form dimming slightly in sorrow. "I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable." Kalen, noticing the shift in Tully's demeanor, placed a gentle hand on their cloud-like shoulder. The touch was unexpected, a blend of warmth and solidity. "No harm done," Kalen assured, their voice deep and resonant, like the echo of a distant thunderstorm. "It's just that on Absadar, we're not accustomed to such close physical contact. It's not a custom where I'm from." Tully's form brightened a little, understanding now that it was not rejection, but simply a difference in custom. "I see," Tully said softly. "Where I come from, such embraces are common, but I will respect your way." With this new understanding, Tully and Kalen began to explore the galactic gathering together, their differences now a source of curiosity rather than confusion. As they wandered through the vast hallways filled with wonders from across the cosmos, they found themselves drawn to a grand observatory, where a magnificent telescope pointed toward the stars. The observatory was a marvel, its dome a shimmering mosaic of stained glass that refracted the light into a rainbow of colors. It was here that they discovered a shared fascination with the mysteries of the universe. Together, they gazed through the telescope, whispering about the distant galaxies and the possibility of life beyond what they knew. Their conversations flowed like a gentle stream, carrying them into the depths of night. As their bond grew, Tully and Kalen decided to embark on a journey to understand the intricacies of each other's worlds. They began with Luminara, where Kalen marveled at the vibrant tapestry of life that thrived in harmony. Tully guided them through fields of singing flowers, their melodies painting vivid pictures of past eras. Kalen, in turn, shared stories of Absadar's history, of ancient sages who had carved wisdom into the living rock. During their exploration of Luminara, Tully took Kalen to the Whispering Glade, a hidden grove where the trees seemed to murmur secrets to those who listened closely. The air was thick with the scent of blooming nightshades, their petals luminescent under the moonlight, casting soft glows on the forest floor. Here, Tully revealed a deeper facet of themselves, sharing their own fears and dreams, a vulnerability that Kaelin had not yet seen. When it was time to visit Obsidar, Tully was awestruck by the planet's raw beauty. The towering peaks and deep valleys, each telling a story of resilience, stirred something profound within them. They walked with Kaelin along the ridges where the air crackled with energy and sat together under the auroras that danced like ethereal spirits across the sky. On Obsidar, Kaelin introduced Tully to the echoing caverns, a place where the planet's heartbeats could be heard in the form of rhythmic pulses, resonating through the stone. It was here, in the dim glow of bioluminescent crystals, that Kaelin shared their own struggles, the pressure of being a sage, the weight of expectations, and the longing for a deeper connection. As Tully and Kaelin explored the caverns, they discovered a hidden chamber, its walls lined with ancient carvings that told the story of Obsidar's formation. Fascinated, Tully traced the lines with their ethereal fingers, feeling the echoes of time resonate through the stone. Kaelin, inspired by Tully's curiosity, shared a legend of Obsidar's first inhabitants, beings who had harnessed the power of the stars to shape their destiny. This revelation sparked a deeper conversation between the two, delving into the essence of existence and the role each played in the grand tapestry of the cosmos. They spoke of the interconnectedness of their worlds, of how the galaxies spun with purpose, each star a note in the symphony of the universe. As the gathering drew to a close, Tully and Kaelin faced a challenge that would test their budding friendship. A sudden storm, rare but fierce, descended upon Luminara, its winds strong enough to tear through the peaceful landscape. Many attendees sought shelter, but Tully and Kaelin, caught in the open, had to rely on each other. Kaelin's strength proved invaluable, their solid form anchoring them against the tempestuous winds, while Tully's ability to sense and navigate the emotional currents of the storm helped them find a path to safety. Together, they moved as one, Kaelin shielding Tully from debris, and Tully guiding them with gentle nudges and reassurances. In the heart of the storm, they found a small cave, its entrance obscured by hanging vines. Inside, the air was cool and still, a stark contrast to the chaos outside. They settled down, Tully's form curling around Kaelin in a protective cocoon, both grateful for the unexpected shelter. As the storm raged on, they talked about their homes, their dreams, and their fears. Kaelin spoke of the rugged beauty of Obsidar, of nights spent under a sky filled with swirling auroras that danced like phantoms across the heavens. Tully shared stories of Luminara's endless fields of flowers, where each bloom seemed to sing its own melody, and the gentle songs sung by its inhabitants, harmonizing like a symphony of nature. Through these shared stories, they found common ground, realizing that despite their differences, they were not so unlike after all. Both longed for connection, for understanding, and for the simple joy of sharing one's world with another. When the storm finally passed, the world outside was washed clean, the air fresh and sweet. Tully and Kaelin emerged from the cave, their bond now forged in the fires of adversity and tempered by the gentle warmth of friendship. As they prepared to part ways, Tully reached out, offering a small, shimmering crystal, a piece of Luminara's heart. "For you," Tully said, their voice soft with emotion, "to remind you of our time together." Kaelin accepted the gift, their eyes glowing with gratitude. "And this," Kaelin said, handing Tully a small, intricately carved stone from Obsidar, "a token of our friendship and a promise that our paths will cross again." With hearts full and spirits bright, Tully and Kaelin bid each other farewell, knowing that the universe, vast and wondrous, had brought them together for a reason. They had learned that true friendship was not defined by similarities, but by the willingness to embrace differences and support one another through life's storms. As they traveled back to their respective worlds, both Tully and Kaelin carried with them not only tokens of their friendship, but a newfound wisdom, a deeper understanding of themselves and the universe they inhabited. They realized that the bonds they had formed were as enduring as the stars themselves, each conversation and shared adventure a thread in the fabric of their lives. And so, as the stars began to twinkle once more in the endless sky, Tully and Kalen looked up, knowing that somewhere out there, a friend was gazing at the same stars, their bond as endless as the universe itself. In the following months, the bond between Tully and Kalen transcended the physical distance between their worlds. They communicated through the cosmic currents, a method known only to those who truly understood the language of the stars. Messages of light and warmth traveled across galaxies, carrying with them stories of new discoveries and shared dreams. Tully would often send Kalen images of Luminara's ever-changing skies, where the colors of dawn and dusk danced in a perpetual ballet. In return, Kalen shared the secrets of Obsidar's ancient mountains, their peaks reaching for the heavens, each rock face etched with the tales of those who had walked before. Their friendship inspired a movement across the cosmos, a newfound appreciation for the diversity of life and the connections that bound them all. Other beings, inspired by Tully and Kalen's journey, began forming alliances and partnerships, creating a network of understanding and unity. As the seasons changed, Tully and Kalen planned a reunion. This time, it would be on a neutral ground, an uncharted planet known as Solara, discovered recently by a group of explorers. Solara was said to be a place of incredible beauty and mystery, with landscapes that shifted with the light, reflecting the inner nature of those who tread its surface. When the time came, Tully and Kalen traveled to Solara, their hearts filled with anticipation. The planet greeted them with open arms, its terrain a vibrant tapestry of colors and textures. Here, they walked side by side, their friendship a beacon of hope and understanding, in a universe that often seemed vast and unknowable. Together, they explored Solara's wonders, from its luminescent forests to its crystal-clear lakes. They shared stories of their adventures, of the lessons learned and the dreams yet to be realized. Their laughter echoed across the landscape, a testament to the power of friendship and the enduring bond that had been forged between them. In the heart of Solara, Tully and Kalen discovered a sacred grove, its trees whispering secrets of the ages. Here they sat in quiet contemplation, reflecting on the journey that had brought them together and the future that lay ahead. As the stars began to twinkle in the sky above, Tully and Kalen made a vow, a promise to continue exploring the universe, to seek out new wonders, and to share their discoveries with each other. They knew that their friendship was a rare and precious gift, one that would guide them through the challenges and triumphs of life. With hearts full of gratitude and joy, Tully and Kalen embraced, their bond as strong as the stars that lit the night sky. As they looked up, they knew that the universe was vast and filled with endless possibilities, but that they would face it together, their friendship a guiding light in the darkness. And so, as the stars continued to shine, Tully and Kalen embarked on a new chapter of their journey, knowing that the universe held many more adventures in store for them. Their story was but one of many, a testament to the power of connection and the beauty of embracing the unknown. Story 4. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and surrounded by lush meadows, there was a small, unassuming antique shop known as the Whispering Willow. The shop was a treasure trove of history, its shelves lined with relics from forgotten times. Each item carried the scent of old leather and polished wood, and the faint echoes of stories waiting to be told. The shop was owned by a kindly old woman named Agnes, whose gentle smile was as warm as the sunlight filtering through the shop's dusty windows. Her eyes, a deep azure, sparkled with the wisdom of countless tales she had shared with visitors over the years. One brisk autumn morning, when the air was crisp and the leaves danced playfully across cobblestone paths, a young girl named Lila wandered into the shop. Known for her curious nature and kind heart, Lila was a frequent visitor, drawn by the stories that seemed to dance in the air around each artifact. Lila had chestnut curls and eyes that sparkled with the promise of adventure. Today, however, she felt an unusual tug at her heart, as if something was calling to her, a whisper carried on the breeze. As Lila browsed, her fingers brushed against a peculiar old compass. Its brass casing was worn, yet it gleamed with an inviting luster under the soft glow of the shop's lanterns. The compass needle spun erratically before pointing decisively north, then south, then east, and finally west. Intrigued, Lila brought it to Agnes. "Ah, you've found the compass of wandering," Agnes said, her voice like the gentle rustle of leaves. Her eyes twinkled with a secret knowledge, as if she held the key to 1,000 untold stories. It's said to guide those with pure intentions to where they truly need to go, rather than where they think they wish to be. Lila's curiosity was piqued. "May I borrow it, Agnes?" she asked, her voice a gentle whisper in the cozy shop. Agnes nodded, her expression serene. "Of course, dear. But remember, the journey it takes you on may not be what you expect." Clutching the compass, Lila stepped outside into the crisp air. The leaves rustled softly, as if sharing secrets with the gentle breeze. She followed the compass, which led her through the winding paths of Willow Brook, past the bubbling brook whose waters sang a melody of their own, and into the heart of the ancient whispering woods. The woods were a tapestry of amber and gold, the sunlight weaving through the branches like threads of warmth. As Lila ventured deeper, she encountered an array of woodland creatures. A wise old owl named Orin perched on a low branch, his feathers ruffled with the wisdom of ages. Sensing the girl's gentle spirit, Orin swooped down to join her. "Where are you headed, young one?" Orin inquired, his voice a deep, soothing melody. "I'm not quite sure," Lila replied, showing him the compass, "but I feel there's something important I must find." Orin nodded sagely. "Then I shall accompany you. Even the most certain path benefits from a companion." Together, they journeyed further into the woods, the compass guiding their way. They soon encountered a mischievous squirrel named Pip, whose eyes twinkled with boundless energy. Pip darted between the trees, scattering acorns like tiny treasures. "What's this? A quest?" Pip chirped excitedly. "Count me in. I know these woods like the back of my paw." With Orin's wisdom and Pip's exuberance, Lila felt a comforting sense of camaraderie. The trio traveled onward, the woods around them growing denser, and the air richer with the scent of earth and pine. As they journeyed, they shared stories of their lives, and Lila learned that Orin had once been a guide to many lost travelers, while Pip dreamed of seeing the world beyond the woods. As twilight draped the forest in a silvery veil, they reached a clearing where an ancient oak stood, its bark etched with the stories of time. The compass pointed directly at its roots, which glowed faintly with an ethereal light. What lies beneath? Lila wondered aloud, her heart thrumming with anticipation. Orin's eyes gleamed with understanding. A treasure of the heart, perhaps. Not all treasures are of gold or jewels. With Pip's nimble assistance, they unearthed a small, intricately carved box. It was adorned with symbols of the sun and moon, stars and waves, as if it contained the essence of the world itself. Lila opened the box with care, revealing a simple yet exquisite amulet nestled inside. It shimmered with an inner light, casting a warm glow over their faces. The amulet was not merely an object of beauty. It pulsed with the gentle rhythm of a heartbeat, resonating with the promise of peace and understanding. "What does it do?" Pip asked, his eyes wide with wonder. Orin, gazing thoughtfully at the amulet, said, "This is the amulet of harmony. It holds the power to bring peace to troubled hearts and minds, not through force, but through understanding and empathy. A reminder that true strength lies in kindness and unity." Lila felt the amulet's warmth seep into her soul, filling her with a profound sense of tranquility. She realized that her journey had been one of discovery, not just of an object, but of the strength within herself and the bonds of friendship she had forged. As they rested in the clearing, Lila shared her dreams and fears with Orin and Pip. She spoke of a longing to understand the world beyond Willowbrook, to make a difference even in the smallest ways possible. Orin listened, his golden eyes reflecting wisdom beyond his years, while Pip chirped encouragingly, reminding her that every journey begins with a single step. "Do you ever feel like there's so much more to know, but not enough time to learn it all?" Lila pondered aloud, her voice barely a whisper against the quiet hum of the forest. Orin ruffled his feathers, considering her question. "Life is a tapestry, woven with experiences and lessons. Each thread is a story, and though we may not see the entire picture, each part is essential to the whole." Their conversation deepened Lila's understanding of herself and her place in the world. She realized that her journey was not just about finding treasures, but about unraveling the mysteries of her own heart. As the moon's gentle light bathed the clearing, Leela knew it was time to return home. With Orin and Pip by her side, she retraced her steps through the whispering trees, each leaf a silent witness to their shared adventure. Back at Willowbrook, Agnes welcomed them with a smile, her eyes full of knowing tenderness. Lila returned the compass, its purpose fulfilled. "Thank you, Agnes," Lila said, her voice soft but resolute. "I've learned that sometimes the journey leads you to exactly where you need to be." Agnes nodded, her gaze warm and wise. "And sometimes, dear Lila, it leads you back to yourself." With hearts full of gratitude and newfound understanding, Lila, Orin, and Pip parted ways, their spirits forever entwined by the magic of their shared journey. The Whispering Woods, with its endless secrets and timeless wisdom, stood watch over them, a silent guardian of the peace they carried within. As Lila walked back to her home, she felt the cool embrace of the night wrap around her like a comforting shawl, the stars above winking down as if acknowledging her newfound insights. She paused for a moment, looking back at the woods, and whispered a silent promise to herself to always seek with an open heart. Upon reaching her doorstep, she noticed a small envelope tucked under her door. The paper was slightly yellowed with age, its edges curling like leaves in the autumn breeze. Curiosity piqued, she carefully opened the envelope, revealing a note in elegant, flowing script. "Dear Lila, may your heart remain open and your spirit ever curious. This journey is but the beginning, a prologue to the many stories you have yet to write. Remember, the world is vast, but your heart is vaster still. With love, Agnes." Lila clutched the note to her chest, her heart swelling with gratitude and resolve. She realized that Agnes, with her gentle wisdom and quiet encouragement, had been a guide all along, much like Orin and Pip. Her journey was not ending, but merely pausing, a moment of reflection before new adventures beckoned. As she entered her cozy home, the scent of cinnamon and clove, remnants from her mother's baking, wrapped around her like a familiar embrace. Lila drew a deep breath, feeling the warmth of the hearth and the love that filled every corner of her abode. Sitting by the window, she gazed out at the starlit sky. Her mind wandered back to the stories Orin had shared, the dreams Pip had painted with his vibrant tales, and the silent wisdom Agnes imparted with her gentle presence. Each memory was a thread, weaving together the tapestry of her journey. Lila promised herself that she would continue to seek the stories hidden in the world around her, to learn from the whispers of the past, and to embrace the unknown with courage and curiosity. The next morning, as the sun's first light painted the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lila awoke with a newfound sense of purpose. She decided to visit the village square, where the weekly market was bustling with life. The air was filled with the scent of fresh bread and blooming flowers, and the murmur of friendly exchanges echoed around her. As she wandered through the stalls, Lila was drawn to a booth filled with handcrafted journals. The vendor, a traveling artist named Elias, had eyes that reflected a deep connection with the stories he captured in his art. Intrigued, Lila approached him, and they began to talk about their shared love of stories and adventures. Elias spoke of his travels to distant lands, each place a chapter in his life, filled with lessons and inspiration. Lila felt a kinship with him, recognizing a fellow seeker of stories. She purchased a journal, its cover adorned with a map of the world, as a symbol of her promise to herself to document her own journeys and discoveries. Returning home, Lila felt a sense of completion and anticipation for what lay ahead. She began to write, her pen flowing across the pages like a river of thoughts. Each word was a reflection of her journey, a testament to the power of curiosity and the bonds she had formed. As she wrote, Lila felt the world around her come alive with possibilities. The village of Willowbrook, with its quiet charm and endless stories, was her home, but her heart knew that the world beyond held countless tales waiting to be discovered. And so, under the canopy of stars, Lila drifted into a restful slumber, comforted by the gentle whispers of the night and the knowledge that even in the smallest of places, wondrous discoveries await those who seek with an open heart. Story 5. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the edge of a sprawling, whispering forest, there lived a gentle soul named Cedric. Cedric was a kind-hearted young man with deep, curious eyes that reflected the emerald canopy of the trees he loved so dearly. His hands, often stained with the rich, dark soil of the earth, were a testament to his affinity for the natural world around him. Yet, despite the beauty that surrounded him, Cedric found himself struggling with a sense of restlessness. He felt as though he were standing at the threshold of something wondrous, yet he couldn't quite step through. The village itself was a tapestry of charming cottages with thatched roofs, surrounded by fields that danced with wildflowers. It was a place where the air was perpetually scented with the sweet aroma of honeysuckle, and the gentle hum of bees accompanied the villagers' daily routines. The cobblestone paths wound like rivers through the village, each stone weathered by countless footsteps and countless stories. Yet, for all its beauty, Cedric felt an inexplicable yearning for transformation, a desire to grow beyond the boundaries of his familiar life. Cedric often found solace in the company of the forest, where the trees whispered secrets only he seemed to hear. On one crisp autumn day, when the forest was ablaze with hues of amber and gold, Cedric wandered deeper into the woods than ever before. The ground beneath his feet was a soft carpet of fallen leaves, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of the season. The canopy above was a kaleidoscope of colors, each leaf a fragment of the forest's vibrant tapestry. As he walked, he noticed a peculiar glimmer among the roots of an ancient oak. Curiosity piqued. He knelt down and discovered a small, intricately carved wooden box nestled in the leaves. As Cedric opened the box, a soft, warm light emanated from within, casting a gentle glow on his face. Inside lay a single, delicate seed, unlike any he had ever seen. It shimmered with an otherworldly luminescence, as if it held the very essence of the forest's magic. Alongside the seed, there was a note inscribed in elegant, flowing script: "Plant your dreams and watch them grow." Cedric's heart swelled with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. He cradled the seed in his hand, feeling its gentle pulse of magic, and decided to plant it in a sunlit clearing near his home. Each morning, he would visit the seedling, tending to it with care and whispering his dreams and hopes for change into the rustling leaves. The clearing became a sanctuary, a sacred space where his dreams took root alongside the seed. As the days turned into weeks, the seedling began to grow, unfurling vibrant green leaves and delicate, silvery blooms. With each passing day, Cedric noticed subtle changes within himself, mirroring the transformation of the magical plant. His once timid spirit began to unfurl with newfound courage, and his heart, once burdened with doubt, now brimmed with a quiet confidence. He found himself speaking more openly with the villagers, sharing stories and laughter where once he had been reserved. Embracing this inner growth, Cedric found comfort in the company of his dearest friends, Lila and Rowan, who were always by his side. Lila, with her bright laughter and compassionate heart, encouraged Cedric to share his dreams openly. Her eyes sparkled with an unspoken understanding of the journey he was on. Rowan, steady and wise, offered thoughtful insights, helping Cedric to see the beauty in embracing change. His words, like the roots of the oak, provided strength and stability. Together, the trio would gather by the fire on cool evenings, the warm glow casting dancing shadows on the walls of Cedric's cozy cottage. The crackling flames seemed to echo the gentle transformations occurring within Cedric's soul, and he found solace in the shared warmth of friendship. They spoke of their own dreams and fears, weaving a tapestry of hopes that bound them closer together. One serene evening, as the moon bathed the forest in a silvery light, Cedric noticed that the magical plant had begun to bear fruit, gleaming orbs that shimmered like stars plucked from the night sky. With a heart full of wonder, he gently harvested one of the fruits, its surface cool and smooth beneath his fingertips. As he tasted the fruit, a cascade of warmth and light filled his being, and in that moment, Cedric understood. The seed, the plant, the fruit, they were reflections of his own journey of growth and transformation. He realized that change, though sometimes daunting, was a natural and beautiful part of life's tapestry. With this newfound understanding, Cedric became a beacon of inspiration within the village, sharing his story and the fruits of his magical plant with those around him. He encouraged others to embrace their own dreams and fears, to plant their own seeds of change and nurture them with care. The villagers, inspired by Cedric's journey, began to reflect on their own lives, seeking out their own paths of growth. In time, the village itself began to transform, as the seeds of Cedric's story took root in the hearts of its people. Lush gardens sprang up where barren patches had once been, and the air was filled with the joyful song of newfound hope. The villagers, once content in their routines, now found themselves dreaming of what could be, their lives enriched by the possibility of change. As the seasons turned and the forest sang its gentle lullabies, Cedric found peace in the knowledge that true transformation came from within. And so with each passing day, he continued to grow, his spirit a testament to the beauty of personal discovery and the magic of embracing change. And in the quiet moments when the world seemed to hold its breath, Cedric would sit beneath the ancient oak, the wooden box now resting gently beside him, and smile at the wonder of it all, a journey of transformation woven with threads of magic, friendship, and love. The forest, once a place of mystery, had become a canvas for his dreams, each tree and leaf a witness to his journey. As Cedric's story began to ripple through the village, a new scene unfolded. The villagers, inspired by Cedric's transformation, came together to build a communal garden. This garden was unlike any they had seen before, designed to reflect the diversity of dreams each villager held. Paths wound through plots filled with exotic plants brought by travelers from distant lands, each with its unique story and symbolism. The air was a medley of fragrances, from the sweet scent of jasmine to the spicy aroma of sage. One day, as Cedric walked through the garden, he met an elderly woman named Aria, who had recently moved to the village. Her eyes, though clouded with age, held a youthful spark. Aria spoke of a land far beyond the forest, a place where the mountains met the sky and the rivers sang ancient songs. Her tales were rich with adventure and wisdom, igniting a new spark within Cedric. Ilara's story stirred something deep within Cedric, rekindling his restlessness, but now tempered with a sense of purpose. She revealed that she had once been in search of a legendary tree said to grow at the world's edge, a tree whose fruits bestowed enlightenment. Though she hadn't found it, the journey had been her greatest teacher. Listening to her, Cedric realized that his journey was just beginning. He felt the forest calling him again, not just as a destination, but as a path to new horizons. He shared his revelations with Lila and Rowan, who, inspired by his courage, pledged to accompany him on his quest. Before setting out, Cedric visited the village blacksmith, a grizzled man named Thorn, whose hands were as strong as the iron he shaped. Thorn, upon hearing Cedric's plan, gifted him a finely crafted compass, forged with a needle that seemed to vibrate with a mysterious energy. "Let this guide you to your true north," Thorn said, his deep voice resonating with wisdom. Cedric accepted the gift with gratitude, feeling the weight of its significance. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, the village thrived, a gentle reminder that within each of us lies the potential for growth as boundless as the forest itself. The villagers, united by Cedric's story, found strength in each other, their bonds deepened by the shared journey of transformation. And there, in that enchanted village, nestled at the edge of a whispering forest, Cedric's heart found its home, a place of endless possibility and ever-blooming dreams. The village, forever changed, stood as a testament to the power of dreams and the magic of embracing the unknown. As Cedric prepared for new adventures, he carried with him the seeds of his past, ready to plant them in the fertile soil of the future, wherever that might lead. Story 6. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between lush green hills and murmuring streams, there lived a young girl named Lila. She had a heart as bright as the morning sun, and a curiosity that danced like the leaves in a gentle breeze. Lila lived with her grandmother in a cozy cottage with ivy-clad walls and a garden filled with wildflowers that swayed like a colorful sea. Every evening, as the orange glow of sunset kissed the sky, Lila would sit by the fireplace and listen to her grandmother's tales of wonder and mystery. Among these stories, there was one about a magical compass hidden somewhere in the village. It was said that this compass could reveal the secrets of the heart and guide those who were lost to find their true path. One misty morning, as the golden sun rays filtered through the trees, Lila decided to embark on a journey to find this magical compass. She believed that it could help her understand the dreams that had been whispering to her in the night. dreams of distant lands and untold adventures. With a satchel filled with sandwiches and her grandmother's knitted scarf wrapped around her shoulders, Lila set off down the cobblestone path leading to the heart of Willowbrook. The village was a tapestry of sights and sounds. The bakery's warm aroma of cinnamon and fresh bread mingled with the crisp morning air, while the cheerful chatter of villagers filled the streets. Layla's first stop was the old bookshop, a charming labyrinth of shelves bursting with dusty tomes and curious trinkets. There she met Mr. Thistle, the kindly old bookseller with spectacles perched on the end of his nose and a smile that crinkled his eyes. "Ah, dear Leela," he greeted, his voice soothing as the rustle of pages. "Seeking adventures today, are we?" "I'm looking for the magical compass, Mr. Thistle," Lila replied, her eyes sparkling with determination. "I believe it holds secrets that can guide me." Mr. Thistle nodded knowingly and handed Lila a small, leather-bound journal. "This might help you on your quest. It's said to contain clues about the compass's whereabouts. Remember, Lila, sometimes the answers we seek are found within." Thanking Mr. Thistle, Lila tucked the journal into her satchel and continued her journey. The cobblestone paths led her to the sprawling fields beyond the village, where she met a gentle giant of a horse named Bramble. With a mane as soft as silk and eyes that twinkled like stars, Bramble was known for his wisdom and kindness. "Hello, Bramble," Lila called out, reaching to stroke his velvety nose. "I'm searching for a magical compass. Do you know where I might find it?" Bramble whinnied softly, then gestured with his head towards the ancient willow tree at the edge of the meadow. "Seek the tree," he seemed to say. "It holds the wisdom of the ages." With a grateful heart, Lila made her way to the willow tree, its branches swaying gracefully like an old friend waving her over. Beneath the tree's verdant canopy, she found a small wooden door etched into the trunk. Gently, she pushed it open and stepped inside to find a hidden chamber filled with soft light and the scent of earth and moss. In the center of the chamber, resting on a pedestal of twisted roots, lay the compass. It shimmered with an otherworldly glow, its needle spinning slowly as if attuning itself to Lila's presence. As she reached out to touch it, a sense of warmth and peace enveloped her, like a hug from her grandmother on a chilly night. The compass whispered secrets to Lila, not in words, but in feelings and images. She saw herself walking paths she had never imagined, helping those in need, and learning from the world around her. She understood then that the compass's magic was not in showing a direct path, but in helping her discover her own inner compass, her heart. With newfound clarity, Lila returned to Willowbrook, where her grandmother awaited her by the fireplace. The gentle crackle of logs accentuating the cozy silence. Lila shared her adventure, and as her grandmother listened, her eyes twinkled with pride and love. "You see, my dear," her grandmother said softly, patting Lila's hand, "the greatest journey is the one within. You have found what you were looking for all along." And so, Lila's heart was at peace, for she knew that no matter where life's paths might lead her, she would always have her inner compass to guide her. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky above, Lila drifted off to sleep, dreaming of new adventures yet to come, with the comforting knowledge that she would always find her way. In this snug corner of the world, where magic lingered in every whisper of the wind, Lila's story became another cherished tale shared by the fireside, a reminder that the true magic was in the journey and the friends made along the way. Story 7. Once upon a time, nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a peculiar creature known as the Whisper Keeper. This whimsical being had the extraordinary ability to hear the secrets whispered by the trees, flowers, and every living thing in the woodlands. The Whisper Keeper's duty was to safeguard these precious murmurs, ensuring that the delicate balance of nature remained undisturbed. In a cozy treehouse perched atop a towering oak lived a young girl named Willow. Her auburn hair danced like flames in the gentle breeze, and her eyes sparkled with an insatiable curiosity about the world around her. Willow had always felt a deep connection to the forest, as if its very essence coursed through her veins. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow ventured into the woods to gather fallen leaves for her collection, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A small, glowing orb hovered before her, pulsating with a warm, golden light. As she reached out to touch it, the orb suddenly transformed into a tiny, ethereal creature. "Greetings, young one," the creature spoke in a voice that sounded like the soft whispers of the wind. "I am the Whisper Keeper, and I have been searching for someone like you." Willow's eyes widened with wonder, and 1,000 questions raced through her mind. "Someone like me? But I'm just a girl who loves the forest." The Whisper Keeper smiled knowingly. "Ah, but you are so much more than that, my dear. You possess a rare gift, the ability to hear and understand the whispers of nature. It is a gift that must be nurtured and protected." With a wave of its delicate hand, the Whisper Keeper conjured a glimmering pendant adorned with intricate symbols. "This is the Heart Song Amulet. It will allow you to fully embrace your connection with the natural world and become my apprentice." Willow's heart raced with excitement, but a flicker of hesitation crossed her face. "But what about my family and my friends?" The Whisper Keeper's expression softened. "Fear not, young one. Your journey will not separate you from those you love. In fact, it will bring you closer to the very essence of life itself." Tentatively, Willow reached out and grasped the amulet. A warmth spread through her fingertips, and suddenly, the world around her seemed to come alive in a symphony of whispers. She could hear the gentle rustling of leaves, the trickling of a nearby stream, and the joyous melodies of birds singing their morning songs. The Whisper Keeper smiled, sensing Willow's newfound connection. "Come, my apprentice. There is much to learn, and many wonders to uncover." And so began Willow's extraordinary journey into the hidden world that existed within the very forest she had called home her entire life. Under the patient guidance of the Whisper Keeper, she learned to decipher the intricate language of nature, understanding the secrets woven into every blade of grass, every flutter of a butterfly's wings. As the seasons changed, Willow's bond with the natural world deepened. She discovered hidden glades where fairies danced among the wildflowers, and ancient trees that whispered tales of bygone eras. With the Heart Song Amulet as her guide, she explored realms beyond her wildest imaginings, forging friendships with creatures she had never dreamed possible. One such friend was a playful sprite named Zephyr, who could command the very winds themselves. Together, they embarked on countless adventures, soaring through the treetops and chasing clouds across the endless sky. However, not all encounters in this enchanted realm were joyous. Willow soon learned of a dark force that threatened to disrupt the delicate balance of nature, a malevolent entity known as the Blight. This sinister presence sought to corrupt and wither everything in its path, leaving behind a desolate wasteland. Guided by the wisdom of the Whisper Keeper, Willow and her newfound friends rallied to confront the Blight. Their journey took them deep into the heart of the forest, where they uncovered an ancient mystery, a long-forgotten ritual that could banish the Blight forever. As they delved deeper into the mystery, Willow discovered that the true power to defeat the Blight resided within her own heart. The Heart Song Amulet had not only opened her eyes to the wonders of nature, but had also awakened a wellspring of courage and compassion that she never knew existed. In a climactic battle against the Blight, Willow and her companions faced their greatest challenge yet. Wielding the power of the Heart Song Amulet, Willow summoned the combined strength of the forest itself, the whispers of every living thing united in a harmonious chorus. With this powerful force, they were able to vanquish the Blight, restoring balance and harmony to the enchanted woodland. In the aftermath of their triumph, Willow stood tall, transformed by her journey. No longer a wide-eyed child, she had become a guardian of nature, a protector of the very essence of life itself. The Whisper Keeper, beaming with pride, approached Willow and placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. "You have proven yourself worthy, my dear apprentice. The Heart Song Amulet has awakened your true potential, and you have embraced the sacred duty of safeguarding the whispers of the world." Willow smiled, her eyes shining with newfound wisdom. "I understand now, Whisper Keeper. My journey has taught me that we are all connected, woven into the tapestry of life itself, and it is our responsibility to listen to the whispers of nature, to protect and cherish its wonders." From that day forward, Willow became a beacon of hope and wisdom, guiding others on their own journeys of self-discovery and connection with the natural world. Her story became a timeless tale, passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it of the profound beauty and magic that surrounds us, if only we take the time to listen to the whispers. Story 8. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling emerald hills and thick, whispering woods, there was an air of magic that danced lightly upon the breeze. The village, with its cobblestone paths and houses adorned with creeping ivy, was home to many peculiar and delightful wonders. Among these wonders was a peculiar phenomenon that had recently begun to perplex its gentle inhabitants. The mystery began one crisp autumn evening when the village's beloved clock tower, a venerable structure that had faithfully chimed the hours for generations, suddenly fell silent. The absence of its comforting chime left the villagers feeling slightly adrift, as if time itself had taken a curious pause. Living at the very edge of the village was young Linnea, a girl with curious eyes the color of twilight and a heart full of dreams as vast as the starry sky. Linnea loved nothing more than to unravel the secrets of the world around her, often spending her days sketching the curious plants and creatures she encountered in her well-worn notebook. Intrigued by the clock tower's silence, Linnea decided to set out on a gentle investigation. She donned her favorite woolen scarf, its fringes swaying with her every step, and tucked her notebook under her arm. As she made her way through the village, she was joined by her steadfast companion, Oliver, a clever little fox with a coat as red as autumn leaves and eyes that gleamed with intelligence. Together, they ventured to the foot of the clock tower, its stone walls covered in a tapestry of creeping vines. Linnea craned her neck, studying the tower with thoughtful eyes. "What do you think, Oliver?" she mused aloud, her breath visible in the crisp air. Oliver sniffed the ground, his nose twitching with interest. He pawed at the earth, uncovering a faint trail of glittering dust, a trail that seemed to lead away from the tower and into the nearby woods. "Curious," Linnea murmured, gently touching the sparkling dust. She recognized it as fairy dust, known to shimmer under moonlight and carry the faintest scent of sweet blossoms. Determined to uncover the mystery, Linnea and Oliver followed the trail into the woods. The trees stood tall and quiet, their leaves whispering secrets to the night. The path wound deeper into the heart of the forest, where the air was filled with the gentle hum of hidden magic. As they walked, Linnea noticed the forest was unusually still. No birds sang, and even the crickets seemed to hold their breath. It was as if the whole woodland was waiting for something to unfold. Suddenly, they came upon a clearing bathed in silver moonlight. At its center stood a small group of woodland creatures, rabbits, squirrels, and even a hedgehog, gathered around an ancient gnarled oak tree. Perched on a low branch was an owl, its feathers like frost-tipped bark, watching over the assembly with wise, knowing eyes. "Welcome, Linnea," the owl hooted softly, with a voice as deep and soothing as the night itself. "We have been expecting you." Linnea and Oliver exchanged a glance, intrigued by the owl's words. "Why is the clock tower silent?" Linnea asked, her voice gentle and respectful. The owl nodded, acknowledging the importance of her question. "The clock tower has been enchanted by a playful sprite named Thistle. He wished to see if the village would notice his trick, but now he finds himself in a bit of a bind." "Where can we find him?" Linnea asked, her curiosity piqued. "Follow the path of the moonlit stream," the owl instructed. "It will lead you to Thistle's grove. He needs help, for his magic has grown tangled." With a nod of gratitude, Linnea and Oliver continued their journey. The moonlit stream babbled softly beside them, its waters shimmering with the light of 1,000 stars. As they followed its gentle course, the air grew sweeter, filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the distant sound of laughter. Eventually they arrived at a secluded grove where the light danced in playful patterns on the forest floor. There, amidst a tangle of wildflowers and moss-covered stones, sat Thistle, a sprite no taller than a teacup, with wings that shimmered like dew-kissed petals. Thistle looked up as they approached, his face a mix of mischief and concern. "I meant no harm," he said, his voice a tinkling melody. "But now my magic is all in a muddle, and I can't make things right." Linnea knelt beside him, her expression kind and understanding. "Perhaps we can untangle it together," she suggested. "Show me what you've done." Thistle fluttered his wings, releasing a cloud of sparkling dust that hung in the air like a constellation. Linnea watched closely, her mind working to decipher the enchantment's knots. She noticed how the strands of magic twisted and turned, each connected to the next in an intricate dance. With a gentle hand, she reached out and began to weave the strands, her fingers moving with the grace of a seamstress repairing a beloved quilt. Oliver watched, offering a soft yip of encouragement as the magic began to respond to Linnea's touch. Slowly, the muddled enchantment unraveled, and the air filled with a warm, golden light. The clock tower's chime, far off in the distance, rang out once more, clear and true, marking the passage of time with a comforting certainty. Thistle clapped his tiny hands, his face alight with relief. "You've done it! The magic is set right again," he exclaimed, his gratitude shining in his eyes. Linnea smiled, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her heart. "Sometimes all it takes is a little patience and understanding," she said softly, offering the sprite a reassuring nod. With the mystery resolved, Linnea and Oliver bid farewell to their new friends, their hearts light with the joy of a puzzle solved. As they made their way back through the forest, the night seemed to hum with a gentle harmony, as if the very world was singing them home. When they returned to Willowbrook, the village was bathed in the soft glow of lantern light, and the clock tower stood tall against the starlit sky, its chimes keeping company with the night. As Linnea and Oliver settled in for the evening, the fire crackling warmly in the hearth, they felt the embrace of a world where magic and friendship walked hand in hand. And as they drifted into dreams, they knew that in the heart of Willowbrook, mysteries would always be met with open hearts and the wisdom of gentle souls. Story 9. In the quiet depths of the Andromeda Quadrant, where stars twinkled like distant lanterns in an endless ocean of night, there existed a peculiar planet named Lumina. Its skies were a swirl of lavender and gold, perpetually glowing with an otherworldly luminescence. It was on this planet that the paths of two unlikely companions would cross, an encounter that would change the course of their lives forever. From the planet Nor, a place known for its towering crystalline forests and shimmering silver lakes, came Zephyr. Zephyr was a being of light, quite literally. His form was ethereal, a cascade of glowing, flowing energy that pulsed gently like the rhythmic ebb of the ocean tide. His presence was soothing, his voice a soft, melodic hum that resonated with the gentle harmony of the universe. On the opposite side of the cosmic tapestry, from the rugged volcanic terrain of Pyra, hailed Ignis. Ignis was a creature of fire, his skin a molten hue of deep crimson, flickering with embers that danced across his surface like playful sprites. His eyes glowed with the warmth of a hearth, and his laughter was a hearty, crackling sound that could melt even the iciest of hearts. Their meeting was not by design but by chance, a cosmic coincidence orchestrated by the mysterious forces that govern the stars. Zephyr had come to Luminous seeking solace, a respite from the responsibilities that weighed upon him back home. He drifted through the vibrant meadows, his luminescent tendrils brushing against the luminescent flora, each contact leaving a trail of shimmering stardust in his wake. It was in one such meadow, where the flowers glowed with the soft light of 1,000 tiny moons, that he first laid eyes upon Ignis. Ignis, on a journey of discovery, had landed on Lumina to learn more about the cultures and creatures of the universe. As he stepped onto the meadow's radiant carpet, his fiery presence stirred the air, causing the luminescent petals to sway gently, as if in greeting. There, amidst the gentle glow of the flowers, he saw Zephyr, a being of light that seemed to float just above the ground. Their initial interaction was fraught with misunderstanding. Zephyr, accustomed to the gentle hums and whispers of his own kind, was startled by Ignis's fiery nature. The crackling of Ignis's laughter, though warm, seemed initially harsh to Zephyr's ears, and the heat that radiated from Ignis's form was an unfamiliar sensation against his cool, light-infused presence. Ignis, on the other hand, found Zephyr's quiet demeanor puzzling. On Pyra, emotions were expressed openly and passionately, often accompanied by bursts of flame and laughter. Zephyr's calm, almost serene disposition was a mystery to him, and he struggled to understand the subtle nuances of Zephyr's communication. Despite these initial misunderstandings, curiosity sparked between them, much like the stars that ignited the night sky above. They began to explore the wonders of Lumina together, sharing stories of their worlds, their cultures, and the peculiarities of their own beings. Their journey led them to the crystal caves, a place where prisms of light danced across the walls, creating a symphony of colors that cascaded around them like a living rainbow. Here, they encountered their first challenge, an ancient riddle that guarded the heart of the caves. The riddle spoke of harmony, of understanding and balance, a lesson woven into the very fabric of the universe. Zephyr, with his attunement to the gentle whispers of the cosmos, and Ignis, with his fiery passion and bold spirit, found that the key to solving the riddle lay in embracing their differences. Together, they discovered that their unique attributes complemented one another perfectly. Zephyr's light illuminated the intricate carvings on the cave walls, revealing hidden patterns and symbols. Ignis used his warmth to melt away the icy barriers that blocked their path, revealing passages once concealed by time. As they journeyed deeper into the caves, a deep bond began to form between them, a friendship forged in the crucible of shared experiences and mutual respect. They learned to listen and understand, finding beauty in their differences and strength in their unity. It was during a moment of quiet reflection, seated together beneath a canopy of glittering stalactites, that Ignis turned to Zephyr, his eyes glowing with a soft, ember-like warmth. "You know," he mused, his voice a gentle crackle, "we are like the stars, Zephyr. Each of us shines in our own way, yet together we light up the universe." Zephyr smiled, his form pulsing with a serene luminescence. "Yes," he agreed, his voice a soothing melody, "and it is in our coming together, in our shared light, that we find our brightest glow." Their journey through the caves concluded at the heart of Lumina, a breathtaking chamber where light and heat intertwined in a dazzling display of cosmic artistry. It was here that they realized the true treasure of their adventure was not the discovery of the cave's secrets, but the bond they had forged along the way. As they emerged from the caves, the lavender and gold skies of Lumina stretching above them, Zephyr and Ignis felt a profound sense of peace and belonging. They had discovered the true meaning of friendship, a connection that transcended the boundaries of species and planets, a bond that was as enduring as the stars themselves. And so, under the gentle glow of Lumina's eternal sky, two unlikely companions found a place in each other's hearts, forever united by the light of friendship that would guide them through any darkness the universe might hold. As the stars began to twinkle softly overhead, Zephyr and Ignis settled into the soft, luminescent grass of the meadow, the gentle hum of the planet's energy cradling them like a lullaby. Here, amidst the quiet beauty of Lumina, they knew that their journey together had only just begun. The universe, with all its wonders and mysteries, awaited them. But for now, they were content to simply be two friends, side by side, illuminated by the gentle glow of the cosmos and the warmth of their newfound companionship. Story 10. Once upon a time, nestled in the gentle embrace of a lush emerald valley, there lay a quaint little village named Willowbrook. The sun rose each day to paint the skies with hues of lavender and gold, casting its warm, tender light upon the cobblestone streets and the ivy-clad cottages that lined them. The air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming jasmine and the melodic chirp of sparrows flitting from tree to tree. In this serene village lived a curious young girl named Aria, whose heart danced with the rhythms of the world beyond the hills that cradled Willowbrook. Her spirit was as bright as the morning sun, and her imagination as boundless as the sky at dusk. Aria had heard many tales of the Enchanted Glade, a mystical place beyond the whispering woods, where the trees stood tall like sentinels of time, and the leaves whispered secrets of old. One crisp morning, as the first light kissed the dew-laden fields, Aria decided to embark on a journey to the Enchanted Glade. She packed a small basket with freshly baked honey cakes, and set off with a heart full of wonder. The path led her through the whispering woods, where the trees swayed gently in the breeze, their leaves rustling like 1,000 soft voices sharing ancient stories. As Aria ventured deeper into the woods, the air grew cooler, and shafts of sunlight danced upon the forest floor, guiding her way. The scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of the forest, creating a symphony of scents that made her feel both invigorated and at peace. It wasn't long before she encountered a clearing where the trees parted to reveal a meadow bathed in dappled sunlight. In the center of the meadow stood a large, shimmering pond, its surface as smooth as glass and reflecting the sky like a mirror. As Aria approached, she noticed ripples spreading across the water, each one revealing a glimpse of a magical world beneath. Suddenly, the surface broke with a gentle splash, and a creature unlike any she had ever seen emerged. It was a water sprite, its skin glistening like the morning dew, and its eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stars. "Welcome, Aria," the sprite sang in a voice as gentle as the wind. "I am Lyra, the guardian of this pond. You have ventured far, and your heart is pure. What is it that you seek?" Aria, though surprised, felt a warmth in her chest, as if she had met an old friend. "I seek the Enchanted Glade," she replied softly. "I wish to see the wonders it holds and learn from its magic." Lyra nodded, her smile serene. "The path to the Enchanted Glade is not without its challenges, but fear not, for courage resides in the heart that dares to dream." With a graceful wave of her hand, Lyra beckoned Aria to follow the trail that wound through the meadow and beyond. With renewed determination, Aria continued her journey. The path led her through a grove of ancient trees, their trunks twisted and gnarled, yet exuding a sense of wisdom and strength. As she walked, Aria heard a soft rustling from above. Looking up, she saw a family of brightly colored birds perched on branches, their feathers shimmering like jewels in the sunlight. "Little one, where do you wander?" chirped the mother bird, tilting her head curiously. "I seek the Enchanted Glade," Aria replied, her voice filled with hope. "I wish to learn from its magic and see its wonders." The mother bird nodded, her eyes full of kindness. "Remember, child, it is not only the destination that holds magic, but the journey itself. The friends you make and the lessons you learn are treasures of their own." With those words echoing in her heart, Aria continued on, her footsteps light and her spirit soaring. As she neared the edge of the grove, the trees parted to reveal a landscape unlike any she had imagined. The Enchanted Glade spread before her, a tapestry of colors and light that seemed to pulse with life itself. The glade was a place where the ordinary world met the extraordinary. Flowers bloomed in every shade imaginable, their petals unfurling to reveal sparkling dewdrops that caught the sunlight and cast rainbows across the grass. Butterflies danced in the air, their wings painting trails of luminescent color as they flitted from bloom to bloom. In the heart of the glade stood a grand oak tree, its branches stretching wide as if embracing the sky. Beneath its boughs lay a carpet of soft moss, inviting and warm. Aria approached the tree, feeling the gentle hum of magic that thrummed through the air. As she settled beneath the oak, she noticed a small gathering of creatures emerging from the shadows. There were rabbits with fur as white as snow, foxes with eyes like amber jewels, and even a timid deer that watched her with gentle curiosity. They formed a circle around Aria, their presence comforting and kind. A soft, melodic voice broke the stillness, and Aria realized it was the voice of the oak itself. "Welcome, dear traveler. You have shown great courage and kindness on your journey. What do you seek in the heart of this glade?" Aria took a deep breath, her heart swelling with gratitude for the journey and the friends she had made along the way. "I seek to learn from this place, to understand its magic, and carry its wisdom with me." The oak's leaves rustled softly, as if nodding in approval. "You have learned already, young one. The courage to explore the unknown, the kindness to embrace new friends, and the wisdom to see the magic in the journey are the greatest gifts of all." As the sun began its descent, painting the sky with shades of rose and gold, Aria felt a sense of peace settle within her. She knew she would carry the enchantment of the glade and the warmth of her newfound friends back to Willowbrook, where her heart would forever hold the magic of this wondrous place. And so, with a heart full of joy and a spirit alight with wonder, Aria made her way home, the whispers of the Enchanted Glade echoing softly in her mind, a lullaby of courage and exploration that would guide her for all her days. And from that day forward, whenever the sun set and the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Aria would share the tales of her journey with the villagers. Her voice a gentle melody that wove dreams of courage and friendship into the hearts of all who listened. Story 11, The Whispering Woods. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and a vast, whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Aria. Her home, a snug cottage with a thatched roof and flower-laden windowsills, rested at the edge of the village, where the cobblestone paths began to merge with the earthier trails of the woods. Aria loved her home, where the scent of baked bread often mingled with the fresh aroma of morning dew. Aria's life was filled with simple joys, gathering wildflowers, playing with the village children, and listening to her grandmother's stories by the fireplace. Her grandmother, with hair like spun silver and eyes that sparkled like the night sky, often told tales of the whispering woods. It was said that deep within the forest lay a hidden world, accessible only to those pure of heart and brave of spirit. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Aria sat by the fireplace, captivated by the flames' dance. Her grandmother's voice, gentle and melodic, filled the room. "The whispering woods," she said, "are not just trees and shadows. They are alive with magic and mystery. It is a place where one can discover secrets and find their true self." Aria's curiosity was piqued, her imagination setting sail on a sea of possibilities. "Have you ever been there, Grandma?" she asked, eyes wide with wonder. Her grandmother chuckled softly, the sound like the tinkling of wind chimes. "Ah, my dear, the forest reveals itself differently to each traveler. I have heard its whispers, but the journey is yours to discover." That night, as Aria lay in bed, the moonlight streaming through her window, she dreamed of the forest. In her dream, the trees seemed to call her name, their leaves rustling secrets she longed to hear. The following morning, a gentle mist hung low over the village, curling around the cottages and weaving through the fields. Aria awoke with a sense of purpose, a soft whisper in her heart encouraging her to explore the forest. She packed a small satchel with a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and her grandmother's old compass, then set out toward the forest's edge. As she stepped onto the path leading into the woods, the air seemed to change, becoming cooler and rich with the scent of pine and earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, dappling the forest floor with patches of light that danced as the leaves above swayed in the breeze. Aria walked slowly, listening to the forest's gentle symphony. Birds chirped melodies from high branches, and somewhere in the distance a brook babbled softly. She followed the path as it wound deeper into the forest, her senses alive to every sound and scent. After walking for some time, Aria came upon a clearing where the sunlight poured down like liquid gold. In the center of the clearing stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching toward the sky. At its base lay a small, sparkling pool of water, so clear it mirrored the sky above. Drawn to the pool, Aria knelt beside it, her reflection gazing back at her. As she stared into the water, something extraordinary happened. The surface rippled, and an image began to form, a vision of a hidden world, vibrant with color and life. She saw creatures she had never imagined, flowers that glowed like embers, and paths that twisted and turned through a dreamlike landscape. Aria gasped, pulling back slightly, her heart racing with excitement and a hint of fear. She realized then that the pool was a gateway, a bridge to the hidden world her grandmother had spoken of. But how did one cross such a bridge? As if in answer, a soft voice drifted through the clearing, as gentle as a breeze. "To enter our world, you must leave behind your fears and doubts. Trust your heart, Aria." Surprised but undeterred, Aria took a deep breath, allowing the forest's tranquility to seep into her, calming her racing mind. She closed her eyes, focusing on the warmth in her chest, the quiet strength she found in her dreams. When she opened her eyes again, the clearing shimmered, and the world seemed to shift ever so slightly. The pool's water had transformed into a swirling portal of light, beckoning her forward. Aria stood, her heart steady, and stepped into the light. The transition was seamless. One moment she was in the forest clearing, and the next she found herself in a wonderland of vibrant hues and gentle sounds. The world around her was alive with magic, the air thick with enchantment. Flowers of every shade and shape bloomed around her, their petals luminescent and soft as silk. Trees with trunks of shimmering silver stretched toward a sky that shifted from azure to indigo. Aria walked along a path that seemed to glow beneath her feet, feeling a sense of awe and belonging. As she explored, she encountered creatures beyond her wildest dreams, graceful deer with antlers woven with vines, butterflies that sparkled like tiny stars, and birds that sang songs of joy and peace. In this hidden world, time seemed to flow differently. Hours passed like moments, and yet every second was filled with wonder. Aria felt herself changing, her heart opening to the magic around her, her mind expanding with possibilities. As she journeyed deeper into this enchanted realm, she came upon a glade where a gentle waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pond. Here, she met a creature unlike any she had seen, a fox with fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes that gleamed with wisdom. The fox regarded her with a knowing gaze. "Welcome, Aria. I am Phelan, guardian of this world. Few have crossed the threshold, and fewer still have understood its mysteries." Aria smiled, feeling a kinship with the fox. "It's beautiful here. I've never seen anything like it." Phelan nodded, his tail flicking gracefully. "This world is a reflection of the heart, a place where dreams and reality intertwine. You have been chosen, Aria, for your heart is pure and your spirit brave." Together they explored the glade, Phelan sharing stories of the hidden world and its wonders. Aria listened, her soul drinking in the knowledge and friendship offered so freely. She realized that this journey was not just about discovering a hidden world, but also about discovering herself. As the sun began its descent, casting the world in hues of rose and gold, Aria knew it was time to return. Her heart ached at the thought of leaving, but she understood that this place had given her something far more valuable than just an adventure. It had given her insight into her own strength and the beauty of the world around her. Phelan walked with her to the edge of the glade, his eyes warm with understanding. "Remember, Aria, the magic of this world lives within you. Carry it with you and let it guide you always." With a final grateful smile, Aria stepped back through the portal, the hidden world fading into the familiar embrace of the whispering woods. She found herself once more by the sparkling pool, the vision gone but the memories etched into her heart. The journey home felt different, the world around her richer and more vibrant. She saw the beauty in every leaf, heard music in the rustle of the wind, and felt a profound connection to the life surrounding her. When she returned to the village, her grandmother was waiting by the hearth, a knowing smile on her lips. Aria embraced her, feeling the warmth and love that had always been her anchor. "The forest showed me so much," Aria said, her voice filled with wonder. Her grandmother nodded, her eyes twinkling with pride and understanding. "The journey is but the beginning, my dear. You have discovered a world within and without, and that knowledge will guide you as you grow." As the fire crackled softly and the night folded around them, Aria felt a deep sense of peace. She knew that the magic she had found in the Whispering Woods would stay with her forever, a gentle reminder of the strength and beauty that resided within her own heart. And so, as the stars twinkled gently in the sky and the world outside slumbered, Aria drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams filled with the colors and wonders of the hidden world she had come to know and cherish. Story 12. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where stars shimmered like scattered jewels in the vastness of space, lay a cluster of planets known as the Starweave constellation. It was here, on the vibrant planet of Arborealis, that our story begins. Arborealis was a lush, verdant world, draped in endless forests and gentle whispering winds that carried the scent of sweet blossoms. On this planet lived a gentle creature named Leora, a being of light and energy, who resembled a wisp of the aurora borealis. Leora had a curious spirit, always drifting through the dense woods, leaving trails of shimmering colors in her wake. Her kind, the Lumen, were peaceful and wise, devoted to the nurturing of Arborealis's rich ecosystem. One late afternoon, as Arborealis's twin suns dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Leora encountered something unusual. There, nestled awkwardly between the roots of a towering elder tree, was a peculiar metallic structure, a spacecraft battered and worn. From within emerged a creature unlike any Leora had ever seen. It was a small, furry being with large, expressive eyes and a curious pair of antennae atop its head. The creature stumbled out, its fur matted and its eyes wide with both fear and wonder. This was Ziri, an intrepid traveler from the icy planet of Glacialis, who had crash-landed on Arborealis due to a malfunction in her ship's navigation system. Leora approached cautiously, her light dimming with apprehension. Ziri, sensing the approach, turned and let out a series of high-pitched chirps, a language unfamiliar to Leora. She tried to communicate through her own language of light pulses, but Ziri only blinked in confusion. Despite the misunderstanding, Leora sensed no malice in the newcomer. She extended a tendril of light towards Ziri, who hesitantly reached out with a paw. As their forms touched, a warmth spread between them, an unspoken promise of friendship. The days that followed were filled with small challenges. Leora and Ziri had to learn to communicate through gestures and emotions, often leading to amusing misinterpretations. Leora's luminous form was a stark contrast to Ziri's solid, furry presence, yet they found joy in their differences. Leora led Ziri through the sun-dappled canopies, showing her the wonders of Arborealis, while Ziri shared stories of Glacialis's icy beauty and its shimmering ice fields. One evening, as the sky darkened to a deep indigo and the first stars pierced the velvety night, a new challenge arose. A sudden storm swept across the land, with winds howling through the trees and rain lashing against the foliage. It was unlike anything Ziri had ever experienced, and fear clutched at her heart. Leora, sensing Ziri's distress, wrapped her in a cocoon of warm light. Together, they found shelter under the sprawling roots of a great tree. The storm raged on, but within their small haven, a sense of peace blossomed. Leora hummed a soothing melody, a song of Arborealis, and slowly Ziri's tremors subsided. As the storm passed and the first rays of dawn filtered through the leaves, the two emerged, their bonds stronger than before. They had weathered the fury of nature together, and in doing so, had learned the true strength of their friendship. In the following weeks, Ziri worked on repairing her spacecraft, with Leora by her side, offering tools fashioned from the natural materials of the forest. Their teamwork flourished, each complementing the other's strengths and compensating for their weaknesses. Ziri's technical skills and Leora's resourcefulness melded into a harmonious dance of cooperation. Finally, the day came when Ziri's ship was ready for takeoff. The thought of parting weighed heavily on both of them, but they knew it was inevitable. As Ziri prepared to embark on her journey home, they shared a moment of quiet reflection under the canopy of starlight. In a final gesture of friendship, Leora gifted Ziri a small orb of her own luminescent energy, a piece of Arborealis to carry with her across the stars. Ziri's eyes glistened with tears, and she promised to return one day. With a gentle hum, the spacecraft lifted off, its metal gleaming in the morning light. Leora watched as it soared into the azure sky, a bright streak against the heavens until it vanished beyond the horizon. And so, in the heart of the Starweave constellation, a friendship had blossomed, a bond forged through challenges, misunderstandings, and the enduring warmth of mutual understanding. As Leora returned to her wanderings through the emerald forests of Arborealis, she knew that somewhere among the stars, a kindred spirit carried the light of their friendship, a beacon that would forever guide them back to each other. In the end, they had discovered a profound truth, that true friendship transcends boundaries of space and form, and that the ties that bind kindred souls are woven with threads of trust, compassion, and shared dreams. Story 13. In a quaint village, nestled between gentle hills and whispering streams, there lived a young woman named Leora. She was known throughout the village for her intricate tapestries that captured the essence of the seasons, woven with threads dyed from wildflowers and forest herbs. Yet, despite her artistic prowess, Leora felt a restlessness within her, a yearning for something she couldn't quite name. Each morning, as the sun spilled golden light across the cobblestone streets, Leora would walk to the edge of the village, where the forest began its symphony of rustling leaves and birdsong. There she would sit beneath the ancient oak tree, its gnarled roots cradling her like an old friend, and ponder the changes she felt stirring within her heart. One crisp autumn day, as the air was filled with the scent of fallen leaves and the promise of rain, Leora noticed something unusual about the oak tree. Its bark seemed to shimmer with a soft, iridescent glow, and from a hollow in its trunk emerged a delicate creature, neither bird nor butterfly, but a creature of pure light, dappling the ground with flecks of color. "Do not be afraid, dear Leora," the creature spoke in a voice like the gentle rustle of leaves. I am the spirit of this forest, and I have watched you grow, much like the oak that shelters you. Leora, though startled, felt a warmth spreading from her heart, calming her nerves. Spirit of the forest, why do I feel this restlessness, this longing for change? The spirit fluttered closer, its light casting a gentle glow over Leora's features. Change is the essence of life, dear one. Just as the seasons turn, so must we all. Your heart seeks growth, and it is time for you to embrace it. But how? Leora asked, her voice barely above a whisper, as she traced patterns in the fallen leaves with her fingertips. To grow, the spirit replied, you must step beyond the familiar and into the unknown, where new threads of life await your weaving. But fear not, for you will not journey alone. With these words, the spirit vanished into the oak, leaving Leora with a sense of both uncertainty and excitement. Determined to heed the spirit's message, she returned to the village with a newfound resolve. Among the villagers, there were two who had always been Leora's confidants. Aiden, the gentle blacksmith with hands as strong as his heart, and Mira, the wise herbalist whose laughter was as healing as her potions. They listened with kindness as Leora shared her encounter with the forest spirit and her decision to embrace change. You have always tended to the needs of others through your art, Aiden said, his voice a deep, reassuring rumble. Perhaps it is time to create something for yourself. Indeed, Mira chimed in, her eyes twinkling like stars caught in twilight. Transformation is a gift, Leora. Let the forest guide you, and in return, you will discover the colors of your own soul. With their words echoing in her heart, Leora packed a small satchel with essentials and set out at dawn, the forest path stretching before her like an unwoven tapestry. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and earth, and as she walked, she felt a gentle stirring within, like the first breath of spring. Days turned into weeks, and as Leora journeyed deeper into the forest, she encountered wonders beyond her imaginings. She marveled at the luminous fungi that lit her path at night, and the ancient stones that hummed with the songs of the earth. Each step brought her closer to herself, unraveling the tangle of doubts that had once held her. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Leora found herself at the edge of a tranquil lake. The water mirrored the sky, creating a tapestry of light and shadow. She knelt by the shore, her reflection gazing back at her with eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of the forest. "Who are you?" she asked softly, her voice mingling with the gentle lapping of the water. "I am you," the reflection replied, "and we are the weaver and the woven. You have always had the threads of change within you, waiting to be spun into something new." As the last light of day faded, a soft glow emanated from the lake, enveloping Leora in warmth. She felt a deep peace settle within her, a sense of belonging to the world around her and to herself. The restlessness that once consumed her had transformed into a quiet certainty. With the dawn came Leora's return to the village, her heart as light as the morning mist. She was greeted with open arms by Aiden and Mira, who saw the transformation etched upon her face. "You have found your colors," Mira said, embracing Leora with the tenderness of a mother. "And now your tapestry will be richer for it." Leora smiled, her eyes bright with the promise of new beginnings. "Yes, and I have learned that change is not something to fear, but a journey to be embraced with joy and wonder." And so in the cozy glow of her cottage, with the fire crackling softly and the scent of warm bread wafting through the air, Leora began a new tapestry. This one was for herself, woven with the colors of her journey, the wisdom of the forest, and the love of her friends. As the seasons turned, Leora's heart was no longer restless, for she had discovered the beauty of personal growth and the magic of transformation. And in the quiet moments beneath the ancient oak, she knew she was exactly where she was meant to be, a part of the ever-changing tapestry of life. Story 14. Once upon a time in a galaxy not too far from here, there lay a shimmering cluster of stars where two very different worlds orbited a bright golden sun. Each planet was inhabited by beings as unique as their home worlds, a testament to the infinite creativity of the cosmos. On the lush, verdant world of Lumina, the Lumits, gentle beings of light and energy, floated gracefully through their forested glades. They thrived on the planet's abundant sunlight, their existence a symphony of harmony and tranquility. The Lumites communicated through radiant glows and soft, melodious hums that filled the air like evening lullabies. Across the vast expanse of space was the rugged, mineral-rich planet of Duras, home to the Drisk, a sturdy, earthbound species known for their resilient stone-like skin. The Drisk were industrious and practical, skilled in the art of crafting and utilizing the planet's resources. They spoke in low, rumbling tones, their voices resonating like the echoes within a deep cave. Though separated by light years, fate had woven a thread that would soon draw these two very different worlds together. In the heart of a cosmic storm, a Lumite named Solon and a young Drisk called Kor found themselves caught in an unexpected adventure. Solon, curious and adventurous, had ventured too far from Lumina's comforting glow on a quest to discover new celestial phenomena. Meanwhile, Kor, ever eager to test his mettle, piloted a small craft in pursuit of rare minerals that danced in the storm's wake. As the storm intensified, their paths collided, and they were thrust from the turbulence onto an uncharted moon, its silver surface glistening under the distant starlight. Their crafts were damaged, and they found themselves marooned, each stranded with only the other for company. At first, misunderstandings abounded. Solon's ethereal glow startled Kor, who mistook it for an aggressive display. Meanwhile, Solon was bewildered by Kor's deep, rumbling voice, which seemed to shake the very ground beneath them. They eyed each other warily, hesitant and unsure of the other's intentions. Yet as the moon's soft night enveloped them, something remarkable happened. As they sat around a small campfire, they managed to ignite using Kor's ingenuity and Solon's light. They began to truly see one another. The initial misunderstandings gave way to curiosity, and slowly, understanding. Solon's glow reflected gently off Kor's rugged exterior, creating a serene dance of light and shadow. Through gestures, shared smiles, and the universal language of kindness, they began to communicate. The challenges they faced on this strange moon drew them closer. They worked together to repair their crafts, combining Solon's knowledge of energy and light with Kor's practical skills and strength. They learned to rely on one another, Solon using her calming glow to keep the darkness at bay, while Kor's strength moved obstacles that blocked their path. In the quiet moments between work, they shared stories of their worlds. Solon spoke of Lumina's endless meadows and the harmonious songs of her people, while Kor described the majestic stone spires of Duras and the deep, comforting rhythms of his community's labor. Each tale was a window into a world previously unknown, and with each story, their friendship deepened. One night, as they sat beneath a canopy of stars, Solon noticed Kor's gaze was fixed upon the sky. "What do you see, dear friend?" she hummed softly, her glow casting a warm circle of light around them. Kor, his voice a gentle rumble, replied, "I see possibilities. I see our worlds not as distant or different, but as part of a larger tapestry. We are threads woven together by this shared experience." Solon's glow brightened with understanding. "Yes, we are more alike than different, bound by the same stars that light the sky." Their time on the moon taught them the true meaning of friendship, a bond beyond words, transcending the boundaries of their worlds. They learned that differences could be celebrated rather than feared, and that true strength lay in unity and understanding. When at last their crafts were repaired and the cosmic storm had passed, it was time to return to their respective worlds. They parted not with sadness, but with a promise to share the lessons of their journey. As Solon floated back to Lumina, her glow was brighter than ever, her spirit enriched by the friendship she had forged. And Kor, returning to Duras, carried with him not just the minerals he had sought, but a heart full of warmth and newfound wisdom. And so, in the gentle light of distant stars, two worlds grew a little closer, united by the enduring friendship of a Lumite and a Drisk. The galaxy whispered their story, a comforting reminder that even in the vastness of space, companionship and understanding could bridge any distance. And as the golden sun set, casting a soft glow over both Lumina and Duras, the universe settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle bonds of friendship that now spanned across the stars. Story 15. The Whispering Wood and the Lantern of Glimmers. In the gentle embrace of a valley, nestled between rolling hills and shimmering streams, there lay a forest known only to those who dared venture beyond the well-trodden paths. This was the Whispering Wood, where leaves murmured secrets of ancient times and wind wove tales of wonder. Among the towering oaks and whispering pines there lived a kind-hearted girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 untold stories. Lila had always felt a peculiar kinship with the Whispering Wood, sensing its heartbeat in the rustle of leaves and the call of the nightingale. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and gold, Lila would wander into the woods, guided by the symphony of nature's twilight song. One particular evening, as a silvery mist cloaked the forest floor and the world seemed to shimmer with magic, Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. Tucked beneath the roots of an ancient oak was a lantern unlike any she had ever seen. It was crafted from delicate silver vines that intertwined like the branches above, and within its glass chamber danced a soft, ethereal light that pulsed like the gentle beating of a heart. As Lila reached out to touch the lantern, the light within flared briefly, casting shimmering patterns on the forest floor. The lantern felt warm and alive in her hands, and as her fingers brushed its surface, a gentle voice echoed in her mind. "Guardian of the glimmers, your journey begins." Startled, Lila looked around, but there was no one to be seen. The forest was quiet, save for the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. Confused yet intrigued, Lila decided to take the lantern home, feeling a deep connection to the mysterious object. That night, as Lila lay in her bed, the lantern by her side, she dreamed of a world hidden within the heart of the forest. It was a place where creatures of light and shadow danced in harmony, where rivers sang melodies of old, and where the stars themselves whispered secrets to those who cared to listen. When Lila awoke, the dream lingered in her mind, vivid and compelling. She knew the Whispering Wood held more than just the lantern. It held a secret world waiting to be discovered. Determined to unravel the mystery, Lila set out the next morning, the lantern clutched tightly in her hand. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the lantern seemed to guide her, its light growing brighter with each step. The trees parted, revealing paths that twisted and turned, leading her ever onward. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the sound of a nearby stream bubbled like laughter. After what felt like hours of walking, Lila arrived at a clearing, bathed in the soft glow of the lantern. At its center stood a grand tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches reaching up to touch the sky. Lila felt a sense of awe and reverence as she approached, knowing instinctively that this was the heart of the Whispering Wood. To her surprise, as she neared the tree, its bark shimmered and shifted, revealing a doorway. With a deep breath, Lila stepped through, the lantern illuminating her path. Beyond the doorway lay a world unlike any she had imagined. The air was thick with enchantment, and the ground beneath her feet shimmered with the iridescent hues of 1,000 tiny glimmers. Creatures of all shapes and sizes flitted about, their bodies glowing with an inner light. They paused to gaze at Lila with eyes full of wonder and curiosity. One creature, resembling a small, luminous fox, bounded forward, its tail a cascade of twinkling lights. "Welcome, Guardian," it said in a voice as soft as the breeze. "You have found the Lantern of Glimmers, and with it, the gateway to our world." Lila knelt, reaching out to touch the creature. Its fur was warm and comforting, like the embrace of an old friend. "What is this place?" she asked, her voice a whisper. "This is the realm of glimmers," the fox replied. "A sanctuary for the light of the world, where harmony and joy reign. But darkness too seeks to claim it, and so we must protect our light." Lila listened, her heart swelling with a sense of purpose. She understood now that her journey was to protect this hidden realm, to ensure the balance of light and shadow remained unbroken. For days, Lila remained in the realm of glimmers, learning its secrets and befriending its inhabitants. She discovered that each creature, each glimmer, had a role to play in the grand tapestry of the forest, be it weaving light into the fabric of dreams or guiding lost souls to safety. But not all was peaceful in the realm. Shadows lurked at its edges, seeking to consume the light and spread darkness. The creatures whispered of a growing threat, a darkness that sought to extinguish the glimmers and cast the forest into eternal night. Determined to defend her newfound friends, Lila sought guidance from the eldest of the glimmers, a wise owl whose feathers shimmered like stardust. "The darkness fears the light," the owl said, its voice deep and resonant. "But it cannot be fought with force alone. It is through understanding, through compassion and unity, that we shall prevail." With these words in her heart, Lila hatched a plan. She gathered the creatures of the realm, each bringing their unique light, and together they wove a tapestry of harmony. They sang songs of hope and friendship, their voices rising in a crescendo that filled the air with warmth and love. As they sang, the shadows receded, unable to withstand the power of their unity. The darkness was not vanquished, but it was held at bay, balanced by the light that shone brightly in the hearts of all who dwelled in the realm. With the threat quelled, Lila knew it was time to return to her world. She bid farewell to her friends, promising to return whenever the forest called to her. As she stepped back through the doorway, the lantern in hand, she felt a profound sense of peace and fulfillment. Lila emerged from the whispering wood, the lantern's light now a gentle glow, a reminder of the magic that lay within. She knew her journey had changed her, instilling in her a deeper appreciation for the beauty and balance of the world. As she walked home, the sun setting behind her, painting the sky with colors of twilight, Lila felt the forest whisper its gratitude. She smiled, knowing she would always carry the light of the realm of glimmers within her heart, ready to shine whenever darkness threatened to encroach. And so, with each step, Lila's world became a little brighter, a little more magical, for she understood that the true power of light lay not in its ability to banish darkness, but in its capacity to illuminate the path of kindness, friendship, and understanding. Story 16. Once upon a time, nestled at the edge of a sleepy village, there lay a forest known only to the whispers of the wind as the Enchanted Glade. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, tales of its wonders drifting from the lips of the elder storytellers to the eager ears of children gathered around their firesides. Yet, none dared to venture far beyond its fringes, save for a young girl named Lila, whose heart danced to the melody of curiosity. Lila had hair the color of autumn leaves, and eyes that sparkled like the first stars of evening. Her days were filled with the simple joys of village life, but her dreams often carried her beyond the horizon, to places where the ordinary became extraordinary. It was on one such dream-filled morning, as the golden sun spilled its light over the dew-kissed meadows, that Lila decided to follow her heart into the Enchanted Glade. The entrance to the glade was a grand archway of ancient oak trees, their branches intertwined like old friends sharing secrets. As Lila stepped beneath them, a gentle breeze kissed her cheeks, and she felt a tingling excitement fizz through her veins. The air was rich with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and the soft rustle of leaves created a symphony that beckoned her deeper into the forest. The glade was unlike anything Lila had ever imagined. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, which was carpeted in lush moss and dotted with mushrooms of every color. As she walked, Lila marveled at the delicate dance of butterflies around her, their wings like stained glass windows in the sunlight. A gentle stream wound its way through the trees, its waters singing a melody that was both ancient and new. It wasn't long before Lila encountered the first of the forest's whimsical denizens. A small creature, no taller than her knee, stood on the path ahead. It had the body of a rabbit, but wore a waistcoat of shimmering blue, and its ears were adorned with tiny bells that tinkled as it moved. The creature introduced itself as Fiddlesticks, the keeper of paths. "Welcome, young traveler," Fiddlesticks said, bowing with a flourish. "The glade has awaited your arrival. What brings you to our realm?" Lila, finding her voice, replied, "I wish to see the wonders of this forest and learn its secrets." Fiddlesticks nodded wisely, his eyes twinkling. "Then let your heart be your guide, and may your courage light the way." With Fiddlesticks by her side, Lila continued her journey. Together they encountered creatures both wondrous and strange. There were the Lumywings, dragonflies whose bodies glowed with a gentle luminescence, painting the shadows with soft hues of violet and gold. There were the Whisper Willows, trees that spoke in soft murmurs, sharing stories of ages past with those who cared to listen. As they walked, Lila faced gentle challenges that tested her newfound courage. At a river crossing, Where stepping stones lay scattered like the pieces of a forgotten puzzle, her balance and patience were her allies. With each leap, her confidence grew, until she reached the other side, greeted by Fiddlestick's approving nod. The most enchanting encounter came when they stumbled upon a grove where the air hummed with a peculiar vibrancy. In its center stood a circle of stones, each one engraved with runes that shimmered like moonlit water. Here, Lila met the Grove Guardians, ethereal beings woven from starlight and mist. Their voices were like the gentle chiming of distant bells, and they asked Lila to solve a riddle, one that spoke of truth and heart. "To find what you seek, you must look within," sang the Guardians, their chorus a soothing lullaby, "for courage is the compass that guides us when paths are dim." Lila pondered their words, and with a heart full of understanding, she spoke. "The greatest treasure is not what we find, but what we become in the journey." The Guardians smiled, their forms shimmering with approval. "Indeed, young traveler, your heart has shown you the way." With their blessing, Lila and Fiddlesticks continued until they reached the heart of the enchanted glade. There, beneath the boughs of a magnificent silver tree that glistened as if dusted with stardust, Lila felt a profound sense of peace. She knew she had discovered something precious, a strength within herself that would guide her through all of life's adventures. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila bid farewell to her newfound friends. Fiddlesticks, with a twinkle in his eye, promised that the paths of the glade would forever be open to her. With her heart light and her spirit aglow, Lila made her way back to the village. The enchanted glade had gifted her not just with memories and stories to share, but with the wisdom that courage and exploration were the keys to unlocking the wonders of the world around her. And so, under the gentle embrace of twilight, Lila returned home, her heart forever touched by the magic of the glade, and her dreams forever brightened by the light of her own courage. Story 17. In a cozy village, nestled between the arms of a sprawling forest and the gentle sweep of rolling hills, there lived a young woman named Lila. Her home, a quaint cottage adorned with ivy and lavender, sat at the edge of the village, where the woods whispered secrets in the breeze. Lila was known for her kindness and her gift for storytelling, often gathering the village children to share tales of wonder and delight. Despite her vibrant imagination and the warmth she brought to others, Lila found herself struggling with a deep-seated fear of change. She cherished the familiar rhythm of her life and the comforting predictability of her days. But as the seasons turned, she felt a restlessness stirring within her, like the first breath of spring after a long winter. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in shades of amber and gold, Lila received a letter from a distant relative inviting her to visit. The letter was wrapped in an air of mystery, hinting at a revelation that awaited her. Though her heart fluttered with trepidation at the thought of leaving her beloved village, something within urged her to embark on this journey. Her dearest friend, a wise old woman named Marigold, visited her that evening. Marigold, with her silver hair and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of countless stories, listened as Lila shared her fears. "Lila, dear," Marigold said softly, her voice like the soothing rustle of leaves. "Change is but another tale waiting to be told. It holds the magic of transformation, like a caterpillar becoming a butterfly. It is only through stepping into the unknown that we discover the depths of our own hearts." Encouraged by Marigold's words, Lila decided to venture forth. She packed a small bag and set off early the next morning, the first rays of sunlight spilling over the horizon, painting the world in a soft, golden glow. The path through the forest was lined with ancient trees whose branches formed a canopy above, filtering the light into a dappled dance upon the ground. As she walked, Lila heard the gentle murmur of the stream, the birds singing their morning songs, and the wind weaving through the leaves. Each sound was a note in nature's symphony, a reminder of the beauty that lay in the world beyond her cottage. Guided by the map enclosed in the letter, Lila found herself at the entrance of a hidden glen she had never seen before. At its heart stood an enormous, ancient oak tree, its trunk gnarled and vast, its boughs reaching up as if to embrace the sky. Hanging from the branches were clusters of delicate, luminescent flowers that glowed softly in the dim light, a sight so breathtaking that Lila felt as if she had stepped into one of her own stories. As she approached the tree, a gentle voice resonated in the air, saying, "Welcome, dear Lila. I am the guardian of change, and you have been brought here to embrace the magic within you." Startled, but not afraid, Lila asked, "How can I overcome my fear of change?" The guardian, invisible yet palpable like the presence of an old friend, replied, "To understand change, you must first see it as a mirror to your own growth. The magic of these flowers reflects the light of your heart, revealing the strength you hold within. Embrace it, and you shall transform." With those words, a soft breeze carried a single flower down from the tree. As Lila caught it in her palm, it shimmered with a warmth that seeped into her skin, filling her with a gentle courage she had never known. Buoyed by this newfound strength, Lila felt the fears that had clung to her like shadows begin to dissolve. She understood that the journey she was on was not just a physical one, but a journey of the heart, a journey toward discovering her own potential and embracing the unknown with grace. As she made her way back through the forest, Lila noticed the world around her with renewed wonder. The colors seemed more vibrant, the air sweeter, and the songs of the forest more harmonious. Each step she took was a step toward herself, her spirit light and joyful. Upon returning to the village, Lila found that her stories now carried a deeper resonance, the magic of her own transformation woven into every tale she told. The villagers gathered more eagerly, sensing the change in her, a change that inspired them to face their own fears and embrace life's uncertainties. And so, Lila learned that the beauty of personal discovery lay not in the avoidance of change, but in the acceptance of it. She realized that within every challenge was a seed of possibility, waiting to bloom into something wondrous. With the passing of time, the village flourished with stories of courage and friendship, each one a testament to the gentle strength that lay within every heart. And as Lila sat by her fire each evening, surrounded by the warmth of her friends and the glow of the hearth, she felt at peace, knowing that she had found her place in the ever-unfolding tapestry of life. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars that blanketed the night sky, Lila's story continued, a story of magic and transformation that would be told for generations to come, inspiring all who heard it to embrace the beauty of change and the power of growth. Story 18. In a distant corner of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, vibrant planet named Luminara. It was a world of lush, emerald forests and crystalline lakes that shimmered under the glow of 3 moons. Luminara was a planet teeming with life and wonder, yet it was not the only world in this cosmic neighborhood. Kepleria, a massive planet known for its vast deserts and towering ochre mountains, orbiting not too far from Luminara, was home to the resilient and resourceful Keplerians. These beings, with their shimmering, metallic skin and large, expressive eyes, were renowned for their ingenuity and strength. One day, a curious Keplerian named Zoran, with a heart full of adventure and a mind eager for discovery, decided to embark on a journey to Luminara. Zoran's spacecraft, a sleek silver vessel capable of slicing through the cosmos, landed gently on the soft, verdant ground of Luminara. Zoran stepped out, his eyes widening in awe as he took in the vibrant colors and intoxicating scents of this new world. The air was filled with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves was like a soothing lullaby. As Zoran wandered through the forest, he encountered a creature unlike any he had seen before. Sitting by a glistening lake was a luminarian named Miri, whose skin glowed with a soft, golden hue, and whose hair flowed like liquid starlight. Miri was singing a gentle tune, her voice blending harmoniously with the whisper of the wind. Zoran, captivated by the melody, approached cautiously. "Hello," Zoran greeted, his voice a blend of metallic resonance and warmth. Startled, Miri looked up, her eyes wide with surprise. "Oh, I didn't hear you coming," she replied with a smile that glimmered like moonlight on water. Zoran smiled back, and thus began their friendship, a friendship that would soon be tested by misunderstandings and challenges, yet would grow stronger with each hurdle. At first, their differences were glaring. Zoran, accustomed to the harsh, arid climate of Kepleria, found Luminara's lush environment overwhelming. He struggled with the humidity, and the buzzing of tiny insects that seemed to follow him everywhere. Miri, on the other hand, was fascinated by Zoran's tales of Caplaria, though she found it difficult to comprehend a world without lush greenery or gentle rains. One day, as they walked through the forest, Miri attempted to teach Zoran about the various plants and animals that inhabited her world. She picked a delicate flower, its petals shimmering with iridescent hues, and handed it to Zoran. "This is a moon blossom," she said. "It only blooms under the light of our 3 moons." Zoran, however, misunderstood her gesture. On Caplaria, picking a flower was a sign of disrespect to nature, as each plant played a crucial role in the fragile desert ecosystem. He frowned, feeling a pang of discomfort. "Why would you pick it?" he asked, his voice tinged with confusion. Miri, taken aback by his reaction, explained gently, "Here, it's a way of sharing beauty with others. It shows appreciation." As they continued their walk, both fell into a thoughtful silence, each pondering the other's perspective. That evening, as they sat by the lake watching the moon's rise, Zoran spoke up. "I'm sorry for earlier. I didn't understand." Miri smiled softly, her eyes reflecting the moonlight. "And I'm sorry too. I hadn't considered how different our worlds are." With that exchange, a deeper understanding blossomed between them, one that transcended their planetary differences. They learned to appreciate each other's perspectives, and their friendship grew stronger. Soon, a shared challenge emerged. A rare cosmic storm was predicted to pass through their region, threatening both Luminara and Caplaria. The storm, with its swirling luminous clouds and crackling energy, was a sight to behold, but also a force to be reckoned with. Zoran, with his knowledge of constructing sturdy shelters, and Miri, with her understanding of the land, decided to work together to prepare for the storm. Under Miri's guidance, they collected materials from the forest, and with Zoran's expertise, they built a shelter that could withstand the storm's fury. As they worked, their camaraderie deepened. Zoran, with his steady hands and keen mind, and Miri, with her grace and creativity, complemented each other perfectly. They shared stories and laughter, each moment weaving their bond tighter. The day the storm arrived, the sky turned a brilliant shade of violet, and lightning danced across the horizon like celestial fireworks. Zoran and Miri took refuge in their shelter, the wind howling around them like a wild symphony. In the safety of their haven, Miri sang softly, her voice a calming balm against the storm's roar. Zoran listened, feeling a sense of peace and comfort. "Thank you, Miri," he said, his voice barely audible over the storm, "for everything." Miri reached out, her hand finding his. "We're in this together, Zoran. That's what friends are for." Hours passed, and gradually the storm subsided. The first light of dawn broke through the clouds, painting the world in hues of gold and pink. Zoran and Miri emerged from their shelter to find Luminara alive with fresh beauty, the air crisp and rejuvenated. As they stood side by side, watching the sun rise over the glistening lake, they realized the true meaning of friendship. It was not just about shared interests or similar worlds, but about understanding and supporting each other through challenges. It was about growing together, learning from one another, and cherishing the bonds that transcended the stars. With the storm behind them and a bright future ahead, Zoran and Miri knew their friendship was a treasure, more precious than any gem in the cosmos. And so under the vast, endless sky, their story began, a tale of unlikely companions who discovered the true meaning of friendship amidst the wonders of the universe. Story 19. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the whispering woods, there was a quaint little village named Willowbrook. This village was known for its serene beauty and the gentle magic that seemed to dance through the air like dappled sunlight. The villagers were warm-hearted, their days filled with the simple joys of tending gardens, baking pies, and sharing stories by the fireside. However, Willowbrook had recently been abuzz with quiet curiosity and mild concern, for something peculiar had begun to unfold. The village's famous moon lilies, those delicate blooms that only opened under the light of a full moon, were mysteriously disappearing. The moon lilies, with their petals like shimmering silver, were not just beautiful. They were known to have a calming essence that soothed troubled minds and brought sweet dreams. To the villagers, their nightly blooming was as much a part of life as the gentle murmur of the brook that wound its way through the village. On a particularly crisp autumn evening, as the last of the sun's golden rays dipped below the horizon, young Finn, a curious and kind-hearted boy with a mind as quick as a squirrel's, decided it was time to investigate. Finn lived with his grandmother, an elder of the village known for her wisdom and gentle humor. She often told Finn stories of times when the world was young, and magic was as common as the dew on a morning leaf. "Why do you think the moon lilies are disappearing, grandmother?" Finn asked one evening, as they sat together by the fireplace, the flames casting a warm glow across the room. His grandmother paused, her knitting needles clicking softly in her hands. "Ah, my dear Finn, sometimes the answers to such mysteries lie not just in the world we see, but in the world we listen to. You must open your heart to the whispers of the woods." Taking her words to heart, Finn set off the next evening, bundled warmly in his favorite woolen scarf and cap. The moon hung high and full, casting its silvery light across the landscape, turning the village and the woods into a world of soft shadows and gentle gleams. As Finn approached the meadow where the moon lilies grew, he paused, his breath forming little clouds in the chill night air. He crouched low among the tall grasses, his eyes scanning the field, glistening under the moonlight like a sea of stars. Just then, a soft rustling reached his ears, and he turned to see a small, luminescent creature hovering nearby. It was a sprite, a tiny being of light, with wings that shimmered like the iridescent hues of dragonfly wings. The sprite's eyes twinkled with a playful yet ancient wisdom. "Good evening, Finn," the sprite chimed in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. "Good evening," Finn replied, his voice filled with wonder. "I didn't expect to meet anyone out here." The sprite giggled, a sound like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Ah, but this is our world too, young Finn. We've been watching your moon lilies, and we are as curious as you are." Together they watched in silence for a moment, the sprite's gentle glow mingling with the moonlight. Then, almost imperceptibly, the ground beneath the moon lilies began to stir. Finn leaned closer, his eyes wide with fascination. From the earth emerged a group of small, furry creatures, their eyes bright and inquisitive. These were the meadow mice, known for their love of late-night feasts and their mischievous nature. They scurried about, nibbling the stems of the moon lilies with delicate precision. Finn watched, his heart swelling with understanding. The mice seemed not to be causing harm, but were rather drawn to the lily's soothing essence, just as the villagers were. He turned to the sprite, who nodded knowingly. "It seems our furry friends are unwittingly taking more than their share of the moon's gift," the sprite remarked softly. "But how can we share the lilies with the mice without losing them altogether?" Finn wondered aloud. The sprite fluttered down to rest on Finn's shoulder, its presence comforting and warm. "A balance must be found, dear Finn. Perhaps we can guide the mice to understand the importance of the lilies to all who dwell here." With the sprite's help, Finn devised a gentle plan. They crafted tiny lanterns from fallen acorns, filling them with a magical glow that mimicked the soothing light of the moon lilies. The sprite, with a song as ancient as the woods, taught the mice to follow the lanterns to a new patch of wildflowers, equally nourishing but lacking the lily's precious essence. Over the coming nights, the mice learned to savor their new feast, leaving the moon lilies to bloom undisturbed. As the village's moonlit nights returned to their tranquil norm, Finn felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that harmony had been restored. The villagers, unaware of the mystery that had unfolded, simply marveled at the continued beauty of the moon lilies, their dreams as sweet and restful as ever. And Finn, with the sprite as his secret companion, learned that sometimes the greatest mysteries are solved not by the mind alone, but by listening with the heart. And so, under the gentle watch of the moon, the village of Willowbrook nestled into the embrace of another peaceful night, each lullaby of the babbling brook and whispering leaf a testament to the magic of understanding and friendship. As the fire in Finn's hearth crackled softly, casting its warm glow across the room, grandmother and grandson shared a knowing smile. Outside, the moon lilies swayed gently in the cool night breeze, their petals aglow with a promise of dreams to come. And with that, Finn drifted into a deep and peaceful sleep, his heart light and content. Story 20. In a galaxy where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across the velvet expanse of space, there existed a small, verdant planet known as Veridonia. It was a world bathed in the soft glow of its twin moons, where the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets to the wind. Here, in a cozy village nestled among rolling emerald hills, lived a creature named Lyra. Lyra was a Veridonian, small in stature with skin that shimmered in hues of green and gold under the sunlight. Her eyes were wide and deep, reflecting the tranquility of the lush landscape she called home. One day, as Lyra tended to her garden of moonflowers, whose petals unfurled only under the night sky, a curious sight appeared in the heavens. A streak of silver like a comet descended rapidly, landing with a thud beyond the hills. Intrigued, Lyra decided to investigate, her curiosity piqued by the unusual arrival. Upon reaching the site, she discovered a sleek, metallic pod partially buried in the soft earth. As she approached cautiously, the pod's door hissed open, revealing a being unlike any she had ever seen. He was tall and slender, with skin the color of twilight and eyes that shimmered like distant stars. His name was Orion, a traveler from the planet Zephyra, known for its vast swirling skies and ethereal beauty. Orion's ship had malfunctioned, stranding him far from home. Initially, the two beings regarded each other with wary curiosity. Lyra, unfamiliar with Orion's kind, felt a twinge of apprehension. Likewise, Orion, accustomed to the ethereal silence of Zephyra, found the vibrant life of Veridonia overwhelming. Their first attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lyra's gentle gestures of welcome were misinterpreted by Orion as threats, while Orion's attempts to repair his ship seemed to Lyra like an invasion of her peaceful world. It was only when Lyra offered Orion a moonflower, an act of sharing something precious to her, that a bridge of understanding began to form. Over the days that followed, Lyra and Orion faced several challenges together. The first was a fierce storm that swept across Veridonia, its winds howling through the trees. As the sky darkened and rain pelted down, Lyra led Orion to the safety of her home, a cozy dwelling built into the side of a hill. There, by the warmth of a crackling fire, she brewed a pot of herbal tea, its fragrant steam curling into the air. As they sipped the comforting brew, Orion shared tales of Zephyra, of skies painted with colors unseen on Veridonia, and of the serene, floating cities that danced among the clouds. In return, Lyra spoke of the land she loved, where each season painted the world anew. They discovered a shared appreciation for the beauty of their homes, realizing that despite their differences, they were not so dissimilar after all. The following day, Lyra helped Orion gather materials to repair his ship. Together, they ventured into the dense forest where sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating patterns of light and shadow. As they worked side by side, Orion marveled at Lyra's knowledge of the land and her resourcefulness. In turn, Lyra admired Orion's ingenuity and the way he crafted solutions to problems with a grace she found inspiring. Their bond deepened with each shared experience. Orion showed Lyra how to navigate by the stars, teaching her to read the constellations that danced in the night sky. In return, Lyra taught Orion the language of the forest, how to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds. They found joy in their differences, realizing that each had much to learn from the other. One evening, as the twin moons bathed the landscape in a silvery glow, Orion finally completed the repairs to his ship. It was time for him to leave, to return to the swirling skies of Zephyra. There was a bitter sweetness to their farewell, a gentle sadness tempered by the warmth of the bond they had formed. As Orion prepared to depart, he placed a small, luminescent crystal in Lyra's hand. "This is a piece of Zephyra," he said, his voice a soft melody. "When you look at it, remember the skies we shared." Lyra smiled, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. In return, she handed Orion a carefully pressed moonflower. "And this," she said, "is a piece of Veridonia. May it remind you of the quiet beauty we found together." As Orion's ship lifted into the starry sky, Lyra watched until it became a mere twinkle among the stars. Though her heart ached with the parting, it was also filled with a deep, abiding warmth. She knew that friendship was not bound by distance or time, but by the shared moments that linger in the heart. Back on Zephyra, Orion often gazed at the moonflower, its petals glowing softly in the twilight of his world. It reminded him of the gentle Veridonian who had taught him the true meaning of friendship, a lesson he carried with him among the clouds. And on Veridonia, Lyra cherished the crystal's radiant glow, finding comfort in the knowledge that somewhere, across the vast expanse of the universe, a friend was looking at the same stars, remembering the bond they had forged amidst the challenges and wonders of two worlds. Story 21. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic danced through the air like fireflies in the night, there lived a young raccoon named Rusty. His home was a cozy burrow, nestled deep within the ancient whispering woods, where the trees seemed to murmur secrets to one another. One crisp autumn evening, as Rusty was foraging for acorns and mushrooms, he noticed something peculiar. The usual chatter of the forest had gone eerily silent, save for the occasional rustling of leaves. Even the babbling brook nearby seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. Perplexed, Rusty scurried back to his burrow, his paws clutching a small bundle of provisions. As he settled in for the night, a faint glow caught his eye. It emanated from a corner of his den, pulsing ever so gently like a heartbeat. Rusty's curiosity was piqued, and he inched closer to investigate. To his amazement, the glow appeared to be coming from a tiny, jewel-like object that seemed to have materialized out of thin air. As he reached out to touch it, the object flickered and vanished, leaving him more bewildered than ever. The following morning, Rusty set out to unravel the mystery, determined to seek answers from the wise creatures of the forest. His first stop was the hollowed oak tree, where old Willow the owl resided. With her keen eyes and vast knowledge, she was sure to shed some light on the strange occurrences. "Ah, young Rusty," hooted Willow, her feathers ruffled in concern. "I've sensed a disturbance in the magic that flows through these woods. Strange happenings like the one you describe are often a sign that the balance has been disrupted." Rusty listened intently as Willow explained that the whispering woods were home to ancient magic, guarded by the mystical keepers, benevolent beings tasked with preserving the harmony of the forest. Something had caused their protective enchantments to falter, allowing pockets of wild magic to seep through and manifest in unpredictable ways. "But fear not, little one," Willow reassured him. "The keepers will surely sense the imbalance and work to restore the natural order. In the meantime, we must be patient and observant, for the answers we seek may reveal themselves in the most unexpected of places." With newfound determination, Rusty continued his quest, seeking out other wise beings who might offer guidance. He spoke with the ancient oak tree whose roots stretched deep into the earth, and the gentle stream that carried whispers from the mountains. Each encounter added another piece to the puzzle, sharpening Rusty's senses and deepening his appreciation for the delicate balance of the forest. As the days passed, the strange occurrences grew more frequent and puzzling. Flowers bloomed out of season, mushrooms sprouted in unusual shapes, and glimmering lights danced among the trees at night. Yet Rusty remained undaunted, his keen eyes and ears ever alert for clues. One misty morning, as Rusty was foraging near the brook, he noticed a peculiar sight. A tiny creature, no bigger than his paw, was perched on a mossy rock, humming a melodic tune. Its gossamer wings shimmered with every note, and its body seemed to be made of pure light. Rusty froze, hardly daring to breathe lest he startle the delicate being. But the creature seemed to sense his presence and turned its radiant gaze upon him. "Greetings, young raccoon," it spoke in a voice like tinkling bells. "I am a keeper of these woods, and I see that you have been diligently seeking answers to the mysteries that surround us." Rusty listened in awe as the keeper explained that a powerful but benevolent force had recently entered the forest, causing the magic to fluctuate and manifest in unusual ways. This force was not harmful, but rather a harbinger of change and renewal. "The cycles of nature are ever shifting," the keeper said with a gentle smile. "What may seem strange or out of balance now is simply the prelude to a beautiful transformation. Trust in the wisdom of the forest, and all will be revealed in due time." With those words, the keeper bid farewell, its luminous form fading into the mist. Rusty felt a profound sense of wonder and peace wash over him, as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. True to the keeper's words, the strange occurrences gradually subsided, and the forest regained its familiar rhythm. The trees seemed to stand a little taller, their leaves rustling with renewed vigor. The flowers bloomed in vibrant hues, and the air was thick with the sweet scent of blossoms. As Rusty settled into his burrow one starry night, he gazed out at the whispering woods with a newfound appreciation for the mysteries that lay within. He knew that the magic would always be there, ebbing and flowing like the cycles of the seasons, and that the wise beings of the forest would forever guide and protect this enchanted realm. With a contented sigh, Rusty curled up and drifted off to sleep, lulled by the gentle whispers of the trees and the promise of countless wonders yet to unfold. Story 22. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willow, nestled between the whispering woods and the gentle curve of the river Lilt, lived a young woman named Ela. Willowbrook was a place where the seasons painted vivid tapestries upon the landscape, where spring's tender greens danced into summer's golden hues, and autumn's rich colors melted into winter's serene whites. Here, the air was always perfumed with the scent of pine and earth, and the nights were serenaded by the songs of crickets and the soft rustle of leaves. Isla, with her flaxen hair and eyes the color of the summer sky, was known throughout the village for her gentle heart and quiet nature. Yet, beneath her serene exterior, Ela bore a secret fear of change. She clung tightly to the familiar rhythms of her life, finding comfort in the predictable patterns of the sun and moon. As the years passed, Isla noticed subtle shifts within herself. She felt a yearning she couldn't quite name, a whispering of her soul that called for something more. But the thought of stepping beyond the borders of her beloved village stirred a storm of doubt and fear within her heart. One crisp morning, as the first frost painted delicate lace patterns upon her window, Ela awoke with a sense of anticipation. The village was abuzz with excitement about the arrival of the traveling fair, which only visited once every decade. It was said that the fair brought with it a touch of enchantment, a sprinkle of magic that lingered long after it had moved on. With a heart both eager and apprehensive, Isla wrapped herself in her warmest cloak and ventured to the village square. The air was alive with laughter and the sweet aroma of cinnamon and apple wafting from the stalls. The fair was a kaleidoscope of colors and sounds, with performers twirling ribbons in the air and musicians playing melodies that danced on the breeze. Among the many wonders, one booth drew Isla's attention more than any other. A sign above it, painted in swirling letters, read, "Mirrors of the Soul." Intrigued, Ela approached and found an old woman with hair as silver as the moon and eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of the ages. "Welcome, dear one," the woman said, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "Here you will find a mirror that reflects not your visage, but your heart's deepest desires." Isla hesitated, her fingers brushing the edge of the mirror. She gazed into its depths, and to her astonishment saw not her reflection, but a shimmering vision of a mighty oak tree, its branches stretching toward the heavens, its roots delving deep into the earth. The image was both beautiful and unsettling, a symbol of strength and growth that stirred something deep within her. "What does it mean?" Ela asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "The oak is a symbol of your potential," the old woman replied. "It speaks of growth and transformation, of finding strength within oneself to reach for the sky and embrace the unknown." Ela pondered these words, feeling a flutter of hope amidst her trepidation. Could she, like the oak, find the courage to grow and change? Days turned into weeks, and the fair moved on, leaving behind an aura of magic that lingered in the hearts of those who had visited. Isla found herself drawn to the woods that bordered the village, a place she had only ever admired from afar. One afternoon, with the golden light of the setting sun streaming through the trees, she ventured into the forest. The woods were a cathedral of nature, with towering trees forming arches overhead and the ground blanketed in a carpet of fallen leaves. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and damp earth, and the gentle song of a nearby brook danced on the wind. As she wandered deeper, Isla stumbled upon a glade where a circle of ancient stones stood, weathered and moss-covered. In the center of this circle, a sapling oak grew, its leaves shimmering in the dappled sunlight like emeralds. Drawn to the young tree, Isla knelt before it, her fingers brushing the tender leaves. She felt a connection, a kinship with this small symbol of life and potential. It was here that she met a trio of woodland creatures, a wise old owl, a playful squirrel, and a gentle deer. Each, in their own way, became her guide and companion. The owl, with eyes as deep as the night sky, often perched nearby, sharing stories of the forest and the cycles of nature. Change is the way of life, the owl would hoot. Embrace it, and you will find your true self. The squirrel, with its bright eyes and bushy tail, taught Isla the joy of play and exploration. Life is an adventure, it chattered. Leap from branch to branch and see where the journey takes you. The deer, with its serene grace, reminded Isla of the beauty in stillness and reflection. In silence, you will hear your heart's true song, it would whisper, nudging Isla gently with its nose. With their guidance, Isla began to open herself to the possibilities of change. She learned to listen to the whispers of the forest, to find courage in the rustling leaves, and strength in the sturdy oak. Each visit to the glade was a step on her path of discovery, a journey toward embracing the unknown. Seasons turned, and with them, Isla found herself transforming. She began to notice the beauty in the unexpected, finding joy in the colors of autumn's leaves and the crisp chill of winter's breath. She discovered a newfound confidence in herself, a belief in her ability to grow and adapt. One evening, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Isla returned to the glade. The owl, squirrel, and deer awaited her, their eyes filled with warmth and pride. "You've found your strength," the owl said, its voice a soft caress. "You've embraced the journey," the squirrel added, its eyes alight with mischief. "You've listened to your heart," the deer concluded, nuzzling Isla's hand. As Isla stood in the glade, surrounded by her friends and the gentle glow of moonlight, she felt a sense of peace and fulfillment. She realized that change was not something to fear, but a gift to be cherished, a chance to grow, to discover, and to become the person she was meant to be. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a spirit as free as the wind, Isla returned to her village. She carried with her the wisdom of the forest, the lessons of the oak, and the love of her woodland friends. She had learned that true magic lay not in the fair's enchantments, but in the courage to embrace change, the strength to grow, and the beauty of discovering one's true self. In the cozy warmth of her cottage, with the fire crackling softly and the scent of pine in the air, Isla closed her eyes and whispered a silent thank you to the forest. She knew that she would forever carry its magic within her heart, a guiding light in the ever-unfolding journey of life. And so, with the stars as her witness and the moon as her companion, Isla drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the promise of new beginnings and the magic of transformation. Story 23. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang gentle lullabies with the wind and the brook hummed a soothing tune, there lived a young girl named Miri. Miri was known for her kind heart and her deep love for the forest, yet she struggled with the smallest changes in her world. The thought of shifting seasons, or the way the sun cast different shadows as the days grew longer or shorter, left her feeling uneasy. She wished for everything to remain as it was, untouched by the passage of time. Miri lived in a quaint cottage with her grandmother Nana, who was wise and gentle, like the softest breeze on a warm summer evening. Nana understood Miri's struggles and often shared stories of the forest's magic and its lessons of change. "The forest is a living tapestry," Nana would say, her voice as soothing as the first light of dawn, constantly weaving new patterns, each more beautiful than the last. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to brilliant shades of amber and gold, Miri wandered deeper into the forest than she ever had before. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the crispness of the coming winter. As she walked, she came upon a small clearing bathed in a golden light, where a peculiar sight awaited her. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient tree, its trunk twisted and gnarled with age, yet it pulsed with a vibrant energy. The tree seemed alive in a way that was different from the others. It glowed softly, and its leaves shimmered like threads of silver under the sun. Miri felt a gentle pull towards it, as if the tree itself was calling her name. Curious and a bit hesitant, Miri approached the tree. As she reached out to touch its bark, she heard a soft rustling above her. Looking up, she saw a small, ethereal creature perched among the branches. It was a tiny sprite, with wings that glistened like droplets of morning dew. The The sprite had a warm smile that reminded Miri of a friend she had not yet met. "Hello, Miri," the sprite greeted, its voice a melodic whisper. "I am Lyra, the guardian of this tree. You seem troubled by the changes around you." Miri nodded, feeling a comfort in Lyra's presence. "I wish everything could stay the same. Change makes me feel lost." Lyra fluttered down and hovered beside Miri, her wings twinkling like starlight. Change can be daunting, like the first steps into the unknown, but within change lies the magic of transformation, the beauty of becoming. Intrigued, Miri asked, "What do you mean?" Lyra gestured to the tree. "This tree is called the Tree of Seasons. It reflects the cycle of life and the magic of transformation. Each leaf holds a story of change, a caterpillar turning into a butterfly, a seed growing into a tree, the moon's phases. They all teach us that change is not to be feared but embraced." Miri listened intently, her heart warming with the sprite's gentle wisdom. "But how do I embrace change?" she asked. Lyra smiled again. "By understanding that each change brings new opportunities for growth. Let me show you." With a gentle flutter, Lyra touched a leaf on the Tree of Seasons, and a soft light enveloped Miri. She felt herself being lifted, her feet no longer touching the ground. The world around her transformed, and she found herself in a dream-like vision. In this vision, Miri saw herself as a seed planted in the earth. She felt the warmth of the sun and the nurturing touch of rain. She experienced the thrill of sprouting, of reaching towards the sky, and blossoming into a beautiful flower. She felt the joy of sharing her colors with the world, of swaying with the breeze, and the contentment of being part of something greater. As the vision faded, Miri returned to the clearing, her heart lighter, her mind clearer. She felt a newfound sense of peace, as if she had glimpsed the magic within herself, a magic that was ever-changing, ever-growing. "Thank you, Lyra," Miri said, her voice filled with gratitude. "I understand now. Change is part of life, and it can lead to something beautiful." Lyra nodded, her wings shimmering with approval. "Remember, Miri, you are like the forest, always growing, always transforming. Embrace it, and you will find your own magic." With a heart full of hope and a spirit renewed, Miri returned to the cottage, where Nana awaited her with open arms and a warm cup of chamomile tea. As they sat by the hearth, the fire crackling softly, Miri shared her encounter with the Tree of Seasons and the wise sprite Lyra. Nana listened, her eyes twinkling with pride and love. "You've learned a valuable lesson today, my dear. Change is the essence of life, and with it comes growth and discovery." Miri nodded, feeling the truth of those words resonating within her. She realized that the forest, with its ever-changing beauty, mirrored her own journey. She was no longer afraid of change, for she had discovered its beauty, its magic, and the promise it held. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvety night sky, Miri lay in her bed, the soft glow of the moon filtering through the window. She drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with visions of the forest, the Tree of Seasons, and the gentle guidance of Lyra. She knew that, like the forest, she was part of a wondrous tapestry, ever-changing and ever-growing, and that was the most beautiful magic of all. Story 24. Once upon a time, in a peaceful village nestled at the foot of rolling emerald hills, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her home was a quaint cottage with a thatched roof, tucked away beneath the boughs of an ancient oak tree. The tree's limbs stretched wide, providing shade and a home to countless birds whose songs filled the air with melodies as sweet as sun-drenched honey. Lila was known throughout the village for her bright smile and her curious spirit. She loved to explore, wandering the fields and woods surrounding her home, always on the lookout for hidden wonders. Her most treasured possession was a small, intricately carved wooden box that had belonged to her grandmother. The box, polished to a warm glow, was said to hold mysterious powers, though Lila had never discovered what they might be. One crisp autumn morning, as a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, Lila set out on another of her adventures. The air was filled with the scent of fallen leaves and the promise of change. Golden sunlight filtered through the trees, casting dappled shadows on the path that wound its way into the heart of the forest. Lila's heart raced with excitement as she clutched the wooden box close to her chest. As she wandered deeper into the woods, the sounds of the village faded, replaced by the whispers of the forest. Birds chirped, and the wind hummed a low lullaby. Suddenly, Lila stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood an ancient stone well, covered in moss and ivy, as if it had been forgotten by time itself. Curiosity piqued, Lila approached the well. As she peered into its depths, she felt a strange sensation, as though the well were calling to her. She hesitated for a moment, then opened her grandmother's box. Inside lay a small, shimmering key, unlike any she had ever seen. Its surface was etched with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the light. Without fully understanding why, Lila felt compelled to lower the key into the well. As she did, the water below shimmered and began to glow with a soft, inviting light. The surface of the water rippled, revealing an image of a hidden world. Lila gasped in wonder as she saw a lush landscape filled with vibrant flowers and streams of silver water, a place untouched by the worries of the outside world. Before she knew it, Lila was drawn into the well, her surroundings blurring and shifting until she found herself standing in the very world she had glimpsed. The air was warm and fragrant, filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the distant hum of bees. The sky above was a brilliant hue of blue, dotted with fluffy clouds that drifted lazily by. Lila's heart swelled with a sense of magic and possibility. She wandered through the meadow, her fingers brushing against petals as soft as velvet. Everywhere she looked, she discovered new marvels. Butterflies with wings like stained glass, streams that sang as they flowed, and trees that whispered secrets in the wind. As she explored, Lila met a small creature unlike any she had ever seen. It was a fox, but its fur shimmered with a silvery sheen, and its eyes sparkled with a gentle wisdom. The fox introduced itself as Phelan and spoke in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "You have found your way to the hidden realm," Phelan said, its eyes twinkling with kindness. "Few have ever ventured here, and fewer still have left unchanged. But be warned, this place is not without its challenges." Though Lila felt a twinge of apprehension, her curiosity was far greater. She asked Phelan what she must do to explore this wondrous land and perhaps learn its secrets. Phelan explained that the hidden realm was governed by the balance of nature, and that balance was now threatened. A darkness had begun to spread, casting shadows over the land, and it was up to the inhabitants to restore harmony. Only then could the realm continue to thrive. Eager to help, Lila agreed to join Phelan on a journey to uncover the source of the darkness. Together they set off across the meadow, the fox leading the way with a swift, graceful stride. As they traveled, Lila marveled at the beauty surrounding her and felt a growing connection to the land and its creatures. Their journey led them to a grove of towering trees, their trunks gnarled and ancient. Here the shadows were most pronounced, and Lila felt a chill creep up her spine. The air was heavy with silence, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves. In the center of the grove stood a tree unlike any other. Its bark was dark and twisted, and its branches reached skyward like skeletal fingers. From its roots seeped a dark, inky substance that tainted the earth around it. "This is the source of the darkness," Phelan explained, his voice tinged with sadness. "The tree has been poisoned by fear and doubt, its roots feeding on negativity and despair. To restore balance, we must cleanse it and allow it to heal." Lila pondered Phelan's words, her mind racing as she considered the challenge before them. How could they cleanse something so deeply rooted in darkness? Then an idea began to form, inspired by a lesson her grandmother had once taught her, that the power of love and kindness could overcome even the deepest fears. With renewed determination, Lila took the wooden box from her satchel and opened it once more. Inside, alongside the shimmering key, lay a small pouch filled with shimmering dust, a gift from her grandmother. Lila realized this was no ordinary dust, but a manifestation of hope and light, the antidote to the darkness that plagued the tree. As she scattered the dust over the tree's roots, a gentle warmth spread through the grove. The shadows began to recede, replaced by a soft, golden glow. Lila and Phelan watched in awe as the tree's bark softened and its branches unfurled, blossoms of purest white emerging to bathe the grove in a gentle light. With the tree healed, the hidden realm began to flourish once more. The darkness lifted, revealing a land vibrant and full of life. Lila and Phelan were hailed as heroes by the realm's inhabitants, their bravery and kindness celebrated by all. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila knew it was time to return to her own world. Though she felt a pang of sadness at leaving, she was filled with a sense of accomplishment and gratitude for the journey she had undertaken. With Phelan by her side, Lila returned to the ancient well. The fox thanked her for her courage and friendship, promising that the hidden realm would always remember her. As Lila stepped back into the well, she felt the familiar sensation of being drawn through time and space, until she found herself once more at the edge of the clearing. The sun had set, and the stars twinkled overhead like diamonds scattered across a velvet sky. Lila held the wooden box close, feeling the warmth of its magic still lingering within. She knew that she would always carry the lessons of the hidden realm in her heart, a reminder of the power of love, friendship, and the courage to face the unknown. With a contented sigh, Lila made her way home, her heart light and her spirit renewed. She knew that the world was filled with wonders waiting to be discovered, and she would face whatever challenges lay ahead with the same courage and kindness that had guided her in the hidden realm. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the gentle hum of the forest lulled her into dreams of adventure and friendship, and the promise of new journeys yet to come. And so, in the quiet of the night, Lila's story became part of the tapestry of dreams, a tale of magic, love, and the endless possibilities of the heart. Story 25. In the distant reaches of a galaxy painted with nebulae of shimmering teal and lavender, there existed a small planet named Solara, known for its radiant sunlit meadows and rivers that sang as they flowed over smooth, iridescent pebbles. Solara was home to the Lumina, ethereal beings composed of light and warmth, who danced gracefully in the morning rays and whispered stories to the stars at night. On the other side of the galaxy, tucked within the shadowed embrace of a nebula, was the mysterious planet of Nocturne, shrouded in twilight and luminescent mists. The inhabitants here were the Nocturnals, creatures of shadow and moonlight, who glided silently through the cool, misty forests and found comfort in the gentle glow of the bioluminescent flora. The Lumina and the Nocturnals had known of each other only through distant tales, woven into the fabric of their respective cultures, but never had they met. That was until a fateful day when a Lumina named Aaron, curious and adventurous, found himself drawn by an inexplicable pull toward the distant glow of the Nocturne Nebula. As Aaron traversed the expanse of space, each star he passed seemed to whisper encouragement and hope. His light shimmered like a beacon, casting a warm glow in the cold of space, until finally he arrived at Nocturne. The planet was bathed in a serene half-light, the air cool and fragrant with unseen blooms. Exploring this new world, Aaron marveled at the quiet beauty surrounding him. Yet his presence did not go unnoticed. From the shadows, a nocturnal named Lyra watched with cautious curiosity. She had never seen a being of such brilliance, and while part of her felt an instinctive urge to retreat into the comforting shadows, something about Aaron's gentle light intrigued her. Gathering her courage, Lyra stepped into the soft glow of a nearby bioluminescent tree, allowing herself to be seen. Her form was a silhouette against the shimmering backdrop, her eyes reflecting the luminescence around her. Their first meeting was awkward, as misunderstandings often are. Aaron, unused to the dimness, mistook Lyra's quiet demeanor for hostility, while Lyra, unaccustomed to such brightness, misinterpreted Aaron's enthusiasm as arrogance. Yet neither turned away. They began to communicate through gestures and shared experiences. Aaron showed Lyra the warmth of his light, how it could gently illuminate paths and reveal hidden beauty. In turn, Lyra introduced Aaron to the wonders of her twilight world, where shadows played in harmony with light, creating dances of intricate patterns across the forest floor. Their friendship was not without its challenges. At times, Aaron's light would inadvertently overwhelm the delicate glow of Nocturne, frightening the creatures that thrived there. Conversely, Lyra's shadowy form would occasionally dim Aaron's light, leaving him feeling lost and unsure. But with each misunderstanding came growth. Aaron learned to temper his light, allowing it to mingle with the gentle glow of Nocturne, creating a soft, harmonious radiance. Lyra discovered the warmth in Aaron's light, learning to step out of the shadows to share in its comfort. One day, as they wandered together through a grove of luminescent trees, a sudden storm swept over the land, bringing with it fierce winds and darkening skies. Erin's light flickered, struggling against the encroaching darkness, while Lyra found herself enveloped in a chill that even her familiar shadows could not warm. In that moment of shared vulnerability, they turned to each other for strength. Erin extended his light, not to outshine the storm, but to provide a steady presence in the chaos. Lyra, feeling the warmth of his resolve, wrapped her shadow around them both, creating a cocoon of calm amidst the tempest. Together, they weathered the storm, emerging stronger for the experience. From that day forward, their bond was unbreakable, a testament to the power of friendship forged through understanding and mutual support. As the days turned into months, Erin and Lyra became a beloved tale among their people, a story of light and shadow working in harmony, teaching both the Lumina and the Nocturnals the true meaning of friendship. Their journey showed that even the most unlikely companions could find common ground, and that differences, when embraced, only serve to enrich the tapestry of life. And so, under the stars that twinkled like distant lanterns in the night sky, Erin and Lyra continued to explore the wonders of both Solara and Nocturne, their hearts forever intertwined, a beacon of hope and unity in a universe that was vast and full of possibilities. Story 26. Once upon a time, in a village nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Leora. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions waiting to be answered. Leora was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and her love for the mysteries that whispered from the woods. The villagers often found her sitting at the forest's edge, her small hands tracing patterns in the dirt as she listened to the rustling leaves and the songs of hidden birds. One crisp afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky with strokes of gold and crimson, Leora ventured deeper into the forest than she ever had before. The air was cool and carried the earthy scent of moss and pine. Each step she took was accompanied by the soft crunch of leaves beneath her feet. She walked until she reached a grove of ancient trees, their trunks so wide that 3 adults could not encircle them with their outstretched arms. In the center of this grove stood a peculiar tree, slightly shorter than the rest, with bark that shimmered like silver in the fading light. Drawn to its unusual beauty, Leora approached the tree and noticed a small, hollow knot in its trunk. Inside this knot, nestled among soft tufts of moss, was a tiny, golden acorn. It glowed faintly, as if it held the light of 1,000 fireflies. Intrigued, Leora reached out and gently cradled the acorn in her hands. The moment her fingers closed around it, a warmth spread through her, and the world around her seemed to shimmer and shift. Leora blinked, and when she opened her eyes, she found herself in a place both familiar and strange. The forest was still there, but it was alive with colors and sounds she had never imagined. Flowers of every hue carpeted the ground, and the air hummed with the sweet melody of unseen creatures. It was as if she had stepped into a hidden world, one that had been waiting just beneath the surface of her own. As Leora marveled at her surroundings, a soft voice broke through her reverie. "Welcome, young seeker," it said, as gentle as a breeze through the leaves. Turning, Leora saw a creature unlike any she had known. It was a small fox-like being, with fur that glistened like moonlight and eyes that sparkled with wisdom. "I am Aelith," the creature introduced itself, bowing its head in greeting, "guardian of this realm and keeper of its secrets." Leora felt a surge of excitement mingled with awe. "Is this place real?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Aelith nodded, a smile playing at the corners of its mouth. "Real and not real, as all things are. It is a world hidden within your own, accessible only to those who seek with an open heart." Leora's mind buzzed with questions, but one rose above the others. "Why am I here?" "You are here because you found the heart of the forest," Aelith replied, gesturing to the golden acorn in Leora's hands. "It is a gift, a key to understanding the wonders and wisdom that lie hidden around you." For a moment, Leora simply held the acorn, feeling its warmth and the weight of its significance. Then, finding courage in the kindness of Aelith's gaze, she asked, "What must I do?" "Learn, explore, and listen," Aelith answered. "The forest will guide you, and I will accompany you on your journey." With that, Aelith led Leora through the enchanting landscape. They wandered past bubbling streams where the water sang as it flowed over smooth stones and through meadows where the grass whispered secrets to the wind. Everywhere they went, Leora felt the presence of life and magic interwoven, each element of the forest part of a greater whole. As they walked, Aelith shared stories of the forest's history and its inhabitants. Leora learned of the wise owls who guided lost travelers with their songs, the playful spirits of the streams who shaped the land with their laughter, and the ancient trees who held the memories of the world in their roots. Each tale was a thread in the tapestry of the forest, revealing the interconnectedness of all things. Days turned into weeks as Leora and Aelith explored the hidden world. With each step, Leora grew more attuned to the rhythms of the forest, her heart beating in time with the pulse of the earth. She discovered that by holding the acorn and closing her eyes, she could feel the thoughts and emotions of the creatures around her, a symphony of life that played in harmony with her own. One day, as they rested beneath the boughs of a great oak, Aelith turned to Leora with a more serious expression. "There is something I must tell you," the guardian said. "The heart of the forest is a precious gift, but it is also a responsibility. It is meant to be shared, to help others see the beauty and wonder that surround them." Leora nodded, understanding the weight of Aelith's words. "How can I share it?" "By bringing what you have learned back to your world," Aelith replied. "By showing others the magic that lies just beyond their sight, and by teaching them to listen with their hearts." Leora pondered this, her mind filled with the faces of her family and friends back in the village. She wondered how she could help them see what she had seen, feel what she had felt. The task seemed daunting, yet the warmth of the acorn in her hands gave her courage. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Leora knew it was time to return. Aelith walked with her to the edge of the hidden world, where the shimmering veil between realms awaited. There, the guardian paused and looked at Leora with a mixture of pride and affection. "Remember, Leora," Aelith said softly, "the true magic lies not in the acorn itself, but in the wonder it inspires. You have the heart of a seeker, and that is the greatest gift of all." With one final embrace, Leora stepped through the veil, the world shifting around her once more. She found herself standing in the grove of ancient trees, the familiar forest now bathed in the soft glow of twilight. The golden acorn was still in her hand, its light a gentle reminder of all she had seen and learned. Leora returned to the village, her heart full of stories and secrets. She shared her adventures with her family and friends, using the acorn's magic to help them see the hidden world within their own. Slowly, the villagers began to look at the forest with new eyes, discovering beauty and wonder in the everyday. As the years passed, Leora grew into a wise and gentle leader, her love for the forest and its mysteries guiding her every step. She taught the children of the village to listen to the whispers of the trees and the songs of the streams, to seek out the magic in the world around them. And though she kept the golden acorn close, she knew that its true power lay in the hearts of those who believed in the wonder of the unknown. In time, Leora's village became a place of harmony and understanding, where the boundaries between the seen and unseen blurred, and the magic of the forest wove through the lives of all who dwelled there. And so, the legacy of the heart of the forest lived on, a testament to the power of curiosity, friendship, and the gentle wisdom of a young girl who dared to seek the hidden world within her own. Story 27. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the leaves sang soft lullabies as the wind played through the branches, there lay a quaint village named Willow Hollow. The village was a place of gentle magic, where fireflies glowed brighter than candles and rivers hummed tunes as they flowed over smooth stones. Each home was tucked beneath the boughs of ancient trees that offered their silent wisdom to all who lived below. Among these homes was a cozy little cottage with a thatched roof, where a young girl named Lila lived with her grandmother. Lila had eyes like the night sky, and a curiosity as boundless as the sea. She loved to wander the woods, gathering tales and treasures that she would later share with her grandmother by the hearth, where the flames danced and crackled like old friends. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and gold. Lila noticed something peculiar. The fireflies that usually filled the forest with their warm, gentle light seemed to be flickering erratically, like candles caught in a breeze. The woods whispered more urgently, and the river's song had turned to a soft murmur of unease. Lila's grandmother, wise and gentle as the moon, listened as Lila described these strange occurrences. "Perhaps the forest is trying to tell us something," she suggested, her voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves. "Go, my dear, and see what you can discover. But remember, the forest always rewards those who walk with kindness and patience." With her grandmother's words in her heart, Lila set off into the woods, her path illuminated by the flickering fireflies. The air was crisp with the scent of pine and earth, and the night was alive with the sounds of crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl. As she wandered deeper into the forest, she came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the stars. Beneath its boughs sat a peculiar creature, a small, plump hedgehog named Bramble, who was known throughout the woods for his wisdom. "Good evening, Bramble," Lila greeted, kneeling to meet his gaze. "The fireflies are acting strangely, and the woods seem restless. Do you know what might be causing this?" Bramble regarded her with twinkling eyes and a thoughtful nod. "Ah, young Lila, the fireflies are indeed troubled. They are the keepers of the forest's light, and something is dimming their glow. But fear not, for the answer lies within the heart of the woods, where the old willow stands." Thanking Bramble, Lila continued her journey, guided by the soft glow of the fireflies who seemed to sense her purpose. The path wound like a ribbon through the trees, leading her to a grove where an ancient willow tree stood, its branches trailing like silken threads to the ground. As she approached, she noticed a soft, silvery glow emanating from a hollow at the base of the tree. Inside was a tiny, trembling creature, a firefly unlike any she had seen before. Its light was dim, flickering weakly as if struggling to stay alive. "Oh, poor thing," Lila whispered, gently cradling the firefly in her hands. "What has happened to you?" The firefly's voice was as soft as a breeze. "I am the keeper of the forest's light, but my glow has been stolen by a shadow that lurks in the darkness. Without my light, the fireflies cannot shine as brightly, and the forest feels the weight of the shadow's presence." Lila's heart swelled with compassion. "How can I help you, dear firefly?" "Seek the wisdom of the moonflower," the firefly replied. "It blooms only under the full moon's light, and its nectar holds the power to restore my glow." Thanking the firefly, Lila set out once more, her eyes scanning the forest floor for the elusive moonflower. She remembered her grandmother's tales of the flower's beauty, how it opened like a star beneath the moon's gaze, and its petals shimmered with a silvery light. After what felt like hours, Lila finally found a cluster of moonflowers nestled in a sun-dappled glade. Their petals glistened in the moonlight, and the air was filled with their sweet, soothing fragrance. Carefully, she gathered a few drops of nectar into a small leaf cup she had brought along. Returning to the willow, Lila gently offered the nectar to the firefly. As the first drop touched its wings, a soft, golden light began to spread, growing brighter with each sip. The firefly's glow returned, more radiant than ever, and it rose into the air, its light chasing away the shadows that lingered in the forest. "Thank you, brave Lila," the firefly chimed, its voice now strong and clear. "You have restored the light to the forest and freed us from the shadow's grasp." With the firefly's glow leading the way, Lila returned home, where her grandmother awaited her by the hearth. The fire crackled merrily, and the room was filled with the comforting aroma of spiced apple cider. As Lila recounted her adventure, her grandmother listened with a smile, her eyes twinkling with pride. "You have learned the true magic of the forest, my dear," she said, wrapping Lila in a warm embrace. "Kindness and courage will always light your path." And so, as the fireflies once again filled the night with their gentle glow, the whispering woods returned to its peaceful slumber. Lila drifted to sleep, the soft hum of the river and the whisper of the leaves a gentle lullaby, knowing that she was a part of the magic that made the world a little brighter and a little kinder. Story 28. Once upon a time, in the tranquil village of Willow Bend, Nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a gentle soul named Mira. Mira had a heart as open as the sky and a curiosity as boundless as the sea. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Mira would sit by her window dreaming of far-off lands and untold wonders. One crisp autumn morning, while the village was still wrapped in the soft embrace of dawn, Mira set off on an adventure, her heart fluttering with a mix of excitement and trepidation. She followed a narrow, winding path that led deep into the heart of Willow Woods, a place that villagers spoke of in hushed tones, for it was said to be enchanted. As Mira ventured deeper into the woods, the air grew rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft rustle of leaves formed a gentle symphony around her. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor, and the world seemed to hum with a quiet magic. After walking for what felt like hours, Mira stumbled upon a clearing unlike any she had ever seen. It was a meadow filled with wildflowers of every imaginable color, their petals shimmering as if dusted with stardust. In the center of the meadow stood a grand oak tree, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Under the oak's sprawling shade, Mira met her first whimsical friend, a small, round creature with fur as soft as velvet and eyes that twinkled like dew-kissed morning glories. The creature introduced itself as Pippin, the guardian of the meadow. Pippin spoke in a voice as gentle as a summer breeze and offered Mira a warm smile. "Welcome, brave traveler," Pippin said. "This meadow is a place where dreams find their way to those who seek them." With Pippin by her side, Mira discovered that the meadow was home to many wondrous creatures. There were fluttering lumilights, tiny glowing insects that danced in the air like living stars, and whispering willows, trees that sang the songs of the forest if you listened closely enough. As Mira explored, she faced gentle challenges that tested her courage and kindness. One day, she found a family of lumilights whose glow had dimmed due to a shadowy mist that hung over a corner of the meadow. With Pippin's guidance, Mira crafted a lantern from fallen leaves and twigs, using it to guide the lumilights back to their glowing selves. Another time, she helped a family of whispering willows untangle their roots, which had knotted together during a fierce storm. With patience and care, Mira worked alongside Pippin to free the trees, and in gratitude, the willows sang a melody that resonated with the warmth of a hearth on a cold winter's night. Through these acts of kindness, Mira learned that courage was not about facing danger, but about having the heart to help others and explore the unknown. She realized that her strength lay not in overcoming fear, but in embracing the wonders of the world with an open heart. As the days turned into weeks, Mira's journey in the Enchanted Meadow drew to a close. She had become a beloved member of the meadow's community, and the creatures she had helped now considered her a true friend. On her final evening in the meadow, the lumilights gathered around her, their glow weaving a tapestry of light above her head. Pippin, with a knowing smile, presented Mira with a small, polished stone that shimmered with the colors of the meadow. "A token of our friendship," Pippin said. "May it remind you of the magic you've brought to our world and the courage you've discovered within yourself." With a heart full of gratitude, Mira bid farewell to her newfound friends and made her way back to Willowbend. As she walked, the stone nestled warmly in her pocket. She knew that the meadow's magic would forever be a part of her. Back home, under the same sky that had once filled her with dreams of distant lands, Mira shared her story with the villagers. She spoke of courage, kindness, and the wonders that awaited those willing to explore the unknown. And so, in the quiet village of Willowbend, Mira's tale became a source of inspiration, a gentle reminder that the world was vast and filled with magic, waiting for those brave enough to seek it. As the village settled into the peaceful embrace of night, the stars above twinkled a little brighter, as if in agreement. And from that day on, whenever Mira gazed at the night sky, she felt the warmth of the meadow and the friendship of its creatures, knowing that she was never truly alone. The end. Story 29. In the quaint village of Fiddlewood, where the cobblestone streets wound around charming cottages like ribbons, there was a little bookshop tucked away in the most delightful corner. It was a place where whispers of old stories lingered in the air, and the scent of aged paper and ink was as comforting as a grandmother's embrace. The shop was owned by an elderly woman named Beatrice, whose eyes twinkled behind round spectacles, as if she carried the magic of every tale within her. One blustery autumn afternoon, a young girl named Clara, with golden curls peeking from beneath her woolen cap, wandered into the shop. The wind outside had turned the leaves into a swirling dance of oranges and reds, and the warmth of the bookshop was a welcome respite. Clara loved to explore the shelves, imagining that each book was a doorway to another world. As she perused, Clara's attention was caught by a peculiar book bound in deep emerald leather, nestled on a high shelf in a shadowy corner. It seemed to shimmer subtly, as if it held a secret waiting to be discovered. With an adventurous spirit, Clara reached for it, feeling a tingling sensation as her fingers brushed the spine. Beatrice noticed Clara's find and approached with a knowing smile. "Ah, you found the Whispering Tales. A very special book indeed," she said, her voice as gentle as a lullaby. "It is said to contain stories that come alive when read aloud." Intrigued, Clara settled by the fireplace, the crackling flames casting a warm glow around her. As she opened the book, a soft breeze stirred, carrying the scent of pine and distant sea breezes. The pages rustled softly, and Clara began to read the first tale aloud. To her astonishment, the words seemed to lift from the pages, creating a delicate tapestry of light and color in the air. The story told of a mystical forest, where the trees whispered secrets to those who listened with their hearts. Clara's eyes widened with wonder as a gentle voice emerged from the pages, inviting her into the story. Suddenly, Clara found herself standing at the edge of the very forest described in the book. The air was crisp with the scent of pine, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered all around her. She was not alone. 2 figures emerged from the trees. One was a tiny, cheerful rabbit named Pippin, with fur as soft as the finest velvet and eyes that sparkled with mischief. The other was an old wise owl named Orin, whose feathers were like woven silver and whose gaze was both kind and knowing. "Welcome, Clara," Orin hooted softly, his voice like the wind through the trees. "You have been chosen to embark on a journey with us." Clara, though surprised, felt a sense of calm and curiosity. "What are we to discover?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper against the forest's song. "The heart of the forest holds an ancient riddle," Pippin chirped excitedly, hopping from one paw to the other. "It's a mystery that keeps the balance of this realm, and only a heart pure and wise can unravel it." Together, the trio ventured deeper into the forest, where the sunlight danced through the canopy, creating pools of golden light on the forest floor. The air was filled with the melodious chirping of unseen birds and the gentle rustle of creatures going about their secret lives. As they walked, Clara learned more about her companions. Pippin was endlessly curious, always asking questions and eager to learn. Orin, in contrast, was a patient listener, offering wisdom in his measured, gentle way. Their journey led them to a clearing where an ancient tree stood, its roots entwined like a wise old sorcerer's beard, and its branches reaching out as if to embrace the sky. In its bark was carved a series of symbols, old and mysterious. "This is the riddle," Orin explained. "It speaks of time and patience, of listening and understanding." Clara studied the symbols, their meaning just out of reach. She closed her eyes, taking a deep breath, and let the forest speak to her. She listened not with her ears but with her heart, feeling the quiet wisdom of the trees and the soft murmur of the earth. Suddenly, the meaning of the symbols unfolded in her mind like a flower blooming in spring. She realized that the riddle was not a puzzle to be solved with logic alone, but with empathy and understanding. It was about harmony, of living in tune with nature and each other. Opening her eyes, Clara recited the words that had come to her. "In stillness, find your peace. In listening, hear the world." As she spoke, the ancient tree shimmered, its bark glowing softly. The forest around them seemed to sigh in relief, as if a great burden had been lifted. Pippin danced joyfully, and Orin nodded with a wise smile, his eyes twinkling with pride. "You have done well, Clara," Orin said, his voice filled with warmth. "The forest thanks you, and so do we." With the challenge overcome, Clara felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. She had discovered not only the heart of the forest, but also a deeper understanding of herself and the world. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold. The world of the book gently released her, and Clara found herself back in the cozy bookshop. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, and Beatrice was there, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of someone who knew more than she let on. Clara closed the book, her heart full of gratitude for the magical journey she had experienced. "Thank you," Clara said, handing the book to Beatrice, who nodded knowingly. "Remember, dear," Beatrice replied softly, "the real magic lies within you, and it is yours to carry wherever you go." With a heart full of warmth and wonder, Clara stepped out into the cool evening, the stars twinkling like tiny beacons of hope in the velvet sky. She knew that wherever her journey might lead, she would carry with her the lessons of the forest, of wisdom, friendship, and the magic of truly listening. And so, as the villagers of Fiddlewood settled into their evening routines, Clara walked home, her footsteps light and her spirit lifted, ready to dream of new adventures in the world of stories and beyond. Story 30. Title: The Whispering Winds of Windermere. In the quaint village of Windermere, nestled in the heart of a valley where the hills embraced the sky with gentle arms, there existed a secret that danced with the breeze. The village, with its cobblestone paths and thatched-roof cottages, sat at the edge of an ancient forest whose trees whispered tales older than time itself. The villagers were kind-hearted folk, their lives interwoven with the rhythm of nature and the magic that lingered in the air like the scent of lilacs in spring. Among the villagers was a young girl named Mira, known for her curiosity and a heart as big as the hills that surrounded her home. Mira had eyes like the deep blue of a twilight sky, always searching, always wondering what lay beyond the horizon. Her days were filled with adventures, exploring the forest and listening to the whispers of the wind as it carried secrets from lands unseen. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves waltzed to the ground, Mira set off on a walk deeper into the forest than she had ever ventured. Her boots crunched through the leaves, each step a soft melody that harmonized with the rustling trees and the distant call of a songbird. The air was cool and fragrant, carrying a hint of earth and the promise of rain. As Mira walked, she discovered a path she had never noticed before. It was narrow and winding, bordered by ferns and wildflowers that swayed gently as if beckoning her to follow. Intrigued, Mira felt a pull in her heart, a gentle nudge from the universe, encouraging her to uncover the mysteries that lay ahead. The path led her to a glade where sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting a warm, golden glow. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak, its trunk wide enough that it would take 3 villagers with outstretched arms to encircle it. The tree's bark was gnarled and twisted, telling stories of centuries past. Its branches stretched out like wise old arms, offering shade and shelter to all who sought refuge beneath them. It was here that Mira found something extraordinary. Nestled among the roots of the oak was a small, intricately carved wooden box. The box seemed to hum with a quiet energy, its surface etched with symbols that glimmered in the dappled light. Mira's fingers tingled as she traced the patterns, feeling a connection to something ancient and powerful. As she opened the box, a soft breeze stirred the leaves around her, and a delicate, ethereal melody filled the air. Inside lay a simple, yet beautiful, amulet shaped like a leaf, crafted from a metal that glistened like dew at dawn. Mira lifted the amulet from the box, feeling its warmth seep into her palm. The moment she touched it, the world around her seemed to pause, as if holding its breath in anticipation. The amulet, she realized, was no ordinary trinket. It was a conduit of magic, a key to a hidden world within the natural environment. With it, she could understand the language of the wind and the whispers of the trees. It was a gift of sight and sound, a bridge between the world she knew and the mysteries that lay beyond. As she stood in wonder, the wind began to speak, its voice a gentle murmur carried through the branches. It told of a hidden village, deep within the forest, where creatures of legend lived in harmony, unseen by the eyes of those who did not believe. These creatures, the wind whispered, were in need of help, and Mira, with her kind heart and newfound ability, was the one destined to aid them. Determined to uncover the truth and help those in need, Mira set off on a journey that would change her in ways she could never have imagined. Her path was guided by the music of the amulet, a symphony that led her deeper into the heart of the forest, where every tree and every stone seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the story to unfold. As she journeyed, the forest around her transformed. The light became softer, the air more vibrant, as if she had stepped into a world painted with the colors of a dream. The trees whispered encouragement, their leaves brushing against her skin like gentle caresses. She could hear the heartbeat of the forest, a steady thrum that resonated with her own. It wasn't long before Mira encountered her first friend on this magical journey. As she rounded a bend, she came face to face with a fox whose fur shimmered like copper in the sun. The fox, with eyes that sparkled with intelligence and mischief, bowed its head in greeting, acknowledging the amulet that hung around Mira's neck. "Welcome, child of the wind," the fox said, its voice smooth and warm like the sun-dappled earth. "I am Finley, guardian of the hidden paths. You have been chosen to help restore balance to our world." Mira, though surprised by the talking fox, felt a sense of calm and trust. "What is it that I must do?" she asked, her voice steady with resolve. Finley explained that a shadow had fallen over their hidden village, a shadow born of fear and misunderstanding. A once harmonious community had been divided, and only through the power of friendship and understanding could they be reunited. With Finley by her side, Mira continued her journey, each step bringing her closer to the heart of the hidden world. Along the way, she met others who joined her quest. Lyra, a gentle deer with antlers adorned with blossoms. Thistle, a mischievous squirrel with a heart of gold. And Peregrine, a wise owl whose wings carried the wisdom of the ages. Together, they formed a bond stronger than the tallest oak, a friendship that defied expectations and showed Mira the true power of unity. Through laughter and shared stories, they taught her that differences were to be celebrated, not feared, and that understanding was the key to unlocking the heart's true potential. As they neared the hidden village, Mira felt a growing anticipation, a sense of purpose that filled her with warmth. The village itself was a wonder to behold, a place where nature and magic intertwined. Houses were carved into the trunks of ancient trees, their windows glowing with the light of hearth fires. Bridges of woven vines spanned sparkling streams, and gardens burst with colors that defied imagination. Yet beneath the beauty lay a tension that was palpable. The villagers, creatures of legend and lore, were divided, their hearts heavy with suspicion and doubt. Mira knew that to mend the rift, she must use the gift of the amulet and the wisdom she had gained from her friends. Gathering the villagers in the heart of the village, beneath the boughs of a mighty willow, Mira spoke with a voice that carried the strength of the wind and the gentleness of a spring rain. She shared the stories of her journey, the lessons of friendship and understanding that had transformed her heart. She showed them that the amulet's power was not in the magic it held, but in the unity it inspired. As her words flowed like a river, the villagers began to see the truth. They realized that their differences were but threads in the tapestry of their world, each one adding to its beauty and strength. With tears of joy and relief, they embraced one another, their hearts mended and their spirits renewed. The shadow that had hung over the village lifted, replaced by a light that shone brighter than the sun. The wind carried their laughter and songs through the forest, a melody of hope and joy that echoed far and wide. Mira's journey had come to an end, but the lessons she learned and the friendships she made would stay with her forever. As she returned to her village, the amulet still warm against her heart, she knew that she had been changed in ways she could never have imagined. In Windermere, life continued as it always had, the villagers unaware of the hidden world that thrived beyond their sight. But Mira, with her newfound understanding, saw the magic in every leaf and every breeze. She knew that the world was filled with wonders waiting to be discovered, and that kindness and friendship were the greatest magic of all. And so, beneath the starry sky, as the village of Windermere slept, Mira lay in her bed, her heart full of peace and gratitude. The wind whispered through her window, carrying with it the promise of new adventures and the gentle reminder that she was never truly alone. The end. Story 31. In the hushed expanse of the universe, where starlight whispered secrets of distant worlds, there lay a small, verdant planet known as Lumina. It was a place of ethereal beauty, with rolling hills covered in luminescent moss that glowed gently under the twin moons. The air was fragrant with the scent of blooming starflowers, and a gentle breeze carried the soft hum of life and harmony. On the outskirts of a twilit forest, under the sheltering boughs of a great ancient tree, a young traveler from a distant starship found himself stranded. His name was Kale, a thoughtful being from the crystalline world of Vetra, known for its inhabitants' reflective nature and translucent forms that shimmered like cut glass under the light. Kale's ship had faltered during an interstellar journey, leaving him marooned on this unfamiliar planet with only a faint hope of rescue. As Kale surveyed his surroundings, he noticed the vibrant hues of the forest shifting with the changing light. The leaves rustled softly, singing in a language he did not know. He felt a pang of loneliness, his heart echoing with the absence of his kin. Yet Kale was not alone. From behind the ancient tree emerged a figure, small and round, with fur as golden as the setting suns. This was Mira, a native of Lumina, and a creature of boundless curiosity. Her large, expressive eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars, and her voice was as gentle as the morning dew. At first, Kale and Mira stood in cautious silence, worlds apart despite the mere steps between them. Kale, aware of his fragility in this new world, and Mira, intrigued yet wary of the stranger with the glimmering skin. It was a misunderstanding of intentions that kept them apart. Kale feared imposing, while Mira worried about intruding. Days passed in this quiet dance of distance until one evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of dusk, Kale found himself struggling. The temperature had fallen, and his crystalline form, sensitive to extreme cold, began to dim and crack. Mira, watching from afar, sensed his distress. Setting aside her apprehensions, Mira approached cautiously, her tiny heart beating with resolve. She nudged a bundle of soft, insulating moss towards Kale, her eyes wide with concern. Kale, though surprised, understood the gesture, accepting the gift with a grateful nod. In that moment, the barrier of misunderstanding began to dissolve, replaced by a bridge of empathy and kindness. With the chill warded off, Kale and Mira began to communicate more openly. Though their languages differed, they spoke through gestures, expressions, and the shared language of the heart. Mira showed Kale the wonders of Lumina, the bioluminescent rivers that sang at night, and the sky gardens filled with floating flowers. In return, Kale shared stories of Vetra, drawing constellations in the air with his shimmering hands, each one a tale of his crystalline world. Their friendship grew, nurtured by shared adventures and challenges. One day, as they explored the depths of the twilit forest, they encountered a crevasse, hidden under a blanket of lush ferns. Mira, agile and light, leapt across with ease. Kale, hesitant, misjudged the distance and slipped, dangling precariously over the edge. Panic flared briefly in his translucent eyes. Without hesitation, Mira scampered back, her small paws firm and steady. With surprising strength, she bit down on a vine, tossing the other end to Kale. Together, with Mira's encouragement and Kale's determined effort, they managed to pull him back to safety. As they sat catching their breath, Mira nuzzled Kale's arm, and he patted her head in gratitude. This shared challenge only deepened their bond, teaching them the value of trust and reliance. As seasons turned, the forest around them changed, but their companionship remained a constant. They faced storms that painted the skies with electric blues and reds, and marveled at the gentle snowfall that blanketed the ground in serene white. Each experience was a lesson in resilience and the beauty of acceptance. Through their time together, Kale learned that strength lay not in solitude, but in the connections forged with others. Mira, once hesitant and shy, discovered a courage within herself that she had never known. Their misunderstandings had not vanished entirely, but had evolved into opportunities for growth and understanding. One bright morning, as the twin moons set and the suns began their ascent, a signal from the stars reached Kale's communicator. A rescue ship was on its way. The news was bittersweet, a reminder of the world he longed to return to, but also of the world he would miss dearly. As the day of departure approached, Kale and Mira spent their remaining time together, savoring the moments that had become precious memories. On the final day, as the rescue ship descended with a hum that vibrated through the ground, Kale and Mira stood side by side. They exchanged a silent promise, a bond that transcended distance and time. With a gentle touch, Kale lifted Mira, letting her see the stars from the ship's viewport. Mira's eyes widened, reflecting the endless expanse of the galaxy, her heart full of wonder and gratitude. As Kale prepared to leave, he left behind a small crystal, a piece of vitra, glowing with the soft light of his people. It was a token of their friendship, a reminder that though they hailed from different stars, their hearts beat in harmony. As the ship ascended, carrying Kale back to the crystalline towers of his homeland, Mira watched until the vessel was but a speck in the sky. She clutched the crystal close, feeling its warmth and light, a beacon of their shared journey. And so, under the eternal dance of the stars, two unlikely friends from disparate worlds discovered the true meaning of friendship. A bond forged not by similarity but by the courage to understand, the willingness to grow, and the heart to cherish the connections made along the way. In the years that followed, Mira would often gaze at the stars, her heart full of stories and dreams, and Kale, back on Vetra, would look towards Lumina, his spirit forever touched by the warmth of their friendship. And though separated by the vastness of space, they remained forever close, united by the invisible threads of love and understanding. Story 32. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic flowed like gentle streams, there stood a quaint village nestled among the rolling emerald hills. This was the home of young Willow, a curious girl with eyes that sparkled like dewdrops on a summer morning. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow was returning from the woods with a basket of mushrooms, she noticed something peculiar. The usually vibrant wildflowers that lined the path had wilted, their petals drooping as if weighed down by an invisible force. Puzzled, Willow hurried home, her mind abuzz with questions. Her grandmother, a wise woman with a kind heart, listened intently as Willow recounted her strange discovery. "How odd," murmured grandmother, her brow furrowed in thought. "The flowers should be in full bloom at this time of year. Perhaps we should consult our friends in the forest." With a warm smile, grandmother led Willow to the edge of the woods, where a majestic oak stood tall and proud. Placing her hand upon its bark, she whispered an ancient incantation, and the tree seemed to come alive, its branches swaying gently. "Greetings, wise oak," said grandmother. "We seek your counsel regarding a peculiar occurrence in our village." The oak's leaves rustled, and a deep, resonant voice echoed through the forest. "Speak, dear friends, and I shall listen." Willow explained about the wilted flowers, her eyes wide with curiosity. The oak remained silent for a moment, its branches swaying as if deep in thought. "Ah, I sense a disruption in the natural balance," the oak finally spoke. "A mischievous sprite has taken up residence in the hollow near the stream, and its playful antics have caused the flowers to droop." Willow's eyes lit up with understanding. Sprites were known for their love of harmless pranks, but their magic could sometimes have unintended consequences. "Thank you, wise oak," said grandmother. "We shall seek out this sprite and kindly request that it restores the flowers to their former glory." With a newfound sense of purpose, Willow and grandmother ventured deeper into the forest, following the babbling brook until they reached a hollowed-out log. Sure enough, a tiny figure darted in and out, leaving a trail of glittering fairy dust in its wake. "Excuse me, little sprite," called grandmother in a gentle voice. "Might we have a word with you?" The sprite paused, its iridescent wings fluttering rapidly. It regarded the visitors with curious eyes before alighting on a nearby toadstool. "How may I be of assistance?" it chirped, its voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. Willow stepped forward, her heart filled with kindness. "We've noticed that the flowers in our village have wilted," she explained. "The wise oak told us it might be due to your playful magic." The sprite's shoulders drooped, and it let out a remorseful sigh. "Oh dear, I fear I may have gone a bit overboard with my mischief. I meant no harm, but sometimes my tricks get away from me." Willow's face brightened with understanding. "We know you didn't mean any harm," she reassured the sprite. "But could you please find a way to restore the flowers? They bring so much joy to our village." The sprite nodded eagerly, its eyes twinkling with newfound determination. "Of course, dear Willow. Leave it to me. I shall make things right." With a flick of its wrist, the sprite conjured a shimmering dust that swirled and danced through the air. Willow and grandmother watched in awe as the dust seemed to carry on the breeze, spreading out across the forest and beyond. The next morning, when Willow ventured into the village, she gasped in delight. The once wilted flowers had regained their vibrant hues, their petals unfurled and reaching towards the warm autumn sun. As she bent down to admire their beauty, a tiny voice whispered in her ear, "Thank you for your kindness, Willow. May the flowers continue to bring joy to your village." Willow turned to see the sprite perched on a nearby branch, its wings shimmering like rainbows. With a grateful smile, she nodded her thanks, and the sprite darted off into the forest, leaving a trail of glittering dust in its wake. From that day on, Willow and her grandmother shared a special bond with the creatures of the forest, working together to maintain the delicate balance between the natural and magical worlds. And whenever Willow spotted a wilted flower, she knew just where to seek help. For the wise oak and the mischievous sprite were always ready to lend a hand, or a branch, or a fluttering wing. Story 33. Once, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a cobblestone street lined with homes clothed in ivy and crowned with thatched roofs. At the edge of this village stood a tiny shop, its wooden sign swinging gently in the breeze. The sign read, "Curiosities and Whimsy." Inside the shop, the air was filled with the scent of sandalwood and old paper, mingling with the soft glow of lanterns that cast a warm glow across shelves teeming with peculiar treasures. There were seashells that hummed ocean songs, clocks that ticked backwards, and mirrors that whispered compliments to anyone who paused before them. The shop was run by a kindly old man named Mr. Wicker, whose twinkling eyes seemed to hold secrets of their own. He had a knack for finding the most extraordinary objects and a heart as warm as the hearth in his snug little office at the back of the shop. One crisp autumn morning, when the sky was painted with hues of gold and rose, a young girl named Amara wandered into the shop. Amara, with her chestnut curls and curious eyes, loved nothing more than exploring the village and its secrets. She was known for her gentle spirit and a smile that could brighten the gloomiest of days. As Amara browsed the shelves, her gaze fell upon a peculiar object, a small, unassuming teapot, speckled with flecks of azure that danced like stars against a twilight sky. Drawn to it, she reached out and gently lifted the teapot, feeling a strange warmth radiate from its smooth surface. "Ah, you found the stardust pot," Mr. Wicker said, appearing beside her with a chuckle. "It's said that this little pot holds the power to brew more than just tea. It can steep dreams and wishes, if one knows how to listen." Intrigued, Amara decided to purchase the teapot, her imagination alight with possibilities. That evening, as the sun dipped behind the hills and the village began to glow with the soft light of lanterns, Amara sat by her bedroom window, the teapot cradled in her hands. She whispered a wish into the spout, her breath mingling with the cool night air. "I wish for a journey," she murmured, not quite knowing what she hoped to find. As she placed the teapot on her windowsill, a soft, melodic humming began to fill the room, a gentle lullaby that wrapped around her like a cozy blanket. Amara drifted to sleep, her dreams woven with threads of wonder and starlight. When she awoke, she found herself in a world unlike any she had known, a land where the sky was a tapestry of swirling constellations, and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming night flowers. Beside her the teapot sat, glowing softly, its warmth a comforting presence. In this enchanted realm, Amara met its gentle inhabitants, a wise old owl named Ori, whose feathers shimmered like silver moonlight, and a jovial squirrel named Thistle, whose laughter was as bright as sunshine. Together they embarked on a journey through this magical world, guided by the soft light of the teapot. Their path led them through forests where the trees sang in harmony, across fields where the grass whispered secrets, and over streams that chuckled as they skipped over stones. Amara learned to listen with her heart, to see with more than just her eyes, and to appreciate the beauty in all things. Their journey was not without challenges. At the heart of the land lay a forgotten garden, tangled with thorns and shadows. The garden, once vibrant and full of life, had withered under the weight of neglect and sorrow. To restore it, they needed to find the source of its sadness, a task that called for wisdom and understanding, rather than strength or force. Amara, Ori, and Thistle sat together beneath a great willow, pondering the mystery. It was Amara who first spoke, her voice gentle and thoughtful. "Perhaps the garden needs to hear the stories it once knew," she suggested, remembering how stories had always brought warmth and connection in her own village. With Ori's knowledge and Thistle's boundless energy, they began to gather tales from their journey, weaving them into a tapestry of hope and joy. As they shared these stories, the garden began to awaken, its flowers unfurling like the pages of a beloved book, each petal a testament to the power of kindness and understanding. The garden bloomed once more, a symphony of colors and scents, a promise of renewal and new beginnings. Amara felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing she had helped bring light back to this forgotten corner of the world. As their adventure came to a close, Amara found herself back in her own room, the teapot resting quietly on the windowsill, its glow now dimmed but still warm. She smiled, her heart full of the magic and friendships she had discovered. From that day forward, Amara often shared her tales with the villagers, her stories a beacon of wonder and imagination. And though the teapot remained silent, it continued to hold a special place in her heart, a reminder of a journey where dreams were brewed and wishes were gently stirred into reality. And so, in the village nestled between hills and woods, life flowed gently on, the air filled with the soft murmur of stories and the promise of discovery, as the stars danced above like guardians of dreams. Story 34. In the heart of a serene village cradled by rolling hills and whispering pines, there stood a quaint little cottage with ivy-clad walls and a cherry-red door. The cottage belonged to a gentle cobbler named Tobias, known for his wise eyes and nimble fingers that stitched dreams into every shoe he crafted. Tobias lived a simple life, content in his workshop where the aroma of freshly polished leather mingled with the scent of pine wood shavings. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves rustled against the cobbled paths, Tobias discovered an unusual object nestled in a bundle of old leather scraps. It was a small, unassuming wooden box, its surface polished to a gentle sheen and adorned with intricate carvings of stars and swirling winds. Tobias found the box peculiar yet charming, and when he opened it, he found an exquisite silver key that glimmered with an otherworldly glow. That evening, as the fire crackled softly in the hearth, painting the cottage walls with dancing shadows, Tobias pondered over the mysterious key. It was too beautiful to be ordinary, and as he held it, he felt a quiet hum of magic resonate through his fingertips, a promise of secrets waiting to be unveiled. The next day began with a gentle fog hugging the village, blurring the edges of reality. Tobias, driven by a curiosity as vivid as the dawn, set out on a journey to uncover the key's purpose. He packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, and a flask of warm tea, and bid farewell to his cozy cottage. As Tobias wandered through the village, he encountered an old friend, a sprightly gardener named Marigold, whose laughter was like a bubbling brook. Marigold, with her sun-kissed skin and a crown of flowers woven into her hair, was known for her deep connection with the earth and all its secrets. "Ah, Tobias," Marigold greeted, her voice as warm as the morning sun. "What brings you out on this fine, misty day?" Tobias showed Marigold the silver key, its glow reflecting in her curious eyes. "I found this in my workshop and felt it holds something extraordinary. I need to find out what." Marigold studied the key, her fingers tracing the delicate engravings. "This, my dear friend, is no ordinary key. It is said to unlock the door to the Whispering Woods, a place where the ancient trees hold the stories of the world." Intrigued and encouraged, Tobias asked Marigold to accompany him, for he knew the journey would be richer with her wisdom and company. Together they set out through the village, their path winding towards the edge of the Whispering Woods, where the trees stood tall and majestic, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the air grew thick with the scent of moss and earth, and the soft murmur of the trees guided their steps. It wasn't long before they came upon a grand, ancient oak, its trunk as wide as a carriage and its branches stretching towards the heavens. Embedded within the oak's gnarled bark was a keyhole, perfectly shaped for Tobias's silver key. With a steady hand, Tobias inserted the key and turned it gently. A soft click echoed through the woods, and the oak's bark shifted, revealing a hidden door that swung open with a creak, unveiling a hidden grove bathed in a gentle, golden light. In the heart of the grove, they found a gathering of creatures both familiar and fantastical. There was Lila, a wise old owl with feathers like moonlight, whose eyes held the knowledge of countless nights. Beside her stood Finn, a clever fox with fur like autumn leaves, always ready with a tale or a trick. And there was Pippin, a playful squirrel whose boundless energy and joy were infectious. "Welcome, Tobias and Marigold," Leela hooted softly, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We have been waiting for you." Tobias and Marigold exchanged a glance, their hearts warmed by the welcome. "Why have we been called here?" Tobias asked. Finn stepped forward, his eyes sparkling with mischief and intelligence. "The Whispering Woods are in need of your wisdom and kindness. A great misunderstanding has arisen among the creatures of the woods, and only a heart as gentle as yours can mend it." Pippin chattered excitedly, skittering up Tobias's arm to perch on his shoulder. "It's the night flowers. They bloom only under the light of the crescent moon, but they haven't this year, and the creatures are worried." Marigold knelt beside the flowers, her fingers brushing the petals that lay closed like shy children. "Perhaps they need something more than moonlight to bloom," she mused. Together, the friends pondered the mystery of the night flowers. Tobias, with his quiet wisdom, remembered tales of how music and laughter could coax the shyest of blooms. He suggested they hold a gathering, a celebration of life and friendship to awaken the slumbering flowers. With renewed purpose, the group set to work. Lila fluttered her wings, summoning the birds to sing their sweetest songs. Finn, ever resourceful, gathered the woodland creatures to share stories of joy and wonder. Marigold, with her gentle hands, arranged the flowers and leaves into beautiful patterns, while Pippin danced and twirled, spreading laughter like seeds on the wind. As the crescent moon rose high in the sky, casting its silvery glow over the grove, Tobias took out a small wooden flute, its melodies as soft as a lullaby. He played a tune that wove through the air like a gentle breeze, carrying with it the hopes and dreams of all who had gathered. Slowly, the night flowers began to stir, their petals unfurling like delicate wings. One by one they blossomed, their luminescent glow illuminating the grove in a serene, ethereal light. The creatures gasped in wonder, their hearts lifted by the beauty before them. With the mystery of the night flowers solved, the creatures of the woods celebrated the night away, their hearts light and their spirits high. Tobias and Marigold watched with contentment, knowing they had brought harmony back to the Whispering Woods. As dawn broke over the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Tobias and Marigold bid farewell to their newfound friends. The creatures, grateful for their kindness and wisdom, gifted Tobias a small vial filled with the essence of the night flowers, a token of their appreciation and a reminder of the magic that lay in friendship and understanding. Returning to his cottage, Tobias placed the vial on his workbench, its glow a constant reminder of the magical journey he had embarked upon. The silver key, now resting beside it, no longer hummed with mystery, but with the memory of the wonders it had unlocked. And so, as the seasons turned and the Whispering Woods continued to thrive, Tobias carried with him the warmth of friendship and the knowledge that sometimes the simplest of acts could lead to the most extraordinary of adventures. And each night, as he drifted into dreams, he remembered that true magic lay not in objects or spells, but in the gentle hearts that believed in the beauty of the world around them. Story 35. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and fireflies danced like tiny stars, there lay the tranquil village of Fernhaven. Each house was built from the sturdy trunks of ancient trees, their windows glowing warmly under the twilight sky. Among the villagers, a young girl named Lyra was known for her curious spirit. With her chestnut curls bouncing with each step, she wandered the woods daily, speaking to the wise oak trees and listening to the tales of the babbling brook. One serene evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, a peculiar thing happened. The moonflowers, known for blooming only under the moon's gentle gaze, remained tightly closed. Their petals, usually aglow with a silver luminescence, were as dark as the night itself. This strange occurrence stirred a soft murmur of concern through Fernhaven. The villagers whispered in hushed tones, wondering what could possibly be amiss. The moonflowers had bloomed every night for as long as anyone could remember, their glow lighting paths and warming hearts. Determined to uncover the mystery, Lyra set off into the woods, her lantern casting a cozy glow on the path before her. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and earth. As she walked, the leaves rustled softly underfoot, and the night whispered secrets only she seemed to hear. Lyra paused by the brook, its waters gleaming under the starlight. There she met Willow, the brook's guardian, a water sprite with eyes like liquid silver and hair that flowed like the river itself. "What troubles you, dear Lyra?" Willow asked, her voice a gentle trickle of sound. "The moonflowers," Lyra replied, her brow furrowed in thought. "They refuse to bloom, and I must find out why." Willow nodded, her expression serene. "Seek the wisdom of the star owl," she advised. "He sees beyond what eyes can behold." Thanking Willow, Lyra continued deeper into the woods until she reached the ancient oak where the star owl roosted. The owl, with feathers as soft as moonlight and eyes twinkling like distant galaxies, greeted her with a soothing hoot. "Wise star owl," Lyra began, "the moonflowers have not bloomed, and I fear something is amiss." The star owl ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "Ah, the moonflowers," he mused. "They bloom by the moon's song, yet tonight the melody is silent." Lyra pondered these words, her mind weaving through the possibilities. "Could something be blocking the moon's song?" she asked, her voice a blend of curiosity and determination. The star owl nodded, his eyes twinkling. "Perhaps a cloud of magic unknown. Seek guidance from the wind wisps, they dance closest to the moon." With a heart full of purpose, Lyra made her way to the Meadow of Whispers, where the wind wisps played among the tall grasses. These ethereal beings, delicate and swift, shimmered in the moonlight like strands of gossamer. The wisps greeted Lyra with a chorus of tinkling laughter. "Little adventurer," they chimed, "what brings you to our meadow?" "The moonflowers," Lyra explained. "They haven't bloomed, and the star owl said the moon's song is silent." The wind wisps swirled around her, their touch as light as a breeze. "Ah, yes," they sighed collectively. "A veil of shadow magic drifts high above, casting a silence on the moon's melody." Lyra's eyes widened with understanding. "Can it be lifted?" she asked, her voice a gentle plea. The wisps nodded. "With the light of friendship and a heart pure of intent, the shadow shall fade," they assured her. Thanking the wisps, Lyra hurried back to Fernhaven, where she gathered her friends, each one eager to help. Together they formed a circle in the village square, their hands joined and hearts united. As they sang a song of friendship and light, their voices rose like a sweet melody, weaving through the trees and reaching up to the sky. Slowly, the shadow above began to dissipate, retreating in the face of such warmth and unity. With a soft sigh, the moon's song returned, a gentle lullaby that coaxed the moonflowers open. Their petals unfurled, casting a serene glow across the village, their light a testament to the power of friendship and harmony. The villagers rejoiced softly, their hearts light and content. Lyra and her friends beamed, knowing they had brought the magic back to Fernhaven, not through force but through kindness and togetherness. As the night deepened, Lyra returned to her home, the gentle crackling of the fireplace welcoming her with open arms. She snuggled under her quilt, her heart full of gratitude and wonder. In the quiet of the night, the moonflowers swayed softly, their glow a comforting presence. And Lyra, with a smile on her lips, drifted into a peaceful slumber, knowing that within the whispering woods, magic was ever present, waiting to be discovered by those with kind hearts and curious spirits. Story 36. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight danced through the canopy like golden ribbons, there existed a world often unseen by human eyes, a world woven from the whispers of leaves and the melodies of babbling brooks. This forest was a tapestry of life, where harmony and balance breathed in tandem with the gentle winds that rustled through its boughs. It was early spring, and the air was filled with the crisp freshness of new beginnings. The forest floor, a mosaic of emerald ferns and delicate wildflowers, was peppered with dewdrops that glistened like tiny jewels in the morning light. Birds trilled melodious tunes from their perches high above, while squirrels, agile and spirited, darted from branch to branch, their bushy tails trailing behind like fluffy comets. In a secluded corner of this enchanted forest, nestled between the roots of an ancient oak, lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle's shell was a patchwork of moss and lichens, a testament to the years he had spent moving slowly and deliberately through the woodland. He had witnessed countless seasons paint the forest with their distinct palettes, and with each turning of the wheel he had listened and learned. One gentle afternoon, as the sun began to dip towards the horizon and bathe the forest in a warm amber glow, Thistle emerged from his burrow. His keen eyes, though aged, sparkled with curiosity and kindness. He made his way to the nearby stream, its waters glistening and murmuring softly as they meandered over smooth stones. There he met his dear friend, a lively little fox named Fern. Fern was as quick as the wind and as bright as the morning sun. Her fur was a mix of russet and cream, and her eyes were alight with a playful spirit. She bounded over to Thistle with a graceful leap, her bushy tail waving like a flag of joy. "Good evening, Thistle," Fern greeted, her voice as light and airy as the breeze. "The forest is singing with life today." "Indeed it is, dear Fern," Thistle replied, his voice deep and soothing, like the rumble of distant thunder. "Spring breathes new life into our world, but with its beauty comes the responsibility of balance." Fern tilted her head, her ears perking with curiosity. "What do you mean, Thistle?" Thistle chuckled softly, a sound like leaves rustling in a gentle wind. "Come, walk with me, and I shall show you." Together they followed the stream, its banks lined with clusters of violets and daisies. The forest was alive with the hum of bees flitting from flower to flower, their wings a soft, rhythmic buzz. As they wandered, Thistle shared stories of the forest's past, of how the seasons wove their magic into the very fabric of the woodland. "In the spring," Thistle explained, "the forest awakens from its slumber, and all creatures work together to ensure its growth. The bees and the butterflies spread the pollen, helping flowers bloom in a riot of colors. The earthworms till the soil, making it rich and fertile for new life to sprout." Fern listened intently, her eyes wide with wonder. "And what about summer and autumn?" she asked. "Ah, summer," Thistle mused, "is when the forest basks in the sun's warm embrace. The trees stretch their limbs skyward, their leaves unfurling to create a lush canopy. We creatures take what we need, but always with care, ensuring the forest thrives." "And autumn?" Fern prompted, eager for more. "Autumn is a time of reflection and preparation," Thistle continued. "The leaves turn to gold and crimson, a final burst of beauty before they fall. The forest offers its bounty in fruits and seeds, and we gather and store, taking only what we require to endure the winter's chill." Fern nodded, her heart swelling with respect for the intricate dance of life around her. "And winter?" "Winter," Thistle said with a contented sigh, "is a time of rest. The forest sleeps beneath a blanket of snow, conserving its strength for spring's renewal. It is a reminder of the cycles that govern our world, and the harmony we must maintain." As they walked, the sun dipped lower, painting the sky in hues of pink and lavender. The air grew cooler, and the first stars began to twinkle in the deepening twilight. "Thistle," Fern said softly, "how do we ensure this balance continues?" Thistle paused, his eyes fixed on the horizon where the last sliver of sun slipped away. "We do so by listening and learning, dear Fern, by respecting the delicate threads that connect us all. We must act with wisdom and kindness, just as nature does." Fern smiled, her heart light with understanding. "I will remember, Thistle. I will carry these lessons with me and share them with others." The two friends lingered by the stream a while longer, watching as the moon rose high, bathing the forest in silvery light. The gentle sounds of crickets and distant owl calls filled the air, a lullaby for the world as it prepared to rest. As Thistle and Fern made their way back to their respective homes, they felt the embrace of the forest around them, a living, breathing entity that thrived on the harmony of its creatures. And though the night was cool, they were warmed by the knowledge that they were part of something greater, a timeless symphony of life. In this ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined like the roots of mighty trees, the wisdom of the ages continued to flow, carried on the wind and whispered through the leaves. And so, the creatures of the woodland lived in peace and balance, guided by the gentle truths passed down through the generations. forever honoring the delicate harmony of their enchanted world. Story 37. In the whispering valley of verdant hollow, where fields of lavender swayed in the gentle breeze and the sky was a canvas of pastel hues at dusk, there lived a young woman named Leora. She was known for her kindness and the way she listened to the stories the wind carried. Leora had grown up in a small cottage nestled at the edge of the village, a place where every morning dew-kissed flowers greeted her as she stepped into the world. Leora's grandmother, a wise woman with eyes that sparkled like the stars, often told tales of their ancestors and the mysterious legacy they had left behind. It was said that somewhere deep in the heart of Verdant Hollow lay an ancient artifact, a relic of their lineage, imbued with the essence of their roots and history. This artifact was not just a symbol of their ancestry, but also a key to understanding the wisdom of the past. One serene autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced down from the trees, Leora found herself drawn to the stories her grandmother used to tell. The air was crisp and the sun warmed her skin as she wandered through the woods, her heart guided by an unexplainable pull. She remembered her grandmother's words about the Stone of Whispers, an artifact said to hold the voices of their ancestors, offering guidance to those who sought it with pure intentions. With a soft resolve, Leora decided to embark on a journey to uncover this ancient legacy. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of sweet tea, and her grandmother's journal, filled with sketches and notes about the Stone of Whispers. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, she set off towards the heart of Verdant Hollow. The path through the forest was lined with towering oaks and whispering pines, their leaves whispering secrets of old. Leora felt a comforting presence in the rustling leaves and the soft crunch of twigs underfoot. The forest seemed to embrace her, guiding her steps towards a destiny long awaited. As night fell, the forest was bathed in moonlight, casting ethereal shadows on the path. Leora found herself in a clearing, where the ground was carpeted with moss and the air was filled with the sweet scent of night-blooming jasmine. In the center of the clearing stood a stone altar, ancient and weathered, yet emanating a gentle, inviting glow. Approaching the altar, Leora noticed a delicate inscription carved into its surface. The symbols were familiar, echoing the sketches from her grandmother's journal. Carefully, she traced the carvings with her fingers, feeling an ancient energy thrumming beneath her touch. It was then that she saw it. A small, smooth stone nestled in a hollow at the center of the altar, glowing softly under the moonlight. Leora held the Stone of Whispers in her palms, its surface warm and comforting. Closing her eyes, she listened. At first there was silence, but then, faintly, she heard the soft murmur of voices, like a gentle chorus carried on the wind. They spoke of courage, kindness, and the strength found in unity and understanding. They told stories of her ancestors, their hopes, dreams, and the wisdom they had gathered over lifetimes. As she listened, Leora felt a deep sense of belonging and connection, as if the voices were weaving a tapestry of her heritage, thread by delicate thread. She understood now that the legacy of her ancestors was more than just stories or artifacts. It was a living, breathing presence that flowed through her veins, connecting her to the past and guiding her towards the future. With newfound clarity and peace, Leora returned to her village, the Stone of Whispers tucked safely in her satchel. She shared her journey with her neighbors, recounting the lessons whispered by the stone. The villagers listened, their eyes reflecting the glow of the hearth's fire, as Leora spoke of unity, the strength found in community, and the importance of cherishing their shared heritage. From that day forward, the villagers of Verdant Hollow gathered at the clearing each year, celebrating their roots and the wisdom of their ancestors. They would dance beneath the moonlit sky, their laughter mingling with the rustling leaves, creating new stories to carry forward. And so the legacy of Verdant Hollow lived on, a gentle reminder of the past, a guide for the present, and a beacon for the future. As for Leora, she stood by the warmth of the hearth, surrounded by friends and family, her heart full of gratitude and understanding, knowing that she was part of a story much larger than herself, and in that she found her place, her peace, and her purpose. Story 38. In a lush and verdant valley kissed by the gentle glow of twilight, nestled amongst rolling hills and whispering streams, lay the village of Bramblebrook. It was a place untouched by the rush of the outside world, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and lavender. The cobblestone paths wound gracefully between quaint, thatched-roof cottages, each adorned with vibrant flower boxes overflowing with blooms of every imaginable hue. The heart of Bramblebrook was its market square, a lively yet serene hub where villagers gathered to exchange goods, stories, and laughter. In the center stood a grand old oak tree, its branches stretching wide, offering shade and a sense of timelessness. Beneath this ancient tree sat an equally ancient bench, worn smooth by countless tales told and secrets shared. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of peach and gold, a peculiar event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that the twinkling lights of the fireflies, which usually danced merrily in the dusk, were nowhere to be seen. Instead, a soft, shimmering mist curled through the air, weaving its way like a silken ribbon through the village. The villagers, though curious, were not alarmed, for they were accustomed to the mysterious wonders of their magical world. However, the absence of the fireflies was indeed unusual, and so they turned to their beloved friend and guide, an elderly woman named Anwin, known for her wisdom and gentle spirit. Anwin lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, surrounded by a garden brimming with herbs and wildflowers. Her presence was as calming as a lullaby, and her eyes twinkled with the knowledge of 1,000 stars. The villagers approached her with their concerns, and she listened intently, nodding as they spoke. "It seems we have a little mystery on our hands," Anwen said with a soft chuckle, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "Fear not, for mysteries are like puzzles, and every puzzle has its pieces." Intrigued, a small group of villagers offered to assist Anwen in uncovering the puzzle's solution. Among them was a young boy named Finn, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky, and a thoughtful girl named Isla, who had a knack for noticing the smallest of details. Together, they formed a merry band, ready to explore the strange happenings. Anwen suggested they begin their exploration at the edge of the village, where the forest of Eldergrove began. Eldergrove was a magical place, home to many wondrous creatures, some known and some yet to be discovered. As the group made their way into the forest, the air filled with the soft sounds of crickets chirping and leaves whispering secrets. Finn and Isla, walking side by side, marveled at the beauty around them. The trees were wrapped in moonlight, their leaves shimmering like silver coins. They caught sight of a family of rabbits peeking curiously from their burrows, and a pair of owls hooting softly from a high branch. "Look," Elis, pointing to the ground where faint, glowing footprints appeared, leading deeper into the forest. Anwen, following their gaze, smiled knowingly. "We are on the right path," she said. "These are the tracks of the glow mice, gentle creatures who often know more than they let on." With renewed determination, they followed the luminous trail, which led them to a clearing bathed in the light of the crescent moon. There, amidst the clover and wild thyme, they found a gathering of glow mice, their small forms aglow with a soft, golden light. The glow mice chattered excitedly at the sight of the villagers, their tiny voices like the tinkling of bells. Anwen knelt down, her gentle presence calming the creatures, and asked them about the missing fireflies. The leader of the glow mice, a wise old creature with whiskers as white as snow, stepped forward. "The fireflies have taken shelter in the Whispering Cavern," he explained, drawn by a strange song that echoes through the night. "A song?" Finn echoed, his eyes wide with wonder. "What kind of song?" "It is a melody both beautiful and enchanting," the glow mouse replied. "But it is not of this world, and it unsettles the fireflies, drawing them away from their dance." The group thanked the glow mice for their help and set off towards the Whispering Cavern, a place known for its echoes and mysterious acoustics. As they approached, the air grew cooler, and the sound of the strange melody reached their ears, a haunting yet lovely tune that seemed to weave its way into their very souls. At the entrance of the cavern, they paused, listening intently. The song was indeed captivating, like the gentle lapping of waves upon a shore, and it seemed to come from deep within the heart of the earth. Anwen, ever wise, suggested they proceed with care. "Let us find the source of this melody," she said, "for it may hold the key to our mystery." With lanterns casting warm pools of light, they ventured into the cavern. The walls glimmered with crystals, capturing the light and reflecting it in a dazzling display. The melody grew stronger, guiding them deeper, until they reached a vast chamber where a small, luminous pool lay at its center. Hovering above the pool was a creature unlike any they had ever seen, a spirit of the water, its form shifting like liquid moonlight. It sang softly, its voice the very essence of tranquility. The spirit noticed the villagers and paused, its song fading into silence. "Welcome, kind travelers," it spoke, its voice echoing softly. "I did not mean to trouble the fireflies. I sang to remember my home, far beyond the stars." Anwen stepped forward, her heart full of compassion. "We understand," she said gently. "Perhaps you might share your song with the world above, where all can hear and join in your melody." The spirit considered her words, its form shimmering with thought. "That would be lovely," it replied at last, "to sing under the open sky, where the moon and stars can hear my song." With the villagers' encouragement, the spirit rose from the pool, its song swelling once more, this time with joy and gratitude. Together, they returned to the village, where the spirit's melody filled the air, a harmonious blend with the night. The fireflies, drawn by the new harmony, returned to their dance, their lights twinkling like stars fallen to earth. The villagers gathered in the market square, their hearts lifted by the beauty of the night. And so the mystery was resolved, not through force or fear, but with understanding and kindness. The spirit found a new home in Bramblebrook, where it sang each night, accompanied by the fireflies, the glow mice, and the whispers of the ancient oak. As the villagers retired to their homes, the world outside their windows was a symphony of light and song. Finn and Isla, nestled beneath warm quilts, closed their eyes, their dreams filled with the magic of the night. And in the heart of Bramblebrook, beneath the starlit sky, the spirit sang on, its melody a gentle promise of peace and wonder, weaving through the dreams of all who listened. In a lush and verdant valley kissed by the gentle glow of twilight, nestled amongst rolling hills and whispering streams, lay the village of Bramblebrook. It was a place untouched by the rush of the outside world, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and lavender. The cobblestone paths wound gracefully between quaint, thatched-roof cottages, each adorned with vibrant flower boxes overflowing with blooms of every imaginable hue. The heart of Bramblebrook was its market square, a lively yet serene hub where villagers gathered to exchange goods, stories, and laughter. In the center stood a grand old oak tree, its branches stretching wide, offering shade and a sense of timelessness. Beneath this ancient tree sat an equally ancient bench, worn smooth by countless tales told and secrets shared. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of peach and gold, a peculiar event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that the twinkling lights of the fireflies, which usually danced merrily in the dusk, were nowhere to be seen. Instead, a soft, shimmering mist curled through the air, weaving its way like a silken ribbon through the village. The villagers, though curious, were not alarmed, for they were accustomed to the mysterious wonders of their magical world. However, the absence of the fireflies was indeed unusual, and so they turned to their beloved friend and guide, an elderly woman named Anwen, known for her wisdom and gentle spirit. Anwen lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, surrounded by a garden brimming with herbs and wildflowers. Her presence was as calming as a lullaby, and her eyes twinkled with the knowledge of 1,000 stars. The villagers approached her with their concerns, and she listened intently, nodding as they spoke. "It seems we have a little mystery on our hands," Anwen said with a soft chuckle, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "Fear not, for mysteries are like puzzles, and every puzzle has its pieces." Intrigued, a small group of villagers offered to assist Anwen in uncovering the puzzle's solution. Among them was a young boy named Finn, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky, and a thoughtful girl named Isla, who had a knack for noticing the smallest of details. Together, they formed a merry band, ready to explore the strange happenings. Anwen suggested they begin their exploration at the edge of the village, where the forest of Eldergrove began. Eldergrove was a magical place, home to many wondrous creatures, some known and some yet to be discovered. As the group made their way into the forest, the air filled with the soft sounds of crickets chirping and leaves whispering secrets. Finn and Isla, walking side by side, marveled at the beauty around them. The trees were wrapped in moonlight, their leaves shimmering like silver coins. They caught sight of a family of rabbits peeking curiously from their burrows and a pair of owls hooting softly from a high branch. "Look," Elis, pointing to the ground where faint, glowing footprints appeared, leading deeper into the forest. Anwen, following their gaze, smiled knowingly. "We are on the right path," she said. "These are the tracks of the glow mice, gentle creatures who often know more than they let on." With renewed determination, they followed the luminous trail, which led them to a clearing bathed in the light of the crescent moon. There, amidst the clover and wild thyme, they found a gathering of glow mice, their small forms aglow with a soft, golden light. The glow mice chattered excitedly at the sight of the villagers, their tiny voices like the tinkling of bells. Anwen knelt down, her gentle presence calming the creatures, and asked them about the missing fireflies. The leader of the glow mice, a wise old creature with whiskers as white as snow, stepped forward. "The fireflies have taken shelter in the Whispering Cavern," he explained, drawn by a strange song that echoes through the night. "A song?" Finn echoed, his eyes wide with wonder. "What kind of song?" "It is a melody both beautiful and enchanting," the glow mouse replied. "But it is not of this world, and it unsettles the fireflies, drawing them away from their dance." The group thanked the glow mice for their help and set off towards the Whispering Cavern, a place known for its echoes and mysterious acoustics. As they approached, the air grew cooler, and the sound of the strange melody reached their ears, a haunting yet lovely tune that seemed to weave its way into their very souls. At the entrance of the cavern, they paused, listening intently. The song was indeed captivating, like the gentle lapping of waves upon a shore, and it seemed to come from deep within the heart of the earth. Anwen, ever wise, suggested they proceed with care. "Let us find the source of this melody," she said, "for it may hold the key to our mystery." With lanterns casting warm pools of light, they ventured into the cavern. The walls glimmered with crystals, capturing the light and reflecting it in a dazzling display. The melody grew stronger, guiding them deeper, until they reached a vast chamber where a small, luminous pool lay at its center. Hovering above the pool was a creature unlike any they had ever seen, a spirit of the water, its form shifting like liquid moonlight. It sang softly, its voice the very essence of tranquility. The spirit noticed the villagers and paused, its song fading into silence. "Welcome, kind travelers," it spoke, its voice echoing softly. "I did not mean to trouble the fireflies. I sang to remember my home, far beyond the stars." Anwen stepped forward, her heart full of compassion. "We understand," she said gently. "Perhaps you might share your song with the world above, where all can hear and join in your melody." The spirit considered her words, its form shimmering with thought. "That would be lovely," it replied at last, "to sing under the open sky, where the moon and stars can hear my song." With the villagers' encouragement, the spirit rose from the pool, its song swelling once more, this time with joy and gratitude. Together, they returned to the village, where the spirit's melody filled the air, a harmonious blend with the night. The fireflies, drawn by the new harmony, returned to their dance, their lights twinkling like stars fallen to earth. The villagers gathered in the market square, their hearts lifted by the beauty of the night. And so the mystery was resolved, not through force or fear, but with understanding and kindness. The spirit found a new home in Bramblebrook, where it sang each night, accompanied by the fireflies, the glow mice, and the whispers of the ancient oak. As the villagers retired to their homes, the world outside their windows was a symphony of light and song. Finn and Isla, nestled beneath warm quilts, closed their eyes, their dreams filled with the magic of the night. And in the heart of Bramblebrook, beneath the starlit sky, the spirit sang on, its melody a gentle promise of peace and wonder, weaving through the dreams of all who listened. Story 39. Once upon a time, in the heart of a sprawling, ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets only the wind could understand, there lived a community of creatures unlike any other. Nestled beneath the emerald canopy, the forest was a symphony of life. each creature playing its part in a delicate, harmonious tune. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves, their surfaces glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels scattered across a vibrant green carpet. Rays of sunlight filtered through the dense branches, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor where wildflowers blossomed in a riot of colors, violet, gold, and crimson. In this enchanted place, the animals lived in a world of balance, each one understanding its role in the grand tapestry of life. Among them was a wise old fox named Fendrel, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves, fiery and warm. Fendrel was known far and wide for his wisdom, passed down through countless generations. He was the keeper of the forest's stories and the guardian of its ancient magic. One crisp morning, as the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of damp soil, Fendrel gathered the younger creatures of the forest for a tale. They gathered around him, eyes wide with anticipation, their breaths forming delicate clouds in the cool air. There was Bramble, the curious rabbit with ears as long as the day, and Tilly, the little hedgehog with a coat as soft as the velvet night. "Today," Fendrel began, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves, "I will tell you the story of the season's dance, a magical phenomenon that binds our forest in harmony." The creatures leaned in closer, their hearts beating in time with the gentle rhythm of the forest. "Long ago," Fendrel continued, "the forest was a place of chaos, with each season vying for power, causing the world to swing from bitter cold to scorching heat in the blink of an eye. The trees would crack under the pressure of snow one day, only to be scorched by the relentless sun the next. The creatures were confused and frightened, unable to find their place in such turmoil. The forest seemed to hold its breath, listening to Fendrel's tale. Then came a time when the elders of the forest, wise and ancient as the stars, convened to bring peace to the land. They decided that each season would have its time to reign, ensuring a balance that would allow all life to flourish. Thus the season's dance was born. Fendrel's eyes sparkled like the dew-kissed leaves as he spoke of the dance. Spring would awaken first, painting the world with fresh blooms and gentle rains. Summer followed, with its golden warmth and long, lazy days. Autumn arrived next, wrapping the forest in a tapestry of fiery colors and crisp air. Finally, winter would blanket the world in a soft, white silence, allowing the earth to rest and renew. The young creatures sighed in wonder, imagining the dance of the seasons as a gentle, flowing ballet across their beloved home. "But," Fendrel cautioned, "this balance is delicate. Each being in the forest must respect and contribute to it, for the dance to continue. Our actions, however small, ripple through the forest like a stone tossed into a still pond." Tilly, the hedgehog, spoke up, her voice as soft as a whisper. "How can we help, Fendrel? What can we do to keep the balance?" Fendrel smiled, his gaze warm and reassuring. "By understanding our place and helping one another. When you share the fruits of the earth, you honor the bounty of summer. When you gather leaves and twigs for the winter, you respect the gifts of autumn. Each act of kindness, each moment of sharing, keeps the dance alive." Bramble, the rabbit, nodded thoughtfully. "So, by living in harmony with each other and the seasons, we ensure the magic continues." "Exactly," Fendrel replied, his voice like a gentle caress. "And remember, the forest always listens. It sees the kindness in your hearts and rewards it with its own gifts." As Fendrel's tale came to an end, the sun began its slow descent, casting a golden glow over the forest. The creatures lingered, absorbing the serenity of the moment, feeling the interconnectedness of their world more deeply than ever before. The days turned to weeks, and the lessons of the season's dance wove themselves into the fabric of their lives. Each creature took to heart the wisdom of Fendrel's story, nurturing the balance of their world through simple acts of care and camaraderie. In time, the forest flourished, a vibrant testament to the power of harmony and the enduring magic that resided within its ancient boundaries. The creatures thrived, their lives an intricate tapestry of friendship and wisdom, woven together by the timeless dance of the seasons. And under the watchful gaze of the old fox, they knew that as long as they remembered the story of the season's dance, their beloved forest would always remain a haven of peace and enchantment. And so, as the moon rose high to sprinkle silver light over the tranquil landscape, the creatures nestled into their cozy dens, lulled to sleep by the soft whispers of the wind, carrying the promise of another beautiful day. Story 40. In the serene village of Willow Grove, nestled amidst rolling green hills and surrounded by whispering woods, lived a gentle soul named Lyra. Lyra was known for her caring heart and love for nature, yet she often felt a whisper of unease deep within her, a longing for something she couldn't quite name. This feeling was like a tiny pebble in her shoe, persistent and urging her to change, though she feared the unknown. Lyra lived in a quaint, ivy-covered cottage at the edge of the forest. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending her vibrant garden and listening to the melodies of the wind as it danced through the leaves. The villagers adored her for her kindness and often sought her wisdom, but Lyra secretly wondered if she was missing out on a greater adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sunlight poured through the canopy of trees, Lyra decided to wander deeper into the forest than ever before. She followed the path as it wound like a playful ribbon through the woods, the air rich with the scent of pine and earth. It was there she met a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, shimmering dragon named Finn. Finn was a curious and cheerful dragon, his scales glistening with a spectrum of colors that shifted and changed like the sky at sunset. He had been watching Lyra for a while, drawn to her gentle spirit and sensing her inner turmoil. With a voice as soft as a summer breeze, he greeted her. "Greetings, dear Lyra. I am Finn, a guardian of these woods. I sense you are seeking something, perhaps even without knowing what it is." At first, Lyra was startled by the dragon's presence, but his warm eyes and gentle demeanor quickly set her at ease. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice barely louder than a whisper. "I feel as though there's something more I should be doing, something I should become, but I don't know what it is." Finn nodded knowingly. Change can be daunting, but it is through change that we grow. Perhaps a journey of discovery is what you need. And with those words, Finn promised to accompany Lyra on a magical journey, one where she would learn not only about the world, but also about herself. Their journey began that very day. Finn led Lyra through hidden paths and enchanted glens, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like golden rain. They visited the ancient oak with a trunk wide enough to hold secrets 1,000 years old, where Finn introduced her to the wise owls who nested there. The owls shared stories of the forest's history, tales of resilience and change, teaching Lyra the importance of embracing the unknown. As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself growing more comfortable with the idea of change. Each new experience was like a brushstroke on the canvas of her life, adding depth and color. She learned from the playful brook that danced over stones, whispering secrets of adaptation and flow. She marveled at the caterpillars transforming into butterflies, their delicate wings a testament to the beauty of transformation. Throughout their travels, Lyra was never alone. Finn was a constant companion, always there to offer encouragement and wisdom. He taught her to see the magic in everyday moments, from the way the stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky, to the way the morning dew coated the world in a shimmering veil. One day, as they rested by a serene lake under the silver glow of the moon, Lyra turned to Finn, her voice brimming with newfound understanding. "I've learned so much, yet I feel there's still more within me waiting to grow." Finn smiled, his scales reflecting the moonlight like 1,000 tiny mirrors. "You've discovered that growth is a journey, not a destination. You've learned to trust in the process, to embrace the changes that come your way." With Finn's guidance, Lyra realized that the unease she once felt was not a burden but a gift, a call to explore, to learn, to grow. She understood that change was not something to fear, but something to welcome, for it brought with it the promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. As their journey came to a close, Lyra returned to Willow Grove, her heart full of peace and her spirit alight with the knowledge she had gained. The village welcomed her back with open arms, and she shared her experiences with them, inspiring others to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery. Lyra's garden flourished more than ever, a testament to her inner growth. Each bloom told a story of courage and transformation, a reminder of the beauty that lies in embracing change. And though Finn returned to his home in the forest, his presence lingered in Lyra's heart. a gentle reminder of the magic of friendship and the power of personal growth. Under the starlit sky, Lyra sat by her garden, feeling the warm embrace of the universe. She had found what she was seeking, not something outside of herself, but the courage to grow, to change, and to become the best version of who she was meant to be. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a soul full of peace, she drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the shimmering presence of her dear friend, Finn. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lila and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lila padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lila," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the whispering woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Lila's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lila set off toward the whispering woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lila walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Lila," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Lila nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods." Lila listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lila set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lila returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection, its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lila spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lila made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum soft lullabies, and the ground was carpeted with a tapestry of moss and wildflowers, there lay a quaint little village called Moon Haven. This village, nestled under the gentle glow of a perpetually twinkling sky, was a place where magic flowed as naturally as the babbling brook that wound its way through the center of town. Moonhaven was known for its serene beauty and the warmth of its community. It was a place where the houses were made of smooth, rounded stones, with thatched roofs that looked like they had sprouted from the earth itself. Each window glowed with the soft light of candles, and the air was always scented with the comforting aromas of freshly baked bread and blooming lavender. One crisp autumn evening, as the golden leaves danced gently down from the trees, a peculiar event began to unfold. The village's beloved clock tower, which stood proudly in the village square for generations, had started to chime at odd hours. Instead of its usual melody marking the passage of time, it now played a strange, lilting tune that no one recognized. This curious phenomenon puzzled the villagers, for the clock tower was enchanted to ensure it kept perfect time and harmony with the natural world. The villagers gathered in small groups, whispering under the glow of the street lamps, their breath visible in the cool evening air. Among the villagers was a young girl named Leela, known for her keen sense of curiosity and her love for solving puzzles. Leela lived with her grandmother, Eleonora, in a cozy cottage at the edge of the woods. Eleonora was a wise and gentle soul, whose knowledge of the old ways and stories of the forest was unparalleled. After the clock tower's melody drifted through the night once more, Lila turned to her grandmother with eyes wide with wonder. "Grandmother, what do you think could be making the clock tower chime so strangely?" Eleonora smiled softly, her eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stories. "Ah, my dear, the world is full of mysteries, each waiting patiently for the right heart to uncover them. Perhaps it is time you seek the counsel of the forest's guardians." Encouraged by her grandmother's words, Lila set out the next morning, her heart light with excitement. She followed the winding path through the woods, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like streams of golden syrup. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and the distant call of birds. Lila soon arrived at the ancient oak tree known as the Heartwood. This tree was the oldest in the forest, its trunk wide enough to hide an entire family behind. It was said to be the dwelling of the forest's guardians, the elder tree sprites, who were wise creatures of gentle magic and deep understanding. As Lila approached, she noticed faintly glowing figures emerging from the bark of the tree. They were the elder tree sprites, their tiny forms shimmering with an ethereal light. Their eyes, like polished stones, watched her with curiosity and kindness. "Greetings, young Lila," they chorused in voices as soft as the rustle of leaves. "What brings you to the Heartwood today?" Lila curtsied politely, a gesture she had learned from her grandmother. Wise sprites, the clock tower in our village has been playing a strange melody at odd hours, and we cannot understand why. I seek your guidance to unravel this mystery. The sprites exchanged thoughtful glances, their forms flickering like candle flames. The clock tower's melody is the song of the wind harp, they explained. It is an ancient instrument, once played by the winds themselves. It seems the melody is calling out for something lost. Intrigued, Lila asked, what could be lost that the melody seeks? The wind harp's song is woven with the essence of harmony and balance, the sprites continued. Perhaps it seeks the return of something that has tipped the scales. Thanking the sprites for their wisdom, Lila made her way back to Moonhaven, her mind alight with possibilities. As she walked, she pondered what might be missing from their village that could upset such a delicate balance. Upon her return, Lila went to visit the clockmaker, a gentle old man named Mr. Thistle. His workshop was a treasure trove of gears and cogs, where the air was filled with the comforting tick-tock of timepieces. Mr. Thistle, Lila began, have you noticed anything unusual about the clock tower lately? The clockmaker nodded, his expression thoughtful. Indeed, young Lila, the clock's song is different, as if it sings of longing. Do you recall anything that changed before the melody began? Lila inquired. Mr. Thistle scratched his head, his brow furrowed with concentration. Now that you mention it, a few weeks ago, a little bird's nest was found empty beneath the clock tower. The nest had been there for years, but the birds have vanished. Lila's eyes widened with realization. Perhaps the birds are what the wind harp song is calling for. They are part of the harmony that needs restoring. With newfound determination, Lila set out to find the missing birds. She followed the path that led deeper into the woods, listening closely for any sign of their song. The forest, with its tapestry of sounds, seemed to guide her steps. As she wandered, she came upon a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. There, perched on the branches of a young maple tree, were the missing birds, their feathers shimmering like jewels in the sunlight. They chirped a sweet, melodious tune that seemed to echo the clock tower's strange melody. Lila approached gently, speaking softly to the birds. "Oh, little ones, the village misses your song. Won't you return to the clock tower and bring back the harmony?" The birds, understanding her gentle plea, fluttered their wings in agreement. With a joyful trill, they took flight, leading Lila back to Moonhaven. As the birds returned to their nest beneath the clock tower, the strange melody ceased, replaced by the familiar, comforting chimes that had marked the hours for generations. The villagers gathered to watch in awe as the birds settled in, their presence restoring the balance that had been missing. That evening, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the village celebrated the return of their feathered friends. Lila, her heart full of contentment, sat by the fire with her grandmother, recounting her adventure. "You see, my dear," Eleonora said, wrapping an arm around Lila's shoulders, "sometimes the answers we seek are found by simply listening to the world around us. Balance and harmony are treasures worth nurturing." As the fire crackled softly and the night wrapped the village in its gentle embrace, Moonhaven drifted into a peaceful slumber, its harmony restored. And in the heart of the whispering woods, the clock tower stood tall, its melody a testament to the power of friendship and the wisdom of listening to the whispers of the world. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Once upon a time, nestled in a quaint village where cobblestone paths wound through mossy green hills, there stood an ancient bookshop called the Rustling Pages. The shop was a treasure trove of stories, its shelves overflowing with dusty tomes and leather-bound volumes that whispered tales of far-off lands and forgotten times. The air inside was perpetually filled with the comforting aroma of old paper and ink, mingling with the faint scent of lavender from the garden outside. In this bookshop, a young girl named Clara spent her afternoons. Clara had a curious heart and an imagination as vast as the skies above the village. She loved to lose herself among the pages, discovering new worlds and meeting characters who felt like dear friends. Yet what Clara cherished most was her time spent with Mr. Whittle, the kind, bespectacled owner of the rustling pages. Mr. Whittle had been a fixture in the village for as long as anyone could remember, his gentle demeanor and twinkling eyes a source of comfort to all who entered his shop. One rainy afternoon, as droplets tapped a melodic rhythm against the window panes, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar book tucked away in a corner. Its cover was worn and unassuming, but when she opened it, she found its pages blank, save for a small, hand-drawn map. Curiosity piqued, she showed the book to Mr. Whittle. "Ah, you found the Book of Whispers," he said with a smile, his voice as warm and rich as hot chocolate on a cold day. "It's said to hold a secret, but only those with a true heart can uncover it." Intrigued, Clara decided to take the book home and study the map more closely. That night, as the village lay wrapped in the quietude of slumber, Clara sat by her bedroom window, the book open on her lap. She traced the lines of the map with her finger, feeling a tingling sensation as she did so. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to shimmer, and before she knew it, Clara was standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the scent of pine and earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Birds chirped a gentle melody, and a brook babbled softly nearby. Clara felt a sense of wonder wash over her, but also a hint of uncertainty about this unexpected adventure. As she began to walk, Clara encountered a peculiar creature perched on a fallen log. It was a squirrel, but unlike any squirrel she had seen before. Its fur was a soft shade of lavender, and its eyes sparkled with an intelligence that seemed almost human. "Welcome, traveler," the squirrel chirped, its voice as light as a summer breeze. "I am Sylvie, guardian of the Whispering Woods. What brings you here?" Clara explained her discovery of the book and the map, her voice tinged with both excitement and bewilderment. Sylvie listened attentively, her bushy tail twitching thoughtfully. "The Book of Whispers has brought you here for a reason," Sylvie said. "Many seek its secrets, but few are chosen. You must journey to the heart of the forest to uncover what you seek. Fear not, for I shall accompany you." With Sylvie as her guide, Clara ventured deeper into the woods. They were soon joined by another unexpected companion, a wise old owl named Osric, who had a penchant for riddles and an encyclopedic knowledge of the forest's lore. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes gleamed with kindness. Together, the trio navigated the forest's winding paths, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the forest. Along the way, they encountered various creatures, each with their own stories and wisdom to share. There was a family of rabbits who spoke of the importance of community, a fox who taught them the value of patience, and a chorus of frogs who sang songs about the beauty of the present moment. As they journeyed, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the forest, her senses sharpening to the world around her. She felt a deep connection to the land and its inhabitants, a bond that seemed to strengthen with each passing moment. Eventually, the group arrived at a serene glade, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. At its center stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching skyward as if in silent prayer. Clara knew instinctively that they had reached the heart of the forest. "Here lies the secret of the Book of Whispers," Sylvie said, her voice barely a whisper itself. "But to uncover it, you must look within your own heart." Clara approached the tree, her heart beating in time with the gentle rustling of its leaves. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the earth beneath her feet and the life that pulsed around her. In that moment of stillness, Clara understood. The secret was not a tangible thing, but a realization, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. She saw the importance of kindness, the strength in wisdom, and the magic in friendship. Her journey had been one of discovery, not only of the forest's wonders, but of the light within her own heart. When Clara opened her eyes, the glade seemed to shimmer with a newfound radiance. She turned to Sylvie and Osric, gratitude filling her words as she thanked them for their guidance and companionship. With a gentle smile, Sylvie nodded. "The forest is always here, as are we, should you ever need us again." As the first stars began to twinkle in the evening sky, Clara found herself back in her bedroom. the Book of Whispers resting quietly on her lap. She felt a warmth inside, a comforting glow that she knew she would carry with her always. And so, Clara's days of adventure were not confined to the pages of books alone, but lived on in her heart, a testament to the magic of discovery, friendship, and the gentle wisdom of the world around her. As she drifted off to sleep, the forest's melody lingered in her dreams, a lullaby of whispers guiding her into the night. Story 64. Story 65. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was always sweet with the scent of honeyed blossoms and the sun filtered through the leaves like golden syrup, there lay a quaint little village called Moonberry Hollow. The village was known for its cozy cottages with thatched roofs, curling chimneys that puffed out gentle wisps of smoke, and gardens bursting with vibrant flowers and herbs. In this peaceful place, where the days seemed to drift by like lazy clouds, lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a curious mind and a heart as warm as a summer breeze. She spent her days exploring the woods and fields, always eager to discover the secrets of her enchanting world. Her constant companion was a wise old owl named Orin, who perched on her shoulder and shared stories of the forest's mysteries. Orin had feathers as soft as moonlight and eyes that held the wisdom of 1,000 stars. One crisp autumn morning, as the chill began to weave its way through the branches, Lila noticed something peculiar. The villagers were abuzz with whispers and puzzled expressions. It seemed that every night, just after the moon had risen, a strange, gentle humming sound could be heard echoing through the village. It was a soothing melody, yet it left everyone curious and a bit bewildered. Determined to uncover the source of the mysterious hum, Lila set out to investigate. She wrapped herself in her favorite knitted shawl, as colorful as an artist's palette, and with Orin fluttering at her side, she ventured into the forest under the silvery light of the waxing moon. The woods were alive with the rustle of leaves and the soft chirping of crickets. The path beneath Lila's feet was carpeted with fallen leaves, crunching softly with each step. Guided by the shimmer of moonbeams, they followed the sound, which grew clearer and more distinct as they ventured deeper into the forest. As they walked, Orin shared his insights. "The melody is unlike any I've heard in my long years," he mused, his voice a gentle rumble. "It carries a warmth, a kindness. Perhaps it's a call from an old friend of these woods." Their journey led them to a small clearing bathed in silver light, where they found a circle of ancient stones. In the center stood a glowing figure, a creature of ethereal beauty with wings that shimmered like spun glass. It was a sylph, a guardian of the forest's secrets and a creature of pure magic. The sylph's song was the source of the hum, a melody woven from the threads of starlight and dreams. She looked upon Lila and Orin with eyes that sparkled like dew on morning grass. "Ah, the curious hearts have found me," she said, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves in the wind. Lila stepped forward, her heart filled with wonder. "Why do you sing, dear sylph? Your song has enchanted our village, and we wish to understand its purpose." The sylph smiled, a gentle curve of lips that spoke of ancient wisdom. "I sing to awaken the forest, to remind it of the joy of life as the seasons change. My song is a gift, a lullaby for the earth and all who dwell upon it." "But why now?" Lila asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Why at this time?" The sylph's wings fluttered softly, casting a shimmering light across the clearing. "This is a time of transition, a time for the world to prepare for the quiet slumber of winter. My song helps the creatures of the forest gather their strength and find their rest." Understanding dawned on Lila like the first light of dawn. The sylph's song was a gentle reminder of the cycles of nature, a call to embrace the changes with grace and serenity. It was a lesson in harmony, in living in tune with the world around them. Moved by the sylph's wisdom, Lila thanked her for the gift of understanding. "We will share your message with the village, so they too can find peace in the melody of the seasons." As the night deepened, the sylph continued her song, her presence a beacon of light and comfort in the heart of the forest. Lila and Orin made their way back to Moonberry Hollow, their hearts light with the joy of discovery and the warmth of friendship. The next day, as the sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila gathered the villagers and shared the sylph's story. They listened with rapt attention, their worries eased by the knowledge that the hum was a song of nature's love, a gentle reminder of the beauty in every change. And so, the village of Moonberry Hollow embraced the sylph's song, letting its soothing melody guide them through the shifting seasons with hearts full of peace and gratitude. In the whispering woods, where magic and wonder danced hand in hand, Lila's journey had brought a deeper understanding of the world, a lesson woven into the very fabric of their lives, like a timeless lullaby sung beneath a blanket of stars. Story 66. Story 67. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Truth. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of the lush and rolling hills of Oakshire, lay a small, quaint village known as Willowbrook. This village was surrounded by an ancient forest, known to all as the Whispering Woods. The woods were a place of mystery and enchantment, where the trees seemed to murmur secrets to the wind, and the leaves danced in the gentle breeze like 1,000 tiny fairies. In Willowbrook, there lived a young girl named Anwen. With her auburn hair and bright green eyes, she resembled the very woods she loved to wander. Anwen was known for her kind heart and boundless curiosity. She often spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, collecting wildflowers and listening to the gentle symphony of nature. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with strokes of gold and crimson, Anwen set out on a journey deeper into the Whispering Woods than she had ever ventured before. She had heard tales of a hidden world within the forest, a place where magic thrived and the ordinary transformed into the extraordinary. As Anwen walked, the soft crunch of fallen leaves under her feet echoed through the woods. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweetness of ripened berries. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced around her like old friends. After wandering for what seemed like hours, Anwen stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching towards the heavens like the arms of a gentle giant. This tree was unlike any other. Its bark shimmered with a silvery hue, and its leaves glowed with an emerald light. As she approached, Anwen noticed something unusual at the base of the tree, a small, ornate lantern, crafted from bronze and adorned with intricate carvings of stars and moons. The lantern emitted a soft, warm glow, as if harboring a tiny piece of the sun within its confines. Curious, Anwen reached out and touched the lantern. Instantly, she felt a surge of warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. The forest around her seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something wondrous to unfold. In that moment, the lantern spoke, its voice as gentle as a whisper, yet as profound as a distant echo. "Anwen," it said, "you have found the lantern of truth. With it comes the power to see into the hearts of others and unveil the truths hidden within their souls. But tread carefully, for truth can be both a blessing and a burden." Anwen, though taken aback, was not afraid. She felt a sense of purpose and a quiet determination growing within her. She knew that with great power came great responsibility, and she vowed to use the lantern's gift wisely. As Anwen journeyed back to Willowbrook, the woods seemed to come alive with a newfound energy. Birds sang with greater fervor, and the wind rustled the leaves in a melodious chorus. Anwen felt as if she were part of a grander story, one that was just beginning to unfold. In the days that followed, Anwen learned to wield the lantern of truth with care and compassion. She discovered that truth had the power to heal, to mend broken relationships, and to bring understanding where there was once confusion. With each revelation, Anwen's heart swelled with empathy and wisdom. But as time went on, Anwen also learned that truth could be painful. It could reveal hidden wounds and unearth memories long buried. She realized that not everyone was ready to embrace the truths the lantern unveiled, and she had to learn the delicate art of patience and timing. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Anwen found herself by the village pond. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the myriad stars that began to pepper the sky. As she sat there, the lantern of truth by her side, Anwen noticed a figure approaching. It was Rowan, a boy from the village who was known for his quiet demeanor and gentle nature. Rowan and Anwen often shared stories by the pond, their friendship blossoming like the wildflowers that grew along its banks. Tonight, however, Rowan seemed troubled. His brow was furrowed, and his usually bright eyes were clouded with worry. Anwen sensed that something weighed heavily on his heart. "Rowan," she said softly, "what troubles you so?" Rowan hesitated, his gaze fixed on the rippling water. "Anwen," he began, his voice barely a whisper, "there are things I have kept hidden, things I fear might change the way you see me." Anwen reached for the lantern, its comforting glow casting a gentle light between them. "Rowan, the truth is like the stars in the night sky. It is always there, even when hidden behind clouds. Trust that it will guide us, just as it guides the travelers who follow its light." With a deep breath, Rowan spoke of his fears and insecurities, the burdens he had carried in silence. As he spoke, the lantern's light seemed to envelop them both, wrapping them in a cocoon of warmth and understanding. In that moment, Anwen realized that the lantern's true power lay not in revealing truth, but in creating a space where truth could be shared without fear. It was a power that fostered connection, empathy, and healing. As the night wore on, Anwen and Rowan talked until the stars began to fade and the first light of dawn kissed the horizon. They spoke of dreams and fears, of hopes and past regrets, their hearts growing lighter with each word shared. From that day forward, Anwen used the Lantern of Truth not as a tool, but as a bridge, connecting hearts, mending rifts, and fostering friendships that transcended the boundaries of expectation. The villagers came to see the lantern not as a relic of power, but as a beacon of hope and understanding. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Anwen's story became legend in Willowbrook. The Whispering Woods continued to hold their secrets, the leaves dancing to the wind's eternal song. And in the heart of the forest, the ancient tree stood as a reminder of the magic that lay within, and the truth that could transform the world. And so, as the fireside crackles and the shadows lengthen, we find ourselves at the end of our tale. But remember, dear listener, that truth is not just a lantern to be found in enchanted woods. It is a light within us all, waiting to illuminate the paths we walk and the stories we share. With a gentle sigh, the tale comes to a close, leaving behind the warmth of friendship and the glow of understanding. Sleep now, with dreams as bright and boundless as the stars that guide us home. Story 68. Story 69. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Whimsy Hollow, where the lanes were cobbled with candy stones and the rooftops shimmered like rainbow scales, there lived a peculiar family of hedgehogs known as the Twiddlepuffs. The Twiddlepuffs were no ordinary hedgehogs. Each member of the family had a unique magical trait. Fizz, the youngest, could make flowers bloom with a sneeze, while his sister, Tilly, had a giggle so infectious that it could make even the grumpiest of frogs join in a chorus of laughter. Their home was a delightful burrow nestled beneath a towering lollipop tree, where the air always smelled of mint and honey. Inside, the walls were lined with shelves of shimmering trinkets, each one a memento of adventures past. The fireplace crackled softly, its flames dancing a merry jig, while the scent of freshly baked acorn pie wafted through the air, inviting and warm. One sunny morning, as the dew still clung to the grass like tiny jewels, a peculiar event unfolded in Whimsy Hollow. The village's magical fountain, known for its sparkling waters that granted the most joyful dreams, had suddenly stopped flowing. The fountain, crafted from glistening crystal and adorned with carvings of playful otters, stood silent, its usual melody of tinkling waters replaced by an ominous hush. The villagers gathered around, their faces a mix of concern and curiosity. Among them was the wise and whimsical Mayor Pippin, a rabbit with spectacles perched precariously on his twitching nose and a waistcoat filled with pockets of peculiar odds and ends. "We must solve this riddle," declared Mayor Pippin, peering at the fountain with a thoughtful frown. "For without our dream water, the nights will grow restless and the dreams mundane." Fizz and Tilly, always up for an adventure, volunteered to help. With a spark of determination in their eyes, they set off on a quest to uncover the mystery. Their first stop was the cozy cottage of Granny Wobble, an elderly turtle with a pant for storytelling and a fondness for treacle. "Ah, yes," Granny Wobble mused, adjusting her spectacles with a slow, deliberate motion. "The fountain's heart is a crystal teardrop, known to be enchanted. It is said to be the source of its magic. But where has the crystal gone? Tilly asked, her eyes wide with wonder. To find the crystal, Granny Wobble continued, you must follow the path of the moonbeams, for they will lead you to the enchanted grove where whispers of old magic dwell. With Granny Wobble's cryptic advice in mind, Fizz and Tilly set off towards the edge of Whimsy Hollow, where the trees intertwined like old friends whispering secrets. As night fell, the moon cast a silvery glow across their path, illuminating a trail of moonbeams that danced like ribbons in the night. The journey was filled with delightful surprises. Along the way, they encountered Whisk the squirrel, who was renowned for his incredible juggling skills. Whisk joined them on their quest, juggling acorns and pine cones with such flair that it lifted their spirits and added a touch of whimsy to their travels. Eventually, the trio arrived at the Enchanted Grove, a place where the air shimmered with possibilities, and the trees whispered in a language only the heart could understand. In the heart of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its bark etched with ancient runes that glowed softly. Just as they approached, a small, mischievous sprite named Glimmer appeared, her wings sparkling like diamond dust. I know what you seek, she chimed, her voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. The crystal teardrop was borrowed by the wind, who wished to compose a melody unlike any other. Can we get it back? Fizz inquired, his nose twitching with excitement. Of course, Glimmer giggled. All you need is a song of friendship, for the wind loves nothing more than the harmony of kindred souls. And so, beneath the canopy of the Enchanted Grove, Fizz, Tilly, and Whisk began to sing. Their melody was a lilting tune that spoke of laughter and dreams, of adventures shared and dreams fulfilled. The wind, who had been listening from afar, was so moved by their song that it returned the crystal teardrop, placing it gently in Fizz's tiny paws. With the crystal in hand, the trio made their way back to Whimsy Hollow, where a crowd of villagers greeted them with cheers and hugs. Mayor Pippin beamed with pride as he placed the crystal back in the fountain, and with a joyous gurgle, the waters began to flow once more, sparkling like 1,000 stars. That night, as the village drifted into slumber, the dreams that visited each villager were more vibrant and joyful than ever before. And as for Fizz and Tilly, they snuggled into their cozy burrow beneath the lollipop tree, the warmth of friendship and adventure weaving through their dreams like a gentle lullaby. And so, in the heart of Whimsy Hollow, where magic and laughter danced hand in hand, the Twiddlepuffs slept soundly, knowing that the world was just a little bit brighter because of their journey. And as the moon cast its silvery glow over the village, the fountain sang its familiar song, a melody of dreams and delight that carried through the night, whispering promises of more whimsical adventures to come. Story 70? Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between lush rolling hills and a sparkling, winding river, there was a small cottage with a thatched roof and ivy creeping up its stone walls. Inside this cottage lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes reminiscent of the autumn sky, a deep and thoughtful blue. She lived with her grandmother, a kindly woman known throughout the village for her wisdom and her stories, which she shared warmly by the fireside. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced playfully to the ground, Lila was helping her grandmother tidy the attic. It was a place filled with the aroma of cedar and the quiet whispers of history, where boxes piled high held memories long forgotten. As Lila dusted off an old wooden trunk, her fingers brushed against something cool and metallic. Curious, she lifted the lid and discovered a small, intricately carved compass. Its brass surface glinted softly in the dim light filtering through the attic's single window. But this was no ordinary compass. Instead of pointing north, its needle spun gently, as if beckoning Lila to follow. "Grandmother, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice a mix of surprise and wonder. Her grandmother approached, her eyes twinkling with a secret knowledge. "Ah, the whispering compass," she said softly. "I wondered when it would find you." Lila's heart skipped a beat. "Whispering compass?" Her grandmother nodded, settling into an old rocking chair, the wood creaking familiarly under her weight. "This compass belonged to your great-grandfather. It does not guide you to places, but to truths. It leads the way to answers you seek. but only if you listen closely and trust its wisdom. Intrigued and a little apprehensive, Lila slipped the compass into her pocket. That night, as the stars sprinkled the sky like sugar, she lay awake, the compass resting on her bedside table, its needle casting gentle shadows in the moonlight. The next morning, with the first light of dawn painting the sky in gentle hues of pink and gold, Lila decided to follow the compass's call. She dressed warmly, wrapped a soft woolen scarf around her neck, and set off, the compass cradled in her hands. The needle spun slowly, then settled, pointing towards the forest that bordered the village. The forest was a place of mystery, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in shimmering patches, and the air was alive with the scent of pine and earth. As Lila ventured deeper, she met her first companion, a wise old owl perched upon a low-hanging branch. His feathers were a rich tapestry of browns and whites, and his eyes shone with the wisdom of ages. "Where are you headed, young one?" the owl hooted gently. "I'm following this compass," Lila replied, showing him the magical instrument. The owl nodded sagely. "Ah, the journey of truth. Remember, when the road seems unclear, wisdom will light the way." With a grateful smile, Lila continued on her path. The forest began to thicken, and soon she found herself at a small, bubbling brook. There, a rabbit with fur as soft as a cloud and eyes bright with curiosity was sipping water. The rabbit looked up, twitching its nose. "Hello, traveler. What brings you here?" "I'm searching for answers," Lila explained, feeling the warmth of companionship in the rabbit's presence. "Answers are often found in the quietest places," the rabbit said kindly. "Sometimes you must pause and listen." Lila nodded thoughtfully, the rabbit's words echoing in her mind. As she crossed the brook, she noticed the compass's needle had begun to spin more fervently, guiding her further into the heart of the forest. The trees whispered secrets in the breeze, and soon she arrived at a clearing where a circle of ancient stones stood, covered in moss and thyme. In the center, a gentle glow emanated from a pool of crystal-clear water. Here, Lila paused, feeling a sense of peace and anticipation. She knelt by the pool, closing her eyes and letting the symphony of the forest fill her senses. The rustle of leaves, the song of distant birds, the gentle gurgle of the brook, all became a harmonious melody, guiding her thoughts inward. In this serene moment, the compass in her pocket grew warm, and Lila understood that the answers she sought were not bound by words or places, but by the connections she had made along her journey. The wisdom of the owl, the gentle reminder from the rabbit to listen, and the quietude of the clearing all spoke to a deeper truth within her. As Lila opened her eyes, she realized that the compass had stopped spinning. It lay still, its purpose fulfilled. She smiled softly, a newfound clarity shining in her eyes. She rose, feeling lighter, as if the forest itself had lifted her burdens. With the sun setting in a blaze of oranges and purples, Lila retraced her steps, bidding farewell to her newfound friends. The owl watched her departure with a nod, while the rabbit waved a tiny paw from the brook's edge. When Lila returned to the village, the first stars were beginning to twinkle in the velvet sky. Her grandmother was waiting by the fire, her knitting needles clicking softly. "Did you find what you were looking for?" her grandmother asked, her voice a gentle embrace. Lila nodded, settling beside her. "Yes, and more. I found that sometimes the answers are not in faraway places, but within us, waiting for the right moment to be heard." Her grandmother smiled, brushing a stray curl from Lila's forehead. "That's a journey many take a lifetime to complete, my dear." As the fire crackled softly and the warmth of the hearth enfolded them, Lila felt a profound sense of contentment. The journey had changed her, not by altering who she was, but by revealing the strength and wisdom she already possessed. And as the village settled into the quiet of the night, Lila fell asleep, the whispering compass resting once more in its trunk, waiting patiently for the next seeker of truths. The stars watched over the little cottage, where dreams were woven with threads of magic and discovery, promising new adventures when the time was right. And so, in the gentle glow of the fireplace and the soft embrace of a grandmother's love, Lila found her place in the world, enveloped in the warmth of home and the promise of endless possibilities. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Once upon a time, nestled between the rolling hills and whispering woods, lay the quaint village of Bramblebrook. It was a place where the morning sun kissed the rooftops with gentle warmth, and the evening breeze carried the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. The villagers were a close-knit bunch, their lives intertwined like the ivy that clung to the stone cottages. In this serene corner of the world, magic was spoken of in hushed tones, a relic of old tales and distant memories. In a small cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Leora. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as bright as the summer sky, Leora was known for her curious spirit and kind heart. Her days were spent exploring the fields and forests that surrounded Bramblebrook, her laughter echoing through the trees like a melody carried on the wind. Leora's closest companion was a wise old owl named Horace. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes held the depth of ancient knowledge. Horace had been Leora's friend for as long as she could remember, guiding her with gentle wisdom and watching over her adventures with a protective gaze. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in shades of gold and crimson, Leora set out on a new adventure. She had heard whispers from the villagers about a hidden world within the heart of the forest, a place where the ordinary and extraordinary intertwined. The stories spoke of a magical glade, a sanctuary for creatures unseen and wonders untold. With Horace perched on her shoulder, Leora followed the winding path into the woods. The forest was alive with the symphony of chirping crickets and rustling leaves, a lullaby that soothed the soul. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor as they ventured deeper into the woodland realm. As they journeyed, Leora noticed something peculiar. A faint glow seemed to emanate from beneath the moss-covered roots of an ancient oak tree. Intrigued, she knelt down, brushing aside the leaves and twigs to reveal a small, ornate box. It was crafted from polished wood, inlaid with delicate silver filigree that shimmered in the dappled light. "What do you suppose this is, Horace?" Leora wondered aloud, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns on the box. Horace tilted his head thoughtfully. "It appears to be a relic of the old magic, Leora. Handle it with care, for such objects often carry both wonder and responsibility." With a gentle touch, Leora opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft velvet, lay an exquisite amulet. It was a pendant of silver and sapphire, glowing with a soft, ethereal light. As she held it in her hand, a warmth spread through her as if the amulet recognized her touch. "It's beautiful," Leora marveled, slipping the chain around her neck. The moment the amulet settled against her heart, the forest around her seemed to shift. The colors grew more vibrant, the sounds clearer, as if the world had come alive in a way she had never experienced before. With Horace by her side, Leora continued her journey, drawn by an unseen force that guided her deeper into the forest. The path led them to a secluded glade, where the air was thick with enchantment. Here the trees stood tall and proud, their branches adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. A gentle stream babbled nearby, its waters sparkling with 1,000 tiny rainbows. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree unlike any other. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark a tapestry of twisting vines and emerald moss. From its branches hung clusters of luminescent fruits, each one pulsating with a soft, inviting light. As Leora approached the tree, a soft voice echoed through the glade, warm and welcoming. "Welcome, Leora, guardian of the amulet. You are in the realm of the Whispering Woods, a sanctuary for all that is magical and true." Startled, Leora looked around, searching for the source of the voice. "Who's there?" she called, her curiosity tinged with awe. "I am the spirit of the woods," the voice replied, gentle as a summer breeze. "I have watched over this land for centuries, preserving the balance between the seen and unseen." Leora felt a sense of peace wash over her, the presence of the spirit comforting and reassuring. "Why have I been brought here?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "The amulet chose you, dear child," the spirit explained. "It seeks a heart pure of intent, one who can see beyond the veil of the ordinary. You possess the ability to bring harmony between our worlds." As the spirit spoke, Leora felt the weight of responsibility settle upon her shoulders. Yet it was not a burden, but a promise of purpose and belonging. "What must I do?" she asked, determination in her voice. There is a storm brewing, one that threatens to disrupt the balance of our worlds, the spirit warned. An ancient feud between the creatures of the forest has awakened, and only through understanding and unity can peace be restored. Leora nodded, her resolve unwavering. I will do whatever it takes to help, she vowed, her hand clutching the amulet. Horus hooted softly in agreement, his wings ruffling with anticipation. With the guidance of the spirit, Leora set out to mend the rift that threatened the Whispering Woods. Her first task was to speak with the Dryads, the tree spirits who guarded the forest. Their home was in a grove of silver birch trees, where the air was thick with the scent of earth and rain. The Dryads emerged from their arboreal homes, their forms shifting between wood and flesh. They regarded Leora with curiosity, their eyes reflecting the wisdom of the ages. "Why have you come, child of the outside?" one of them asked, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "I seek to understand the discord that has taken root in the forest," Leora replied, her tone respectful and earnest. "I wish to help restore harmony." The Dryads exchanged glances, a silent conversation passing between them. Finally, another spoke, her voice tinged with sorrow. "Our kin, the sylphs, have grown distant. They dwell in the upper reaches of the forest, where the wind sings a different song. We once danced together in harmony, but now distrust has taken root." Leora listened intently, her heart aching for the fractured bonds between the forest dwellers. "What caused this rift?" she asked gently. "It began with the loss of the Heartstone," the first Dryad explained. "A gem of great power, it was a symbol of our unity. Without it, our connection has withered, leaving space for fear and misunderstanding." Leora thanked the Dryads for their honesty and promised to seek out the sylphs. As she and Horus continued their journey, she pondered the wisdom in the Dryad's words. She understood that the Heartstone was more than a mere object. It was a representation of the unity and trust that bound the forest together. The path to the sylphs' domain was steep and winding, leading them to the treetops where the air was crisp and the sky stretched wide. The sylphs, ethereal and graceful, greeted Leora with wary curiosity. Their translucent wings shimmered in the sunlight, casting iridescent shadows on the leaves. "What brings you to our realm, earthbound one of the sylphs inquired, her voice melodic and airy. "I come seeking understanding and reconciliation," Leora answered, her gaze steady and sincere. "The Dryad spoke of the lost Heartstone and the rift it has caused. I wish to help bridge the divide." The sylphs exchanged looks, their expressions a mixture of hope and skepticism. Finally, a sylph with wings the color of twilight spoke. "The Heartstone was entrusted to the care of both our kin. It vanished one stormy night, leaving only whispers of betrayal in its wake." Leora listened carefully, her mind piecing together the fragmented story. "I believe the Heartstone still exists, hidden away, waiting for the right moment to be found," she mused aloud. "Perhaps it lies in a place where both worlds touch, yet remain separate." The sylphs considered her words, their gazes softening. "If you can find the Heartstone, perhaps the wounds can begin to heal," the twilight-winged sylph agreed, hope flickering in her eyes. With a promise to return, Leora left the sylphs' domain, her mind racing with possibilities. The amulet around her neck pulsed with a gentle warmth, guiding her thoughts like a beacon in the night. She realized that the Heartstone's hiding place must be at the confluence of the two realms, where the magic of the forest and the world beyond intertwined. Determined to find the Heartstone, Leora retraced her steps to the Enchanted Glade. As she approached the magnificent tree at its center, she felt the amulet's warmth intensify, the sapphire glow resonating with the energy of the glade. Leora knelt before the ancient tree, her fingers brushing the soft earth. "Spirit of the woods," she called softly, her voice a gentle plea. "Guide me to the Heartstone, so that I may help restore the harmony that has been lost." The spirit's voice answered, a soothing presence that enveloped her like a warm embrace. "The Heartstone lies within, child. It is a part of the forest, yet hidden from sight. Trust in your heart and the amulet's guidance." Closing her eyes, Leora let the amulet's warmth flow through her, connecting her to the pulse of the forest. Images danced in her mind's eye, visions of roots intertwining, branches reaching skyward, and the gentle rhythm of life that flowed through the whispering woods. With newfound clarity, Leora rose and approached the tree once more. Her hands moved with a purpose not entirely her own, guided by the amulet's magic. She reached into a hollow within the tree's trunk, her fingers brushing against something cool and smooth. When she withdrew her hand, she held the heartstone. It was a gem of unparalleled beauty, its surface swirling with colors that mirrored the forest's vibrant hues. As she held it aloft, the glade seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, the air shimmering with renewed energy. With the heartstone in her possession, Leora returned to the dryads and sylphs, her heart filled with hope and determination. She gathered them in the glade, where the spirit of the woods watched over them with a gentle presence. Holding the heartstone high, Leora addressed the gathered spirits, her voice carrying the weight of the forest's ancient wisdom. This is a new beginning, a chance to mend what was broken and rebuild the bonds of trust and friendship. The dryads and sylphs regarded the heartstone with reverence, its light reflecting in their eyes. Slowly, tentatively, they began to approach one another, their hands reaching out in gestures of reconciliation. As they joined hands, the heartstone blazed with a brilliant light, its magic weaving through the forest like a gentle breeze. Leora watched as the bonds of friendship and unity were reformed, a tapestry of harmony that enveloped the whispering woods. In that moment, Leora understood the true power of the amulet and the heartstone. It was not the objects themselves, but the connections they represented, the trust, understanding, and love that bound the creatures of the forest together. With the rift healed and harmony restored, Leora bid farewell to the dryads and sylphs, her heart light with the knowledge that she had played a part in preserving the magic of the whispering woods. Horus flapped his wings in approval, his eyes twinkling with pride. As they made their way back to Bramblebrook, Leora felt a deep sense of peace. The village was bathed in the warm glow of twilight, the stars beginning to twinkle in the vast sky above. She knew that the magic of the forest would always be a part of her, a reminder of the power of friendship and understanding. That night, as Leora lay in her cozy bed, the amulet resting on her bedside table, she drifted into a peaceful sleep. Her dreams were filled with visions of the whispering woods, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the soft, comforting presence of the spirit. And so, the story of Leora and the whispering woods became a cherished tale in the village of Bramblebrook, a reminder that even in the simplest of places, magic could be found in the hearts of those who believed in the power of friendship and the beauty of the world around them. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Title: Whispering Pines and the Song of the Stars. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and sapphire streams, the air always carried the scent of pine and the distant whisper of the sea. Here, in a small cottage with ivy-clad walls and a garden that bloomed with wildflowers, lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of chestnut leaves in autumn, and her eyes shimmered like the morning dew on a spider's web. Lila was known throughout the village for her kindness and the gentle way she could coax a smile from even the grumpiest of villagers. But what truly set Lila apart was her voice. When she sang, it was as if the world paused to listen. Her melodies floated through windows, slipped into dreams, and wrapped around hearts like a warm embrace. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Lila sat by her window, humming softly. The garden outside was alive with the chorus of crickets and the occasional rustle of leaves as a gentle breeze wove through the branches. Her melody twined with the night, a lullaby to the stars that began to twinkle above. Lila's grandmother, a wise woman with silver hair and eyes that sparkled with stories untold, joined her by the window. "Do you hear them, Lila?" she asked, her voice a soft echo of the wind. "Hear what, grandmother?" Lila replied, tilting her head and listening with all her heart. "The stars, my dear. They sing too in their own way. It's a song that only those who truly listen can hear." Lila closed her eyes, letting the world fade away until all that remained was the gentle hum of the night. And then she heard it, a faint melodious whisper, like the tinkling of distant bells. Her eyes flew open, wonder lighting them from within. "I hear it!" she exclaimed, her voice a breathless whisper. Her grandmother smiled, brushing a strand of hair from Lila's face. "There's magic in you, child, a gift, and with it, a journey you must one day take." Leela's heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of trepidation. She had always felt a pull towards something beyond her village, a calling that whispered through her dreams. As the days passed, Leela found herself drawn to the forest that bordered the village, a place both feared and revered by the villagers. It was said that the forest was alive with magic, that it held secrets as ancient as the stars themselves. Leela longed to explore its depths, to uncover the mysteries that lay hidden within. One crisp autumn morning, with the sun casting dappled shadows through the trees, Leela set out on her journey. The path into the forest was winding and narrow, flanked by towering pines that seemed to sway and murmur in greeting. The air was cool and fresh, filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet fragrance of fallen leaves. As Leela ventured deeper, the forest around her seemed to come alive. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a tapestry of sound that wrapped around her like a comforting shawl. Squirrels chattered and scurried, their bushy tails flicking playfully as they watched her with curious eyes. Leela walked for what felt like hours, guided by an unseen hand, until she reached a clearing bathed in golden sunlight. At its center stood an ancient oak with branches that reached skyward, its bark etched with intricate patterns that seemed to dance in the shifting light. Drawn to the tree, Leela approached and placed a hand on its trunk. The moment her fingers touched the rough bark, a warmth spread through her, and she felt a presence, a gentle, wise spirit that resided within the tree. "Welcome, Leela," a voice echoed in her mind, soft and resonant like a distant melody carried on the wind. "Who are you?" Leela asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I am the guardian of this forest, keeper of its secrets and its stories. You have been chosen, Leela, to carry the song of the stars and share it with the world." Leela's heart swelled with a sense of purpose, but with it came a wave of uncertainty. "But how? I'm just a girl from a small village." "You are more than you know, Leela. The magic within you is strong. Trust in yourself, and you will find your way." With those words, the presence faded, leaving Leela with a sense of peace and determination. She knew she had a path to follow, a song to share, but how and where she was yet to discover. As she turned to leave, a shimmer of light caught her eye from beneath the roots of the oak. Kneeling down, she discovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was cool to the touch, and when she opened it, she found a pendant in the shape of a star, its surface gleaming with an ethereal light. Slipping the pendant around her neck, Leela felt its warmth seep into her, a comforting reminder of her purpose. With renewed resolve, she began her journey back, each step taking her closer to fulfilling the destiny whispered to her by the stars. Over the following weeks, Leela's life took on a new rhythm. She spent her days tending to her garden, her evenings singing to the stars, and her nights dreaming of the journey that lay ahead. The villagers noticed the change in her, drawn to the light that seemed to radiate from within. One evening, as Leela sat by her window, her grandmother joined her, a knowing smile on her lips. "It's time, isn't it?" she said softly. Leela nodded, her heart both heavy and light. "Yes, grandmother, I feel it in my bones." Her grandmother hugged her close, the embrace warm and reassuring. "Remember, dear Leela, you are never alone. The stars are with you, always." With her grandmother's words echoing in her heart, Leela set out at dawn the next day, the pendant around her neck, a beacon of hope and strength. She followed the path through the village, her feet carrying her towards the unknown, guided by the song that sang within her. The journey took her over rolling hills and through misty valleys, each step bringing her closer to the heart of the world's magic. Along the way, she met others who, like her, were drawn to the music of the stars. There was Finn, a kind-hearted boy with hair like spun gold and eyes that twinkled with mischief. He had a way with animals, and wherever he went, creatures great and small followed in his wake. Then there was Mira, a spirited girl with a laugh like a bubbling brook and a knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places. Together they traveled through enchanted forests and across shimmering lakes, their friendship growing stronger with each shared adventure. They faced challenges, of course, storms that tested their resolve, paths that seemed to lead nowhere, but through it all, they had each other, and that made all the difference. One evening, as they sat by a campfire, the stars twinkling overhead, Leela shared her story with Finn and Mira. She spoke of the song of the stars, of the pendant that glowed with a light not of this world, and the journey she felt destined to take. Finn listened, his expression thoughtful. I've heard tales of a hidden valley, a place where the stars touch the earth. Perhaps that's where your journey leads. Do you think it's real? Mira asked, her eyes wide with wonder. Finn nodded. I believe so, and I believe we're meant to find it. With a new destination in mind, the trio set out the next morning, their spirits buoyed by the promise of discovery. The days passed in a blur of laughter and song, their path illuminated by the light of the pendant and the hope that burned brightly within them. At last, after many days of travel, they reached the edge of a vast, mist-shrouded valley. The air was thick with magic, and as they descended the slope, the mist parted to reveal a breathtaking sight. The valley was a tapestry of colors and textures, a place where nature's beauty seemed to have found its truest expression. Flowers of every hue carpeted the ground, their petals shimmering in the sunlight. Towering trees stretched towards the sky, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. And at the center of it all lay a serene lake, its surface like glass reflecting the sky above. As they approached the water's edge, a sense of peace enveloped them, as if the very air was infused with the song of the stars. Lila knelt by the lake, her heart filled with gratitude and awe. She understood now that this place, this hidden valley, was where she was meant to share her song. With Finn and Mira by her side, she sang, her voice a melody of hope and love that echoed through the valley. As her song filled the air, the world seemed to hold its breath, and then, one by one, the stars began to descend from the sky. They danced across the lake, their light mingling with Lila's song, creating a symphony of sound and light that resonated deep within the earth. The magic of the moment was beyond words, a gift to the world, and a reminder of the beauty that lay within each of them. And as the last notes of her song faded into the night, Lila knew that her journey was just beginning. With her friends beside her and the song of the stars within her, she was ready to face whatever lay ahead, a beacon of light in a world that, like her, was ever-changing and full of wonder. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. In the vast tapestry of the cosmos, where stardust whispered the secrets of the universe, two unlikely companions found themselves on a journey that would span the very fabric of time and space. The first was a gentle creature named Leora, from the planet Ethereum, where the skies shimmered with hues of lavender and the air was perfumed with the scent of blooming starflowers. Leora's kind was known for their ethereal wings that glowed softly in the moonlight, and their ability to communicate through melodious harmonies that filled the air like a gentle lullaby. The second was a mechanical being named Kor, hailing from the metallic world of Farovia, where towering spires of gleaming steel pierced the skies, and the rhythmic clanking of gears was the heartbeat of the land. Kor was built from the finest alloys, his form a masterwork of engineering, with eyes that glowed a warm amber, reminiscent of a hearth on a chilly night. Though crafted from metal, Kor possessed a soul as vibrant as any sentient being, his heart programmed with an unyielding curiosity about the universe beyond his own world. Their paths crossed on a small, unassuming moon known to its sparse inhabitants as Solara, where the golden sands stretched endlessly under the watchful gaze of twin suns. Leora had come in search of a rare, luminescent crystal said to possess healing properties, hoping to aid her people who had fallen ill from a mysterious ailment. Kor, on the other hand, was on a mission to collect data on the unique mineral formations found only on Solara, a task that promised to enhance the technological prowess of Farovia. Their initial meeting was one of cautious misunderstanding. Leora, with her gentle nature and melodic voice, found Kor's mechanical presence intimidating, the whirring of his servos and the clicking of his gears a stark contrast to the serene symphony of her world. Kor, in turn, was bewildered by Leora's ethereal form and her ability to converse through song, a language so foreign to his logical circuits that he struggled to comprehend her intentions. Yet, beneath the surface of their differences lay a shared purpose and a budding curiosity about one another. As they journeyed through the moon's golden dunes, their misunderstanding slowly gave way to a mutual respect. Leora discovered that Kor's logical mind complemented her intuitive nature, while Kor found beauty in the artistry of Leora's songs, their melodies unlocking emotions he had never before experienced. Their journey was not without its trials. One evening, as the twin suns dipped below the horizon, casting a warm amber glow over the sands, a fierce sandstorm swept across the landscape, its howling winds threatening to separate them. Leora's wings, though beautiful, were delicate, and the storm's fury battered her fragile form. Kor, realizing the danger, extended his metal frame to shield her from the storm's wrath, his sturdy construction providing a safe haven amidst the chaos. In the quiet aftermath, as the sands settled and the stars emerged to dance across the night sky, Leora and Kor found themselves huddled together, their differences forgotten in the face of shared adversity. It was in that moment, under the vast expanse of the cosmos, that they began to understand the true essence of friendship. Leora, her voice soft and filled with gratitude, sang a song of healing, her melody weaving around Kor, soothing the weariness of his circuits. In response, Kor shared tales of his world, his voice steady and warm, painting vivid pictures of Ferovia's gleaming towers and the rhythmic dance of its machinery. As the days turned into weeks, their bond deepened, each learning from the other in ways they had never anticipated. Leora taught Kor the beauty of the universe's natural symphonies, while Kor revealed to Leora the wonders of technology and the endless possibilities it held. Together, they faced the challenges of Solara, from navigating treacherous terrain to deciphering the mysteries of the luminescent crystals they sought. Their adventures culminated in a discovery that transcended their individual quests. Deep within a hidden cavern, they found a pool of crystalline water, its surface shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. It was here that the healing crystals grew, their luminescence a beacon of hope. As they harvested the crystals, Leora and Kor realized that their journey had not only brought healing to her people, but had also forged a bond that would endure beyond the sands of Solara. As they prepared to part ways, their missions complete, Leora and Kor stood together beneath the starlit sky, their hearts heavy with the bittersweet knowledge of their impending separation. Yet, in that moment, they understood that distance could never diminish the friendship they had cultivated. They had discovered that true friendship transcends the boundaries of worlds and species, a connection woven from the threads of shared experiences and mutual understanding. With a final embrace, Leora's wings enveloping Kor in a soft glow, and Kor's mechanical arms gently holding her close, they bid each other farewell. Leora returned to Ethereum with the healing crystals that would save her people, her heart forever touched by the warmth of Kor's friendship. Kor journeyed back to Ferovia, his circuits enriched with the memories of their adventures, his understanding of the universe forever broadened by the melodies of Leora's world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the cosmos, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship, their bond a testament to the power of kindness, understanding, and the wondrous tapestry of life that connects all beings, no matter how different they may seem. As they looked to the stars, they knew that their paths would cross again, for true friendship, like the stardust that binds the universe, is eternal. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Once upon a timeless eve, nestled deep within the ancient elderwood forest, a wondrous tale unfolded, a story as eternal as the towering pines and whispering streams that grace this enchanted realm. In a cozy burrow beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, a family of rabbits stirred to welcome the first rays of dawn. Willow, the matriarch, nuzzled her kits awake with a gentle nudge, her soft fur glistening with dewdrops like diamonds in the morning light. "Wake up, my little ones," she cooed, her voice as soothing as the babbling brook nearby. The forest awakens, and with it, a world of magic awaits. Blinking away the remnants of sleep, the kits scampered out of their burrow, their tiny noses twitching with curiosity. The forest floor was a tapestry of emerald moss and wildflowers, each petal glistening with crystalline beads of dew. As the family ventured deeper into the woodland, the air seemed to hum with an ancient melody, the harmonious symphony of nature itself. Willow's ears twitched, and she paused, her eyes alight with wonder. "Listen closely, my kits," she whispered. "Can you hear the heartbeat of the forest?" The kits stilled, their eyes wide with awe as the gentle thrum of life pulsed around them. The rustling of leaves, the gurgle of the stream, the song of birds, all woven together in a tapestry of sound that echoed the very essence of the elderwood. Willow led her family through a maze of ferns and mushroom rings, her paws leaving no trace upon the mossy ground. As they ventured deeper, the forest seemed to come alive with magic. Glimmering sprites danced among the branches, their gossamer wings scattering stardust in their wake. A family of deer materialized from the mist, their graceful forms ethereal and otherworldly. The kits gasped in delight, their eyes sparkling with childlike wonder. "Behold the guardians of the forest," Willow murmured, her voice reverent. "They walk between the realms, ensuring the delicate balance of nature remains undisturbed." As the sun crept higher in the sky, the forest hummed with the rhythms of life. Squirrels chattered from their lofty perches, and butterflies flitted from blossom to blossom, their wings a kaleidoscope of color. In a secluded glade, a crystal-clear pool shimmered like liquid moonlight, its waters infused with the magic of the ancient wood. Willow gestured for her kits to approach, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Watch closely, my little ones," she whispered. With a flick of her paw, she conjured a ripple upon the surface of the pool. Instantly, the water transformed into a shimmering mirror, reflecting not their physical forms, but the very essence of their spirits, glowing orbs of pure energy, pulsing with the vibrant hues of life itself. The kits gasped in wonder, their eyes wide with amazement. "How is this possible, Mother?" one kit asked, his voice tinged with awe. Willow smiled, her whiskers twitching with delight. "The magic of the elderwood is as ancient as the forest itself," she explained. "It flows through every living thing, connecting us all in a tapestry of life." As the day wore on, the family basked in the warmth of the sun's golden rays, their bellies full from a hearty feast of berries and succulent greens. Willow regaled her kits with tales of the forest's ancient wisdom, passed down through countless generations of rabbits before them. She spoke of the changing seasons, each one a symphony of transformation and renewal. The vibrant greens of spring, the fiery hues of autumn, the crystalline blanket of winter, each held its own unique magic, woven into the very fabric of the elderwood. As dusk approached, the family retreated to their burrow, their hearts full of wonder and reverence for the magic that surrounded them. Willow tucked her kits in, her eyes shining with love and pride. "Remember, my little ones," she whispered, nuzzling them tenderly. "The magic of the elderwood flows through us all. It is our sacred duty to protect and cherish this wondrous realm, for it is the very heartbeat of life itself." And as the moon rose high above the ancient canopy, the forest seemed to hum with a contented sigh, its secrets guarded by those who walked in harmony with nature's eternal dance. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In a village nestled between rolling hills and surrounded by the gentle murmur of whispering pines, lived a young woman named Lyra. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as deep and green as the forest itself. Lyra was known throughout the village for her skill in weaving tapestries, yet she struggled with the idea of change. Her heart was tethered to the familiar rhythms of her daily life, where she found comfort in the predictable pattern of the loom. Every morning, the sun would rise, casting a golden glow over the village, and Lyra would sit by her window with a cup of chamomile tea, savoring the quiet moments before the bustle of the day. She cherished the stillness, the way the light danced across the wooden floorboards, and the scent of fresh bread wafting from the bakery down the lane. But as the seasons turned, a restlessness began to stir within her. It was as if the very air around her whispered of adventures untold and paths not yet walked. Despite the yearning in her heart, fear of the unknown held her back, like a vine wrapping around her ankles. One crisp morning, as the first frost of autumn kissed the leaves with silver, Lyra received a peculiar letter. It was sealed with wax and bore the emblem of a crescent moon. The letter was from an old friend named Finn, who lived in a quaint cottage on the edge of the enchanted forest. Finn was a gentle soul, known for his wisdom and a garden that flourished with the most extraordinary herbs and flowers. Dear Lyra, the letter read, I sense a change upon the wind, a calling for those who are ready to embrace it. Come visit me, and perhaps together we can unravel the tapestry of what is to come. Intrigued yet apprehensive, Lyra decided to visit Finn. She packed a small satchel with essentials and set out at dawn, the village still wrapped in a blanket of mist. As she walked, the path wound through fields bathed in the soft glow of early morning, the dewdrops sparkling like tiny crystals. The forest soon enveloped her, its ancient trees standing like sentinels. The air was cool and fragrant with pine and earth. As Lyra ventured deeper, she noticed the forest seemed to hum with a quiet magic. The leaves rustled gently, and rays of sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating patterns that danced upon the ground. After a time, she arrived at Finn's cottage. It was a charming little abode, with ivy climbing its stone walls and vibrant flowers spilling from window boxes. Finn greeted her with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of countless lifetimes. Welcome, dear Lyra, he said, ushering her inside. The cottage was cozy, with a fire crackling in the hearth and the aroma of herbs hanging in the air. Books and trinkets lined the shelves, each holding a story of its own. Over tea, they spoke of many things, of dreams, of fears, and the subtle dance between them. Finn listened with the patience of an old oak, and then shared a tale of his own, of a seed that dared to grow beyond the confines of its small garden. You see, Lyra, he said, change is the essence of life. It is in the unfurling of a leaf, the bloom of a flower, and the journey of a river. We are all part of this grand tapestry, each thread unique in its path. As they talked, Lyra noticed a peculiar plant on the windowsill. Its leaves shimmered with a silvery hue, and tiny, luminescent flowers bloomed along its stem. This, Finn explained, is the moonflower. It blossoms only under the light of the full moon, a reminder that even in darkness, there is beauty waiting to be revealed. Inspired by Finn's words and the moonflower's gentle glow, Lyra felt a shift within her. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but embraced as part of life's journey. It was an invitation to grow, to discover new facets of herself, and to weave a tapestry richer and more vibrant than she had ever imagined. With renewed courage, Lyra returned to her village, her heart alight with possibility. She began to incorporate new designs into her tapestries, inspired by her time in the forest. Swirls of silver thread danced across the fabric, echoing the moonflower's luminescence. Her work blossomed in ways she had never anticipated, drawing admiration from villagers and travelers alike. But more importantly, Lyra herself blossomed, her spirit unfurling like a leaf in spring. Through the gentle guidance of Finn, the wisdom of the forest, and the quiet magic of the moonflower, Lyra learned that the most beautiful transformations often begin with the simplest of changes, a single step toward the unknown, a willingness to grow. And so, as the village settled into the embrace of night, with stars twinkling like diamonds above, Lyra drifted into a peaceful sleep. Her heart was light, her mind at ease, and her dreams woven with the promise of new beginnings, under the watchful gaze of the crescent moon. In the gentle embrace of twilight, when the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, the quaint village of Eldergrove nestled into its nightly slumber. Eldergrove was a place where time seemed to drift softly, like the down of a dandelion blown by the summer breeze. Cobblestone paths wound through the village like silver ribbons, leading to cottages that appeared to have been woven from the very heart of the earth. Each home bore thatched roofs and ivy-clad walls, and from their chimneys, tendrils of smoke curled lazily into the cooling air. In this village there was a young boy named Finn, whose heart was as open and curious as the wide sky above. Finn had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew on fresh grass. He lived with his grandmother, a gentle soul whose stories of olden magic and hidden realms had once lulled the village children to sleep. Finn adored these tales, and as he grew, so did his yearning to uncover the mysteries that lay hidden beneath the ordinary facade of Eldergrove. One evening, as the first stars began to twinkle in the velvety sky, Finn's grandmother called him to her side. Her voice, though soft, carried the weight of wisdom and love. "Finn, my dear," she began, her eyes twinkling with a secret she was about to share. "There is something you must know. In the heart of Eldergrove Forest there exists a hidden world, a place where magic dances freely, and where the old stories live and breathe." Finn's eyes widened with wonder, his heart quickening with excitement. "Is it true, grandmother? Can I find it?" His grandmother nodded, a gentle smile playing on her lips. "Yes, but remember, Finn, this world is not easily found. It reveals itself only to those who seek with a pure heart and a kind spirit. You must listen to the whispers of the trees and follow the path that your heart knows best." With these words etched in his mind and heart, Finn felt a flutter of anticipation. That night, as the village settled into the hush of sleep, Finn lay awake beneath a quilt of stars, dreaming of the journey that awaited him. The next morning, the world awoke to the soft chorus of birdsong. Finn, filled with a sense of purpose, set out towards the forest. The path wound through fields of wildflowers which swayed gently in the breeze, their petals a riot of colors. As he entered the forest, the air grew cooler, filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine needles. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Finn walked for hours, his senses alive to every rustle and whisper. He marveled at the ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and wise, as if each bore stories of the ages. Just as he began to wonder if he had lost his way, a soft melody reached his ears, a tune so sweet and elusive, it seemed to beckon him deeper into the forest. Following the music, Finn soon found himself before a small, shimmering pool. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the sky and trees with perfect clarity. At its edge sat an old, weathered stone, etched with runes that glowed faintly with a silvery light. It was here that Finn sensed the veil between worlds was thin, where magic breathed with quiet potency. As he knelt beside the pool, his reflection gazed back at him, intertwined with that of the ancient forest. Without knowing why, Finn reached out and touched the water. Ripples spread across the surface, and a gentle voice filled the air, as soft as the murmur of the stream. "Welcome, young seeker," it said. "You have found the gateway to the hidden world, but to enter, you must first understand the magic that binds it." Finn's heart beat with a mixture of awe and determination. "Tell me how," he whispered, his voice barely more than a breath. The voice replied, "You must give something of yourself, a gift of true intent. Only then will the path reveal itself." Finn pondered this for a moment, then realized the answer lay within him. He closed his eyes, thinking of his grandmother's stories and the love he felt for her, for Eldergrove, and for the mysteries that danced just beyond his reach. With a deep breath, he opened his heart and let his feelings flow into the pool, a silent promise of his sincerity and wonder. As his offering mingled with the water, the runes on the stone flared to life, casting a gentle glow around him. The air shimmered, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. Then, as though a veil had been lifted, the hidden world unfurled before Finn's eyes. The forest transformed into a realm of vibrant colors and ethereal beauty. Flowers bloomed in impossible hues, their petals glowing with an inner light. Creatures both familiar and fantastical flitted about, their eyes glinting with intelligence and mischief. Trees that had seemed ordinary now stood tall and majestic, their branches adorned with tiny, luminescent fruits that sang softly in the breeze. Finn took in the spectacle with wide-eyed wonder. He felt as if he had stepped into one of his grandmother's stories, where magic was as real as the ground beneath his feet. As he ventured deeper, he encountered beings of all shapes and sizes. There were gentle fauns with eyes like amber, and sprites with wings that shimmered like dragonfly glass. Each greeted him with a nod or a smile, as if they had been expecting him. Among them, Finn met a creature unlike any he had ever imagined, a small, wise-looking fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like polished obsidian. The fox approached with a graceful nod, its voice soft and melodic. "Welcome, Finn. I am called Aelwyn, and I have been chosen to guide you." Finn's heart swelled with gratitude and a sense of belonging. "Thank you, Aelwyn. I'm honored to be here." Aelwyn led Finn through the enchanted forest, showing him wonders beyond his wildest dreams. They visited a grove where the trees sang songs of old, their melodies weaving tales of the world's birth. They crossed a meadow where butterflies danced in intricate patterns, their wings brushing against Finn's cheeks like whispers. Everywhere they went, Finn felt the gentle hum of magic, a presence that filled him with warmth and joy. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold, Elwyn led Finn to a clearing where a circle of stones stood. In the center, a fire crackled merrily, its flames casting a comforting glow. Elwyn motioned for Finn to sit, and together they watched the stars begin to twinkle in the indigo sky. "Finn," Elwyn began, his voice thoughtful, "you have seen the beauty of this world, but there is more you must understand. Magic is a bond, a promise between beings and the land they cherish. It is not to be taken lightly, for it is as delicate as a spider's web." Finn nodded, absorbing the wisdom in Eowyn's words. "I understand, Eowyn. I want to protect this world and its magic." Eowyn's eyes sparkled with approval. "Then you are ready for the next part of your journey. You must find your own magic, the gift that lies within you." As Finn pondered this, the fire flickered and danced, casting shadows that seemed to take on a life of their own. In the flickering light, Finn saw images of his own life, moments of joy and kindness, instances where he had helped others and brought smiles to their faces. He realized that his magic was not in spells or incantations, but in the love and compassion he carried within him. With this understanding came a deep sense of peace. Finn felt a warmth spread through his chest, as if a gentle flame had been kindled within him. It was a magic as old as the stars, born of kindness and connection, and it flowed through him like a melody. As the night deepened, Finn and Eowyn sat in companionable silence, the fire a comforting presence between them. Finn knew that his journey had only just begun, but he felt ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. He understood now that the hidden world was not a place to be discovered, but a part of himself to be cherished and nurtured. When the first light of dawn touched the sky, painting it with soft pastels, Finn rose to his feet. Eowyn stood beside him, a loyal and steadfast companion. "Thank you, Eowyn," Finn said, his voice filled with gratitude, "for everything." Eowyn nodded, a wise smile on his lips. "Go forth, Finn, and let your magic shine. The world is waiting for you." With a heart full of hope and a spirit alight with newfound magic, Finn made his way back to Elder Grove. The journey home felt different, the forest paths familiar, yet imbued with a new sense of wonder. As he emerged from the woods, the village welcomed him with open arms, the morning sun casting a golden glow over the rooftops and gardens. Finn's grandmother awaited him at the doorstep, her eyes bright with understanding. She embraced him warmly, sensing the change within him. "Welcome home, my dear Finn," she whispered, her voice a soothing balm. Finn smiled, feeling the weight of the journey lift from his shoulders. "I'm home, grandmother, and I've found my magic." Together, they sat by the hearth, where a fire crackled softly, its warmth enveloping them in a cocoon of comfort. As Finn recounted his adventures, his grandmother listened with the patience and love of 1,000 lifetimes. The tales of hidden worlds and magical beings wove a tapestry of dreams and possibilities, a legacy to be cherished and passed down through the ages. And so, in the heart of Eldergrove, where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced hand in hand, Finn's story became part of the village's lore. A tale of discovery and friendship, of magic found in the simplest of gestures, and of a boy whose heart was as boundless as the sky. As the fire crackled and the stars watched over them, Finn drifted into a peaceful sleep. His dreams were woven with the colors of the hidden world, a place where magic breathed in every leaf and laughter echoed among the trees. And in the gentle embrace of the night, Finn knew that he would always carry a piece of that world within him, a light that would guide him, and a promise that he would never forget. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young sapling named Willow. Willow was a sprightly little tree, her slender trunk stretching eagerly towards the sun, her vibrant green leaves shimmering in the gentle breeze. Yet despite her outward beauty, Willow often felt restless and uncertain within. As the seasons changed and the world around her transformed, Willow couldn't help but envy the graceful oaks and stately pines that seemed so self-assured in their growth. She longed to blossom into her truest self, but the path forward remained a mystery, hidden beneath the rich soil. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow's leaves turned to hues of amber and crimson, she was visited by a wise old oak named Gnarla. Gnarla's bark was weathered and her branches gnarled, but her eyes shone with a kindly warmth. "Little sapling," Narla said softly, "I sense your yearning for growth, yet you resist the very changes that will guide you there." Willow felt a tremor run through her roots. "But how can I embrace change when I'm so uncertain of what I'll become?" she asked, her leaves quivering. Narla chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "That is the beauty of growth, dear one. We cannot know our destined forms until we surrender to the journey." As if summoned by Narla's words, a shimmering light began to coalesce among the fallen leaves at their roots. From this radiant glow emerged a tiny fairy, her gossamer wings beating rapidly as she hovered before them. "I am Lyra, keeper of the woodland magic," the fairy announced in a tinkling voice. "I have been sent to aid you, Willow, in your transformation." Willow's eyes widened, and she felt a fluttering of hope within her slender trunk. "You'll help me grow?" she asked breathlessly. Lyra nodded, and with a wave of her delicate hand, a shower of glittering dust rained down upon Willow. "This enchanted pollen will nurture your growth from within," the fairy explained. "But you must open yourself to the magic and trust in the wisdom of change." As the pollen settled upon her leaves and sank into her bark, Willow felt a warmth blossoming deep within her core. Tendrils of energy unfurled through her branches, and she could sense the stirrings of something wondrous taking shape. Over the coming moons, Willow underwent a remarkable transformation. Her trunk thickened and grew sturdy, her branches reaching higher and stronger with each passing day. Vibrant blossoms burst forth in a riot of color, their delicate petals releasing a sweet, intoxicating fragrance. Yet the most profound change occurred within Willow's spirit. As she embraced the magic of growth, she found herself shedding her former insecurities, her roots drinking deep of the earth's ancient wisdom. She learned to trust in the eternal cycle of life, to revel in the beauty of each fleeting moment, and to honor the unique path that nature had set before her. Narla and Lyra remained by Willow's side throughout her journey, offering guidance and encouragement when her faith wavered. The wise old oak shared tales of her own growth, reminding Willow that even the mightiest trees had once been but tender saplings. And Lyra's magical presence was a constant reminder of the wonders that awaited those who dared to bloom. As the seasons turned once more, Willow stood tall and resplendent, her blossoms giving way to a bountiful harvest of fruit. She had blossomed into a magnificent tree, her branches providing shelter and sustenance to all who sought refuge in her welcoming embrace. And though the path of growth had been challenging, Willow now understood that true transformation came not from emulating others, but from embracing one's truest essence. For within each seed lay the potential for boundless beauty, waiting to unfurl beneath the nurturing light of faith and acceptance. From that day forth, Willow resolved to share her hard-won wisdom with all who crossed her path, inspiring others to embark upon their own journeys of growth and self-discovery. And as the woodland magic danced upon the breeze, she knew that she had finally found her place in the eternal rhythm of nature's grand embrace. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and lush meadows, where the air was always tinged with the scent of blooming wildflowers, there lived a young girl named Mabel. She had a heart as gentle as the whispering wind, and a curiosity that twinkled in her eyes like stars in the night sky. Mabel's days were spent exploring the nooks and crannies of her surroundings, finding joy in the simplest of things, a bubbling brook, the rustle of leaves, or the way sunlight danced upon the cobblestone paths. One crisp autumn morning, while the village still slumbered under a blanket of mist, Mabel wandered into the forest at the edge of the farthest field. The forest was a place of secrets and stories, where the trees held whispers of ages past. As she meandered along a path dappled with golden leaves, she stumbled upon something curious, a small weathered chest, partially buried beneath the roots of an ancient oak. With delicate fingers, she brushed away the earth and carefully pried open the chest. To her astonishment, lying within was a beautifully carved wooden flute, its surface smooth and shimmering with a faint, otherworldly glow. Mabel's heart fluttered with a mix of excitement and wonder. She lifted the flute to her lips, and as she played a soft, lilting melody, the air around her shimmered like a mirage on a summer's day. From the shimmering air stepped a kindly old tortoise, his shell adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to tell stories of faraway lands. He introduced himself as Tolwyn, the guardian of the Whispering Woods. "Ah, young one," he said in a voice as soothing as the forest itself, "you have discovered the flute of echoing dreams. It has the power to awaken hidden truths and guide the heart to its deepest desires." Mabel's eyes widened with wonder as Tolwyn explained that the flute's magic was not in granting wishes, but in revealing the paths one must take to achieve them. Eager to learn more, Mabel joined Tolwyn on a journey through the forest, guided by the gentle music of the flute. As they walked, they met a variety of endearing creatures who offered their wisdom. There was Whimsy the squirrel, who taught Mabel the importance of patience by showing her the art of gathering acorns, one by one, to prepare for the winter. Then there was Leora the owl, whose keen eyes saw beyond the surface, teaching Mabel to look deeper into her own heart for answers. Their journey was not without its challenges. There came a time when Mabel and her companions reached a wide, rushing river with no bridge in sight. Mabel felt a pang of fear, uncertain of how to cross. But as she played a soft note on the flute, the river began to calm, and shimmering stepping stones emerged, forming a path. It was then that Mabel realized the flute's magic lay in harmonizing with the world around her, helping her to see solutions that had been there all along. With each step they took, Mabel's understanding of herself and the world deepened. She learned that true strength lay not in force, but in wisdom, patience, and the gentle guidance of friends. As their journey drew to a close, Mabel found herself back at the ancient oak, the flute resting in her hands, its glow now a part of her own heart. She thanked Tolwyn, Whimsy, and Leora for their companionship and wisdom. With a promise to always cherish the lessons she'd learned, Mabel returned to the village, the flute safely nestled in the chest, waiting for the next curious heart to discover its secrets. And so, Mabel's days continued, filled with adventures and the gentle music of the flute that echoed through her spirit. The village, too, seemed to hum with a newfound harmony, as if the trees themselves whispered of the young girl who had learned to listen to the quiet magic of the world. In the warmth of her home, with the crackling fireplace casting a golden glow, Mabel would often share her tales with others, her voice a soothing balm that carried them to a place where dreams danced like fireflies in the night. And as the stars twinkled above, the village slept peacefully, cradled in the gentle embrace of wonder and the promise of new beginnings with each dawn. Title: Whispering Pines and the Song of the Stars. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and sapphire streams, the air always carried the scent of pine and the distant whisper of the sea. Here, in a small cottage with ivy-clad walls and a garden that bloomed with wildflowers, lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of chestnut leaves in autumn, and her eyes shimmered like the morning dew on a spider's web. Lila was known throughout the village for her kindness and the gentle way she could coax a smile from even the grumpiest of villagers. But what truly set Lila apart was her voice. When she sang, it was as if the world paused to listen. Her melodies floated through windows, slipped into dreams, and wrapped around hearts like a warm embrace. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Lila sat by her window, humming softly. The garden outside was alive with the chorus of crickets and the occasional rustle of leaves as a gentle breeze wove through the branches. Her melody twined with the night, a lullaby to the stars that began to twinkle above. Lila's grandmother, a wise woman with silver hair and eyes that sparkled with stories untold, joined her by the window. "Do you hear them, Lila?" she asked, her voice a soft echo of the wind. "Hear what, grandmother?" Lila replied, tilting her head and listening with all her heart. "The stars, my dear. They sing too in their own way. It's a song that only those who truly listen can hear." Lila closed her eyes, letting the world fade away until all that remained was the gentle hum of the night. And then she heard it, a faint melodious whisper, like the tinkling of distant bells. Her eyes flew open, wonder lighting them from within. "I hear it!" she exclaimed, her voice a breathless whisper. Her grandmother smiled, brushing a strand of hair from Lila's face. "There's magic in you, child, a gift, and with it, a journey you must one day take." Leela's heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of trepidation. She had always felt a pull towards something beyond her village, a calling that whispered through her dreams. As the days passed, Leela found herself drawn to the forest that bordered the village, a place both feared and revered by the villagers. It was said that the forest was alive with magic, that it held secrets as ancient as the stars themselves. Lila longed to explore its depths, to uncover the mysteries that lay hidden within. One crisp autumn morning, with the sun casting dappled shadows through the trees, Leela set out on her journey. The path into the forest was winding and narrow, flanked by towering pines that seemed to sway and murmur in greeting. The air was cool and fresh, filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet fragrance of fallen leaves. As Lila ventured deeper, the forest around her seemed to come alive. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a tapestry of sound that wrapped around her like a comforting shawl. Squirrels chattered and scurried, their bushy tails flicking playfully as they watched her with curious eyes. Lila walked for what felt like hours, guided by an unseen hand, until she reached a clearing bathed in golden sunlight. At its center stood an ancient oak with branches that reached skyward, its bark etched with intricate patterns that seemed to dance in the shifting light. Drawn to the tree, Lila approached and placed a hand on its trunk. The moment her fingers touched the rough bark, a warmth spread through her, and she felt a presence, a gentle, wise spirit that resided within the tree. "Welcome, Lila," a voice echoed in her mind, soft and resonant like a distant melody carried on the wind. "Who are you?" Lila asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I am the guardian of this forest, keeper of its secrets and its stories. You have been chosen, Leela, to carry the song of the stars and share it with the world." Lila's heart swelled with a sense of purpose, but with it came a wave of uncertainty. "But how? I'm just a girl from a small village." "You are more than you know, Lila. The magic within you is strong. Trust in yourself, and you will find your way." With those words, the presence faded, leaving Leela with a sense of peace and determination. She knew she had a path to follow, a song to share, but how and where she was yet to discover. As she turned to leave, a shimmer of light caught her eye from beneath the roots of the oak. Kneeling down, she discovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was cool to the touch, and when she opened it, she found a pendant in the shape of a star, its surface gleaming with an ethereal light. Slipping the pendant around her neck, Lila felt its warmth seep into her, a comforting reminder of her purpose. With renewed resolve, she began her journey back, each step taking her closer to fulfilling the destiny whispered to her by the stars. Over the following weeks, Lila's life took on a new rhythm. She spent her days tending to her garden, her evenings singing to the stars, and her nights dreaming of the journey that lay ahead. The villagers noticed the change in her, drawn to the light that seemed to radiate from within. One evening, as Lila sat by her window, her grandmother joined her, a knowing smile on her lips. "It's time, isn't it?" she said softly. Lila nodded, her heart both heavy and light. "Yes, grandmother, I feel it in my bones." Her grandmother hugged her close, the embrace warm and reassuring. "Remember, dear Lila, you are never alone. The stars are with you, always." With her grandmother's words echoing in her heart, Leela set out at dawn the next day, the pendant around her neck, a beacon of hope and strength. She followed the path through the village, her feet carrying her towards the unknown, guided by the song that sang within her. The journey took her over rolling hills and through misty valleys, each step bringing her closer to the heart of the world's magic. Along the way, she met others who, like her, were drawn to the music of the stars. There was Finn, a kind-hearted boy with hair like spun gold and eyes that twinkled with mischief. He had a way with animals, and wherever he went, creatures great and small followed in his wake. Then there was Mira, a spirited girl with a laugh like a bubbling brook and a knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places. Together they traveled through enchanted forests and across shimmering lakes, their friendship growing stronger with each shared adventure. They faced challenges, of course, storms that tested their resolve, paths that seemed to lead nowhere, but through it all, they had each other, and that made all the difference. One evening, as they sat by a campfire, the stars twinkling overhead, Lila shared her story with Finn and Mira. She spoke of the song of the stars, of the pendant that glowed with a light not of this world, and the journey she felt destined to take. Finn listened, his expression thoughtful. I've heard tales of a hidden valley, a place where the stars touch the earth. Perhaps that's where your journey leads. Do you think it's real? Mira asked, her eyes wide with wonder. Finn nodded. I believe so, and I believe we're meant to find it. With a new destination in mind, the trio set out the next morning, their spirits buoyed by the promise of discovery. The days passed in a blur of laughter and song, their path illuminated by the light of the pendant and the hope that burned brightly within them. At last, after many days of travel, they reached the edge of a vast, mist-shrouded valley. The air was thick with magic, and as they descended the slope, the mist parted to reveal a breathtaking sight. The valley was a tapestry of colors and textures, a place where nature's beauty seemed to have found its truest expression. Flowers of every hue carpeted the ground, their petals shimmering in the sunlight. Towering trees stretched towards the sky, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. And at the center of it all lay a serene lake, its surface like glass reflecting the sky above. As they approached the water's edge, a sense of peace enveloped them, as if the very air was infused with the song of the stars. Lila knelt by the lake, her heart filled with gratitude and awe. She understood now that this place, this hidden valley, was where she was meant to share her song. With Finn and Mira by her side, she sang, her voice a melody of hope and love that echoed through the valley. As her song filled the air, the world seemed to hold its breath, and then, one by one, the stars began to descend from the sky. They danced across the lake, their light mingling with Lila's song, creating a symphony of sound and light that resonated deep within the earth. The magic of the moment was beyond words, a gift to the world, and a reminder of the beauty that lay within each of them. And as the last notes of her song faded into the night, Lila knew that her journey was just beginning. With her friends beside her and the song of the stars within her, she was ready to face whatever lay ahead, a beacon of light in a world that, like her, was ever-changing and full of wonder. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy overhead swayed like a sea of emeralds, there thrived a hidden world that few humans ever glimpsed. This was a place where sunlight dripped through the leaves like golden honey, where the air was sweet with the perfume of wildflowers and the earthy scent of moss. Here, the world pulsed with the quiet rhythm of life, orchestrated by the soft whispers of the wind and the gentle rustling of creatures unseen. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted realm were the Sylvans, gentle beings as old as the forest itself. They were small, with skin that shimmered like the bark of birch trees, and hair that danced in colors of autumn leaves. The Sylvans were the forest's caretakers, guardians of the delicate balance that nurtured all life within. In this haven of tranquility, the Sylvans lived in harmony with the creatures of the woods. Deer with eyes like pools of melted chocolate grazed alongside them, and birds with feathers of sapphire and emerald sang songs that wove through the branches like ribbons of melody. Each creature knew its place in the intricate web of life, guided by the wisdom passed down through countless generations. One such Sylvan was a young guardian named Leora. Her eyes reflected the deep greens of the forest, and her heart beat in tune with the ancient trees. Leora had always been fascinated by the changing seasons, each one a story written in the language of nature. Her favorite time was the gentle transition from summer to autumn, when the forest donned its cloak of fiery hues and the air was crisp with the promise of change. It was during this time of transition that a peculiar phenomenon began to occur. The wind, usually a playful presence that danced through the trees, began to carry a murmur of distress. The leaves whispered of an imbalance, a disruption in the harmony that sustained their world. The forest, once vibrant and thriving, seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something to set it right. Leora, with her deep connection to the forest, felt a stirring in her heart. She knew that the answer lay somewhere within the whispers of the wind and the rustle of the leaves. Gathering her courage, she set out to seek the wisdom of the elder oak, the oldest and wisest tree in the forest, whose roots delved deep into the earth and whose branches reached for the sky. The journey to the elder oak took Leora through paths carpeted with fallen leaves, their colors a tapestry of gold and crimson. The air was filled with the sound of crunching beneath her feet and the occasional scurry of woodland creatures. As she walked, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a crystal note in the symphony of the forest. When Leora finally stood before the elder oak, she felt a sense of awe and reverence. The tree towered above her, its bark etched with the stories of ages past, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the entire forest. Leora placed her hand against the rough bark, feeling the life that thrummed beneath her fingertips. "O wise elder," she whispered, "the forest is troubled. The balance has shifted, and I seek your counsel." The elder oak's response was a soft rustling, a language that Leora had learned to understand through years of listening. "The seasons are the breath of the forest," the tree seemed to say. "When one breathes too deeply, the others must adjust. The balance is delicate, like the web of a spider after rain." Leora pondered these words, letting them settle in her heart. She realized that the forest's harmony was not just a matter of nature's rhythms, but of understanding and cooperation among all its inhabitants. With newfound clarity, Leora returned to the sylvan village. She gathered the creatures of the forest, the deer, the birds, the squirrels with their bright eyes and bushy tails. Together, they listened as Leora shared the elder oak's wisdom. "We must work together," she said, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "Each of us plays a part in maintaining the balance. The wind, the rain, the sun, and the soil, each has a role, and so do we." The creatures nodded, understanding that they were part of a greater whole. They set about their tasks, guided by Leora's gentle leadership. The birds carried seeds to new places, ensuring the forest's renewal. The deer pruned the undergrowth, allowing light to reach the forest floor. The sylvans tended to the trees, nurturing the saplings that would one day stand as tall as the elder oak. As the days passed, the forest began to breathe easier. The murmur of distress faded, replaced by the harmonious song of life. The balance had been restored, not by force but by understanding and cooperation. And so the seasons continued their dance, each one a chapter in the forest's story. Leora, now wiser and filled with a deeper connection to her home, knew that the lessons of the elder oak would guide her and the generations to come. Under the canopy of stars, as the forest settled into the embrace of night, Leora sat beneath the elder oak, feeling the warmth of the earth and the cool kiss of the breeze. She closed her eyes, letting the peace of the forest fill her soul, knowing that she was part of something beautiful and eternal. In this ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, the hidden lives of natural creatures thrived in harmony, their stories woven into the fabric of the world. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the forest, all was as it should be, balanced, peaceful, and whole. Once, in a small village cradled between emerald hills and a golden sea of daisies, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes, sparkling like the morning dew on a spider's web, often wandered far beyond the horizon, where she imagined lands of untold wonders. Her favorite place was the edge of the whispering woods, where trees stood so tall and thick that their tops seemed to tickle the heavens. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples and the sky was painted in hues of orange and pink, Lila felt a gentle tug at her heart. It was as if the woods themselves were calling out to her, whispering secrets through the rustling leaves. With a deep breath of courage and a heart full of wonder, she decided to venture into the unknown. As she stepped past the familiar boundary of the village, the forest enveloped her in a cool embrace. The path was lined with moss that felt like the softest velvet beneath her feet. Sunlight streamed through the branches in playful patterns, and Lila felt as though she was walking through a living cathedral of nature. The air was alive with the symphony of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook nearby. A little way into her journey, Lila stumbled upon a clearing where the ground was carpeted with mushrooms of all shapes and colors. Sitting atop one of the largest mushrooms was a peculiar creature with fur the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. It was a wisp fox, a creature as rare as it was wise, known for guiding lost travelers. "Welcome, dear Lila," the wisp fox greeted, its voice as soft as a lullaby. "I see you have a heart full of questions. Would you like some answers?" Lila, though surprised that the creature knew her name, nodded eagerly. Yes, please. I wish to learn about the wonders of these woods. The wisp fox flicked its bushy tail and smiled. Then follow me, for this forest holds more magic than you can imagine. As they ventured deeper, the forest unfolded like a storybook. They passed trees with bark that shimmered like silver and leaves that sang gentle tunes when the wind caressed them. They walked alongside streams that flowed with water as clear as crystal, reflecting the sky's ever-changing moods. At one point, they came across a glen where luminous butterflies danced in the air, their wings casting rainbows with every flutter. Lila reached out, and one alighted on her finger, its tiny heart beating in rhythm with her own. It was in that moment she realized the importance of gentle curiosity and respect for the wonders of the world around her. Suddenly, the path divided into three. Lila hesitated, unsure which way to go. The wisp fox looked at her kindly. Sometimes, the right path is the one that calls to your heart, not your mind. Remembering the gentle tug she felt that morning, Lila chose the path to the right, which was lined with glowing fungi that lit up under her steps like warm, welcoming lights. The path led them to a serene pond, its surface like a mirror reflecting the sky. By the water's edge sat an elderly turtle, wise with the weight of centuries. The turtle looked up and spoke slowly. Every journey brings new lessons, young one. It's the courage to take the first step that shapes who we become. Lila pondered the turtle's words, feeling a warmth spread through her. She realized that it was her curiosity and bravery that had brought her here, and that sometimes simply daring to explore could be the most rewarding adventure of all. As the sun began to dip behind the trees, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and gold, Lila knew it was time to return home. The wisp fox led her back to the edge of the forest, where the village lay in the gentle embrace of twilight. "Thank you for guiding me," Lila said, her heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom. The wisp fox nodded, its eyes twinkling. "Remember, Lila, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Keep your heart open and your spirit curious." With one last look at the enchanting forest, Lila stepped back into the familiar world of her village. The evening air was cool and comforting, and the first stars began to appear in the sky. She felt a peaceful contentment, knowing that the magic of the whispering woods would always be with her, in her heart and in her dreams. And so, with a smile and a heart full of dreams, Lila returned home, ready to share tales of her wondrous journey, to inspire others to listen to the whispers of the world and explore the magic waiting just beyond the horizon. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of a vast and ancient forest, there lay a village unlike any other. This village, known as Luminara, was a place where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of old to anyone who cared to listen. Each cottage was quaintly adorned with climbing ivy and surrounded by vibrant gardens, creating a tapestry of colors that danced in the golden light of the setting sun. In this enchanting village lived a young girl named Anwin. Anwin was known for her boundless curiosity and the sparkle of wonder that never left her hazel eyes. She spent her days exploring every nook and cranny of Luminara, often accompanied by her faithful companion, a clever little squirrel named Thistle. Together, they would venture into the heart of the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy like streams of liquid gold, and the ground was a plush carpet of moss and fallen leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in hues of amber and rust, Anwin and Thistle embarked on a journey to the farthest edge of the forest, where the trees grew tall and wise, their branches reaching out like ancient arms. It was said among the villagers that beyond those trees lay a hidden world, a place where magic was as natural as the air they breathed. Anwin's heart danced with excitement at the thought of discovering this realm. As they wandered deeper into the forest, Anwin noticed a peculiar glimmer beneath a pile of freshly fallen leaves. With a gentle brush of her hand, she uncovered an exquisite pendant, its surface shimmering with an iridescent light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The pendant was shaped like a teardrop, and within it swirled a myriad of colors, like the northern lights captured in a single drop of dew. "Look, Thistle," Anwin whispered, cradling the pendant in her palm. "It's beautiful." Thistle chittered softly in agreement, his small eyes reflecting the pendant's glow. Anwen felt an inexplicable pull towards the pendant, as if it held secrets waiting to be unveiled. She slipped it around her neck, feeling its warmth spread through her like a gentle summer breeze. As they continued their journey, Anwen felt a strange sensation, as though the forest itself was awakening to her presence. The leaves rustled with a language she could almost understand, and the path seemed to unfold before her, guiding her steps. It wasn't long before they reached the heart of the forest, where the trees formed a natural archway, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. Anwen paused at the threshold, her heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. "Do you think this is the entrance, Thistle?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Thistle nodded, his tiny tail flicking with excitement. Together, they stepped through the archway and into a world that defied all imagination. Beyond the archway lay a realm of breathtaking beauty, where the air was filled with the sweet melody of birdsong and the faint tinkling of unseen bells. The sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, painting the world in a perpetual twilight that shimmered with magic. Here the flowers glowed with an inner light, and streams of crystal-clear water wound their way through fields of emerald grass. As Anwen and Thistle explored this hidden world, they encountered creatures that seemed to have stepped out of a dream. Gentle deer with antlers adorned with flowering vines, iridescent butterflies that danced in the air like living jewels, and wise old owls with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. It was in this magical setting that Anwen met Lyra, a kind-hearted fairy with wings that shimmered like sunlight on water. Lyra was perched upon a toadstool, her delicate wings fluttering as she watched them with a curious smile. "Welcome to the Glade of Whispers," Lyra said, her voice as soft as a breeze through the leaves. "We have been waiting for you, Anwen." Anwen blinked in surprise. "You know my name?" Lyra nodded, her eyes twinkling with a light of their own. "The forest speaks of you, young seeker. It senses your heart's desire to understand its mysteries." Anwen felt a warmth spread through her chest at Lyra's words. "I've always felt drawn to the forest," she admitted. "It's like it holds secrets just waiting to be discovered." Lyra's smile widened. "Indeed it does, and you, Anwen, have found the pendant of verity, a magical object that reveals the truth within all things." Anwen glanced down at the pendant, its colors swirling with a gentle luminescence. "What do you mean by reveals the truth?" "The pendant of verity has the power to see beyond appearances," Lyra explained, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. "It can unveil the true nature of things, allowing you to understand the world and yourself more deeply." Anwen's heart leapt with curiosity. "How do I use it?" "By listening," Lyra replied simply. "Listen with your heart, and the pendant will guide you." Encouraged by Lyra's gentle wisdom, Anwen placed her hand over the pendant and closed her eyes, focusing on the rhythmic pulse of its light. As she listened, she felt a shift within herself, as if a door had opened to a deeper understanding. In the days that followed, Anwen and Thistle explored the Glade of Whispers, discovering its many wonders and mysteries. With each new encounter, Anwen learned to see beyond the surface, to understand the heart of the creatures and the forest itself. She discovered that the world was a tapestry of interconnected lives, each thread woven with care and purpose. Through her journey, Anwen formed a bond with Lyra, and together they shared stories and laughter beneath the starlit sky. Lyra taught Anwen the language of the forest, the songs of the wind, and the secrets of the streams. In return, Anwen shared tales of her village, of the people she loved, and the beauty of the world beyond the forest. One evening, as the twilight deepened into a velvety night, Lyra revealed to Anwen a hidden grove within the glade. There, the trees formed a circle around a shimmering pool of water, its surface reflecting the stars like 1,000 tiny lanterns. "This is the pool of reflection," Lyra said, her voice a soft song. "It holds the memories of the forest, the stories of those who have come before. With the pendant of verity, you can glimpse these memories and learn from them." Anwen knelt beside the pool, her heart filled with a mixture of awe and reverence. She leaned over the water, and as she gazed into its depths, the pendant began to glow with a gentle light. Images danced across the surface, scenes of joy and sorrow, of friendship and courage. Through the memories, Anwen saw the stories of those who had walked the forest paths before her. She witnessed their triumphs and challenges, their moments of kindness and bravery. Each story touched her heart, weaving a tapestry of understanding and compassion. As the final image faded, Anwen felt a profound sense of connection to the world around her. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the magic of the forest, but about understanding the magic within herself. With this newfound wisdom, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart forever changed by the wonders of the hidden world. She shared her experiences with the villagers, inspiring them to look beyond the surface and see the beauty and truth in all things. As the seasons turned, Anwen continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her bond with the forest and its inhabitants growing ever stronger. The pendant remained a cherished reminder of her journey, a symbol of the wisdom she had gained and the magic that lived within her heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars, Anwen's story became a part of the forest's tapestry, a tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. As the years passed, Anwen's once youthful curiosity matured into a profound wisdom that was respected and cherished by the villagers of Luminara. She became known as the Story Keeper, for her ability to weave the tales of the forest into lessons that taught love, empathy, and understanding. The children of the village would gather at her feet by the warm glow of the hearth, eyes wide with wonder as she recounted the stories of her adventures in the Glade of Whispers. Each story carried with it a gentle lesson, a reminder that true magic was not found in grand gestures or spells, but in the quiet moments of connection and compassion. One winter's eve, with snowflakes cascading gently from the sky, Anwen felt a familiar tug at her heart, a call from the forest that she could not ignore. With Thistle by her side, now older and wiser, she made her way through the snow-draped trees to the familiar archway of the Glade of Whispers. Lyra awaited her there, her wings shimmering with a soft, silvery glow that mirrored the moonlight. "Welcome back, dear friend," she greeted, her voice a melody of warmth and joy. Anwen smiled, her heart swelling with the familiarity of their friendship. "It's good to be home," she replied, her voice a whisper in the stillness of the winter night. As they walked together through the glade, Lyra shared news of the forest, of new life and the changes that time had wrought. Anwen listened with a heart full of gratitude, her love for this hidden world as strong as ever. "Anwen," Lyra said softly, pausing beneath a towering oak, "the forest has a gift for you, a token of gratitude for all that you have given to us." Curious, Anwen followed Lyra to the pool of reflection, where the water lay still and silent beneath a blanket of snow. As she approached, the pendant around her neck began to glow, casting a gentle light upon the surface of the pool. With a soft murmur, the water parted, revealing a small, intricately carved box that shimmered with the iridescence of the pendant. Anwen reached out, her fingers brushing against the smooth wood, and she felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of peace and fulfillment. "This is the box of echoes," Lyra explained, her voice filled with reverence. "It holds the echoes of your heart, the memories and wisdom you have gathered on your journey. It is a reminder that your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest." Tears of gratitude filled Anwen's eyes as she accepted the box, feeling the weight of its significance. She knew that her journey had come full circle, that the magic of the forest was now a part of her, as she was a part of it. With the box in hand, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart filled with a sense of purpose and belonging. She continued to share her stories, her wisdom growing with each passing season, her love for the village and the forest as enduring as the stars in the night sky. And so, the tale of Anwen and the Glade of Whispers became a cherished part of Luminara's history, a story passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that magic was not just something to be found, but something to be lived, in every act of kindness, every moment of understanding, and every thread of connection that bound their hearts to the world around them. As the years turned to decades, Anwen's legacy endured, her stories becoming a source of inspiration and guidance for the villagers of Luminara. Her presence was felt in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in the hidden world she had discovered. The villagers often spoke of the storykeeper with fondness and admiration, recounting her tales by the fireside during long winter nights and beneath the starry sky on warm summer evenings. Anwen's stories became a bridge between generations, a reminder of the power of love, friendship, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. Children who had grown up listening to Anwen's stories would often venture into the forest themselves, guided by the lessons she had imparted. They would seek the archway to the Glade of Whispers, their hearts filled with the same wonder and curiosity that had once guided Anwen on her journey. Although the forest remained a place of mystery and magic, Anwen's wisdom had taught the villagers to respect and cherish its secrets, to walk its paths with reverence and gratitude. The bond between the village and the forest grew stronger with each passing year, a testament to the enduring legacy of the young girl who had once listened to the whispers of the trees. Anwen herself continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her friendship with Lyra deepening with each encounter. Together, they would sit by the pool of reflection, sharing stories and laughter as the stars twinkled above them like 1,000 tiny lanterns. One evening, as the forest was bathed in the silver light of the moon, Lyra placed a gentle hand on Anwen's shoulder. "You have given so much to the forest, dear friend," she said, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude. "Your heart has touched the lives of all who dwell here." Anwen smiled, her eyes reflecting the stars above. "The forest has given me more than I could ever repay," she replied softly. "It has taught me to see the beauty and magic in every moment, to cherish the connections that bind us all." Lyra nodded, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "Your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest, Anwen. It will continue to inspire and guide those who come after you." With a heart full of gratitude, Anwen returned to Luminara, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of the forest. The pendant around her neck, the box of echoes in her hand, were cherished reminders of her journey, symbols of the wisdom and love that had shaped her life. As the years passed, Anwen grew older, her hair turning silver like the moonlit sky, her eyes still shining with the same wonder and curiosity that had defined her youth. She remained a beloved figure in the village, her stories a source of comfort and inspiration for all who heard them. Eventually, Anwen's journey came to a gentle close, her spirit at peace with the world she had come to love so deeply. Her passing was marked by a quiet reverence, a celebration of a life well lived, a story well told. The villagers of Luminara gathered by the hearth, their hearts filled with gratitude for the storykeeper who had shared her wisdom and love with them. They spoke of Anwen's legacy, of the magic and beauty she had brought into their lives, and the lessons she had imparted. As the years turned to centuries, Anwen's story continued to be told, a timeless tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. And somewhere deep within the heart of the ancient forest, the Glade of Whispers remained, a hidden world where magic was as natural as the air they breathed, a place where the spirit of Anwen lived on, in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in its embrace. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering, winding river, lived a young lad named Finn. With tousled auburn hair and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, Finn was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and gentle heart. Finn often wandered to the edge of the village, where the whispering woods began. These woods were a place of legends, filled with tales of enchantment and wonder. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, for it was said to be a realm where the ordinary met the extraordinary. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and rose, Finn felt a tug at his heart, a call to explore the unknown depths of the whispering woods. Clad in his favorite cloak, as soft as the down of a fledgling bird, Finn set off with a sense of excitement bubbling within him. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and unnameable. As he ventured deeper, the trees stretched taller, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. Shafts of sunlight danced through the branches, creating patterns on the forest floor that seemed to guide Finn onward. Before long, Finn came upon a glade bathed in a gentle silvery light. In its center stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its bark shimmered like mother of pearl, and its leaves were delicate as lace, whispering with the softest breeze. At the foot of this magnificent tree, a circle of toadstools formed a perfect ring, each cap a brilliant shade of violet. As Finn marveled at the beauty around him, a soft rustle caught his attention. Out from the underbrush hopped a creature so whimsical it seemed plucked from a dream. It was a rabbit, yet not quite. Its fur sparkled as if dusted with stardust, and its eyes twinkled with an intelligence that belied its small size. "Greetings, young adventurer," the rabbit said in a voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I am Thistle, keeper of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our enchanted glade?" Finn, though surprised, felt a warmth in his heart at Thistle's gentle demeanor. "I seek to explore and learn, dear Thistle," he replied, his voice soft and sincere. "I wish to understand the wonders of this place." Thistle nodded, his whiskers twitching with delight. "Then you shall," he said, "but remember, true exploration requires courage and a willingness to see with more than just the eyes." With that, Thistle bounded away, leaving a trail of twinkling lights in his wake. Finn followed, his heart beating with a mix of anticipation and joy. The path wound through the woods, leading Finn to a series of gentle challenges. First, he encountered a brook, where stepping stones gleamed like polished gems. As he crossed, each stone played a note, creating a melody that filled the air with a tranquility that soothed his soul. Next, a clearing opened up before him, where flowers of every hue swayed in a harmonious dance. Finn paused, admiring their beauty, when a breeze carried their soft voices to him. "To find your path, you must listen to the whispers of your heart," they chimed, their petals brushing against him like a comforting embrace. Finally, Finn arrived at a misty meadow where the air shimmered with anticipation. There he met an elder turtle named Sage, whose shell was etched with stories of time long past. "Ah, young Finn," Sage greeted, his voice deep and resonant as a distant drum. "You have journeyed far and learned much, but tell me, what is it you seek most?" Finn pondered Sage's question, feeling the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the grass. "I seek to understand the courage within me," he answered, realization dawning in his eyes like the first light of dawn. Sage nodded, a wise smile gracing his features. "Then know this, dear child," he said. "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to face the unknown with an open heart." With those words, the meadow began to glow softly, as if the very earth was smiling upon Finn. He felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that his journey had revealed the courage that had always resided within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with stars, Finn made his way back home, his heart a tapestry of wonder and newfound wisdom. The Whispering Woods had shared their magic with him, and he carried it in his heart, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in exploration and the courage to embrace the unknown. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Finn drifted into a slumber as deep and serene as the night itself, dreaming of adventures yet to come and the friendships formed along the way. In the heart of an ancient forest, where towering trees whispered secrets to the skies and streams danced over smooth stones, lay a world hidden from the hurried eyes of humankind. Here, in the gentle embrace of nature, the creatures of the forest lived in harmonious balance, guided by the rhythms of the earth and the wisdom passed down through countless generations. The forest was alive with the gentle symphony of life. The air was rich with the scent of pine needles and moss, while the ground was cushioned by soft layers of fallen leaves that crunched lightly underfoot. Sunlight filtered through the thick canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, and lending a golden glow to the world beneath. It was spring, the season of renewal, when the earth awakened from its winter slumber. The forest creatures were busy with the tasks of the season. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a melodious tapestry through the air. Squirrels chattered merrily as they gathered nuts, their bushy tails flicking with excitement. And in the sheltered glades, the deer moved gracefully, their eyes soft and watchful. Among these creatures lived an old, wise tortoise named Elder Mossback. His shell was a tapestry of lichen and moss, and his eyes held the depth of centuries. Elder Mossback was known far and wide for his stories, which he shared beneath the ancient oak that stood at the heart of the forest. Creatures of all kinds would gather there, drawn by his gentle voice and the warmth of his tales. One particular spring morning, as the mist lifted from the forest floor and the first rays of sun kissed the dew-laden leaves, Elder Mossback began to speak. The animals gathered around, their eyes wide with anticipation. Once, in a time long forgotten, the forest was threatened by a great imbalance. He began, his voice a soothing rumble that seemed to resonate with the very earth itself. The seasons had forgotten their dance, and winter lingered too long, casting a chill over the land. A shiver ran through the assembled creatures, for they knew the importance of the season's dance, each one flowing into the next, bringing with it the changes that nurtured life. In those days, continued Elder Mossback, there lived a young fox named Fern. She was clever and kind-hearted, with a coat as red as the autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the stars. Fern had always been a curious soul, eager to learn the secrets of the forest and her inhabitants. The animals leaned in closer, captivated by the tale of Fern, who was known to them as a figure of legend. Fern was troubled by the endless winter, Elder Mossback said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. She saw the hardship it brought to her friends, the struggle for food and warmth. Determined to help, she sought the wisdom of the ancient beings who dwelled in the forest's hidden places. The forest seemed to hold its breath as Elder Mossback spoke of Fern's journey. She traveled to the heart of the forest, where the trees grew so tall and thick that they whispered only to the sky. There, in a grove untouched by time, lived the season's circle, ancient spirits who watched over the world. As Fern approached, the spirits appeared before her, he said, describing their forms, spirits of mist and shadow, of light and wind, each one embodying the essence of a season. Fern bowed her head respectfully, her heart full of hope and courage. The spirits listened as Fern spoke of the forest's plight, her voice steady and sincere. Winter, represented by a figure draped in frost and snow, stepped forward. We did not realize our dance had faltered, Winter said, his voice like the soft crunch of snow underfoot. We have become lost in our own rhythms. Fern, with her gentle wisdom, proposed a solution. Perhaps, she suggested, if you each share your gifts with us, the forest can remind you of your dance. The spirits considered her words, and slowly they nodded in agreement. Thus, a pact was made. Spring brought forth a rain of blossoms, new life unfurling in vibrant hues. Summer followed with warm breezes and sunlight that kissed the earth. Autumn painted the world in gold and crimson, while winter, now mindful of his place, brought the gentle hush of snow. Through Fern's courage and kindness, Elder Mossback concluded, the seasons found their balance once more, and the forest thrived in harmony. The creatures around Elder Mossback nodded, their hearts warmed by the tale. They understood the lesson woven into the story, the importance of balance, of listening and understanding, and the power of a single kind heart to make a difference. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a soft twilight over the forest, the animals slowly dispersed, each carrying a piece of the story with them. Elder Mossback watched them go, a gentle smile on his ancient face. In the heart of the forest, beneath the watchful eyes of the stars, life continued its timeless dance, guided by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. And so, the forest remained a sanctuary of harmony and peace, where the whispers of old stories lingered like a gentle breeze, reminding all who listened of the beauty of balance and the magic of the natural world. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a babbling brook, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with the same curiosity as the brook rippling outside her window, forever whispering tales of lands unknown. Lila loved her village, with its cobblestone paths and flower-laden windowsills, but her heart yearned for adventure beyond the familiar fields and orchards. One misty morning, as the sun began its gentle climb above the horizon, Lila set off on a journey, wrapped in a cloak of soft wool and armed with nothing but a small satchel filled with bread and cheese. She followed the brook's melodious tune, which seemed to invite her to discover its source. As Lila ventured deeper into the forest, the air shimmered with the scent of pine and earth, and the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. She soon arrived at a place where the brook widened into a serene pond, its surface a mirror of the azure sky. Here, Lila paused, enchanted by the sight of lily pads floating like tiny green islands. Suddenly, the stillness was broken by a gentle splash. Lila turned to see a curious creature peeking out from behind a lily pad. It was a frog, but unlike any she had seen before. Its skin was a vibrant mosaic of emerald and gold, and its eyes twinkled with the wisdom of ages. "Hello there," croaked the frog in a voice that sounded like the rustle of leaves. "I am Finn, the guardian of this pond. Few travelers venture this far. What brings you here, young one?" "I seek adventure and the wonders of the unknown," Lila replied, her voice filled with the earnestness of a true explorer. Finn nodded, his eyes crinkling with approval. "Then you must follow the path of the fireflies," he said, gesturing to a trail of glowing lights that danced in the air, leading deeper into the forest. Lila thanked Finn and set off once more, her heart alight with excitement. The fireflies twinkled like tiny stars, guiding her through groves of whispering willows and fields of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The forest was alive with the songs of birds and the rustle of small creatures hidden in the underbrush. As she walked, Lila encountered a family of rabbits, their fur as soft and white as freshly fallen snow. The youngest rabbit, with ears too large for his little head, hopped over to her, offering a carrot from their stash. Touched by their kindness, Lila shared her bread and cheese, and they all feasted together under the shade of a towering oak. The path of the fireflies led Lila to a clearing bathed in golden sunlight, where a shimmering waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the gentle hum of bees. Here Lila rested, letting the soothing sound of the waterfall wash over her. As she sat in peaceful contemplation, a soft voice floated to her on the breeze. "Welcome, brave traveler," it said. Lila turned to see a figure emerging from the mist of the waterfall. It was a deer with antlers that glistened like silver in the sunlight, adorned with delicate flowers. "I am Seraphina," the deer said, her eyes as deep and calm as the pool at her hooves. "Few have the courage to follow the path of the fireflies. You possess a rare spirit, Lila." Lila blushed at the compliment, feeling a warmth spread through her. "Thank you, Seraphina, but I only followed where the brook and fireflies led me." "Ah," Seraphina nodded, "but it takes courage to step into the unknown, to trust your heart and the kindness of strangers along the way." With these words, Seraphina dipped her head, and the air shimmered with a soft luminescence. Lila felt a gentle tingling, as if the forest itself was wrapping her in an embrace. The feeling was one of unity, of being part of something larger and wondrous. After a time, Lila knew it was time to return to her village. She bid farewell to Seraphina and retraced her steps, the path now familiar, yet filled with a newfound wonder. The forest seemed to hum with a melody she had not noticed before, a song of life and harmony. When Lila finally emerged from the forest, the sun was setting, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. Her village lay before her, a tapestry of warmth and welcome. As she crossed the stone bridge over the brook, she paused, looking back at the path she had traveled. In her heart, she carried the magic of the forest, the kindness of its creatures, and the courage she had discovered within herself. That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, the whisper of the brook lulled her to sleep. She dreamed of fireflies and waterfalls, of silver-antlered deer and emerald frogs. Her adventure had taught her that the world was full of wonders, waiting just beyond the horizon, and that sometimes the greatest journey was the one that led back home, with eyes opened anew to the beauty all around. And so, with a heart full of courage and dreams as bright as the stars, Lila's adventures continued. Each day a new story waiting to unfold, each night a gentle reminder that the world is a place of endless magic and possibility. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the misty mountains, where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees filled the lazy afternoons, there lived a young girl named Miri. Miri had a heart full of dreams, and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 100 adventures yet to be told. Her favorite pastime was to sit on the porch of her cozy little cottage, gazing at the mysterious mountains that loomed like ancient sentinels, their peaks hidden beneath a perpetual veil of mist. One golden autumn morning, when the leaves were turning to shades of amber and the cool breeze carried a hint of the coming winter, Miri decided it was the perfect day for an adventure. She packed a small satchel with her favorite honey cakes, a flask of warm tea, and her mother's old map, though she knew it by heart, and set off towards the mountains with a skip in her step. The path to the misty mountains was lined with towering oak trees whose leaves whispered secrets to the wind. As Miri walked, the world around her seemed to hold its breath in gentle anticipation, the air thick with the kind of magic that only children and dreamers could truly sense. The further she ventured, the more the familiar village faded into a distant memory, replaced by the wonders of nature's untouched beauty. After several hours of weaving through the verdant forest, Miri emerged into a clearing where the mountains stood tall and proud before her. Here the mist was thick and cool, wrapping around her like a soft, silken cloak. It was here that she first met the whimsy wisp, a curious little creature that glowed with a soft, shimmering light. It fluttered around Miri, trailing sparkles in the air like a comet tail, its laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Hello there," Miri greeted, her voice gentle and welcoming. "Are you a guardian of these mountains?" The whimsy wisp giggled, swirling around her with delight. "I am a friend to explorers like you," it chimed, its voice as light as the breeze. "Follow me if you dare, for there are wonders to behold and secrets to uncover." With her heart beating with excitement and wonder, Miri followed the wisp deeper into the mountains. The path was winding and sometimes steep, but the whimsy wisp was always there, its light guiding her through the mist. Along the way, they encountered a stream that sang as it danced over stones, its melody as soothing as the lullaby of a mother to her child. Miri paused to drink from the stream, its water crisp and refreshing, invigorating her spirit. As they climbed higher, the mist began to part, revealing a hidden valley bathed in golden sunlight. The valley was unlike anything Miri had ever seen, a place where colors seemed brighter and sounds more melodious. Here, trees bore fruits of every hue imaginable, and flowers bloomed in cascading waterfalls of color and scent. In the heart of this enchanted valley stood the grand oak, a tree so old and wise that it seemed to have witnessed the birth of time itself. Beneath the grand oak's sprawling branches, Miri found a gathering of creatures, none of which she had ever seen before. There was a fuzzle, a round, fluffy creature with fur that changed colors with its mood, a trillfin, a bird with iridescent feathers that sang in harmonies that echoed through the valley, and a gentle glimmerfox whose eyes sparkled like the first stars of evening. "Welcome, brave traveler," the grand oak's deep voice resonated through the air, warm and inviting. "You have come far and shown courage in the face of the unknown. What is it that you seek in this land of wonders?" Miri thought for a moment, her heart full of the beauty and magic surrounding her. "I seek to understand the world beyond my village," she replied softly. "To learn and grow, to see with my own eyes the miracles that lie beyond the familiar." The grand oak's leaves rustled approvingly, and the creatures gathered around her with smiles and nods. "You have shown courage, young one," the oak spoke, "for it takes a brave heart to step into the unknown. Know this, the world is full of wonders, and each step you take opens a new door to discovery." As the day wore on, Miri spent her time learning from the creatures, listening to their stories, and playing in the sun-dappled meadow. The fuzzle taught her how to weave crowns from the flowers that grew abundantly, while the trillfin sang songs that told tales of ancient times and distant lands. The glimmerfox, with its gentle gaze, showed her the beauty of stillness and reflection. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and purple, Miri knew it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her newfound friends, her heart full of gratitude and joy. The whimsy wisp once again became her guide, leading her safely back through the mountains, its light a comforting presence in the growing twilight. When Miri finally emerged from the mist and saw the warm glow of her village lights in the distance, she felt a peace settle within her. She had ventured into the unknown and returned with stories and wisdom that would forever be a part of her. As she curled up in her bed that night, the soft quilt pulled up to her chin, Miri closed her eyes with a smile. She knew that the world was vast and full of wonders waiting to be discovered, and she would face them all with courage and an open heart. And so, with dreams of shimmering valleys and starry-eyed creatures, Miri drifted into a restful sleep, her spirit as light and free as the whimsy wisp that had led her to her adventure. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight danced through the canopy in delicate patterns, there lay a quaint village known as Mistwood Hollow. This village was unlike any other, nestled snugly between towering oaks and whispering pines. The air was perpetually sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and the gentle murmur of a nearby brook provided a constant, soothing lullaby. Mistwood Hollow was home to a small, tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls. Among them was a young boy named Finn. Finn had eyes the color of the forest after a rainstorm, deep and vibrant, with a spirit as gentle as the morning dew. He was a curious child, always eager to explore the hidden nooks and crannies of the forest that surrounded his home. One crisp, golden morning, Finn set out for an adventure, his heart brimming with the promise of discovery. The forest was alive with the chirping of crickets and the rustling of leaves underfoot. Finn loved these sounds. They were like the voice of an old friend, comforting and familiar. As he wandered deeper into the woods, Finn stumbled upon a clearing he had never seen before. In the center of this clearing stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, with branches that stretched towards the sky like welcoming arms. It was unlike any tree Finn had ever seen, its bark shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Intrigued, Finn approached the tree, his footsteps light and respectful. As he drew nearer, he noticed something peculiar nestled among the roots, a small, intricately carved box. It was made of polished wood, with delicate engravings that seemed to shift and change in the dappled sunlight. Finn's heart raced with excitement and a hint of trepidation. He knelt beside the box and gently lifted the lid. Inside, he found a beautiful iridescent stone that pulsed with a soft, warm light. As Finn held the stone in his hands, a gentle breeze swirled around him, carrying with it a whisper that seemed to speak directly to his heart. "Guardianship," the voice murmured. "With this stone you shall unlock the secrets of the forest. It will guide you, reveal the unseen, and teach you the true meaning of friendship and courage." Finn's eyes widened with wonder and a sense of responsibility. He slipped the stone into his pocket, feeling its comforting warmth against his skin. Little did he know that this discovery would set him on a journey that would change him forever. As days turned into weeks, Finn found himself returning to the ancient tree and its clearing. With the stone in his possession, the forest seemed to come alive in new and wondrous ways. He could hear the whispered conversations of the trees, feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath his feet, and see the hidden world that thrived within the natural environment. One misty afternoon, as Finn sat beneath the old tree, he met a peculiar creature. It was a small, sprightly being with eyes that gleamed like polished amber and wings as delicate as a butterfly's. The creature introduced itself as Lyra, a guardian of the forest. Finn and Lyra quickly became friends, united by their shared love for the woods and its mysteries. Lyra was wise beyond her years, her knowledge of the forest's secrets vast and profound. She taught Finn about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of protecting it. Together, they embarked on countless adventures, exploring hidden groves and babbling brooks, uncovering the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. Finn learned to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds, each note a piece of the forest's intricate symphony. But not all was harmonious in Mistwood Hollow. A shadow loomed over the village, a mysterious blight that threatened to wither the trees and silence the songs of the forest. The villagers grew worried, their once vibrant spirits dimmed by fear and uncertainty. Finn, determined to help his beloved home, turned to Lyra for guidance. Together, they decided to seek out the source of the blight, hoping that the stone's magic would reveal the answers they sought. Their journey led them deep into the heart of the forest, to a place where the air was thick with magic and mystery. It was there that they discovered an ancient grove, its trees twisted and darkened by a malevolent force. In the center of the grove stood a figure cloaked in shadows, its presence both commanding and ominous. Finn felt a shiver run down his spine, but he stood firm, his resolve unwavering. The figure spoke, its voice a low, rumbling echo. "Why have you come, child of the forest? This is not a place for the likes of you." Finn took a deep breath, feeling the stone's warmth spread through him like a comforting embrace. "I have come to protect my home," he replied, his voice steady, "to heal the forest and restore its harmony." The shadowy figure chuckled, a sound like dry leaves rustling in the wind. "And what makes you think you can do that? The forest is dying, and there is nothing you can do to stop it." But Finn, with Lyra by his side, refused to give in to despair. He closed his eyes and focused on the stone, feeling its magic pulse in rhythm with his heartbeat. He thought of the forest's beauty, its resilience, and the love he held for its every creature and leaf. As his thoughts flowed through him, the stone began to glow brighter, casting a warm light that banished the shadows and revealed the grove's true form. The twisted trees began to straighten, their leaves unfurling with renewed life. The shadowy figure recoiled, its power waning in the face of Finn's unwavering spirit. "You may have won this time," it hissed, "but remember, the forest's fate is ever in your hands." With those parting words, the figure vanished, leaving Finn and Lyra standing in a grove now filled with light and hope. The blight was lifted, the forest's harmony restored. As they made their way back to Mistwood Hollow, Finn felt a profound sense of peace and accomplishment. He had learned that true strength came not from power or magic alone, but from love, friendship, and the courage to stand up for what he believed in. The villagers welcomed Finn and Lyra with open arms, their joy and gratitude boundless. The forest thrived once more, its songs echoing through the trees like a promise of brighter days to come. And so Finn's journey came to an end, but his heart was forever changed. He had discovered the magic that lay within him, the power of friendship, and the beauty of the world around him. And in the heart of Mistwood Hollow, beneath the ancient tree that had started it all, Finn found his place, a guardian of the forest, a keeper of its secrets, and a friend to all who called it home. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft golden glow, Finn sat beneath the ancient tree, the iridescent stone in his hand. He watched as the stars began to twinkle in the sky, each one a reminder of the vast, wondrous world he was a part of. Beside him, Lyra perched on a low-hanging branch, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "You did well, Finn," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "The forest is alive and thriving because of you." Finn smiled, a warmth spreading through his heart. "I couldn't have done it without you, Lyra. Thank you for being my friend and guide." Lyra fluttered down to sit beside him, her eyes sparkling with affection. "We make a good team, don't we?" Finn nodded, feeling a deep sense of contentment. The forest was safe, its harmony restored, and he had found a friend in Lyra, someone who understood and shared his love for the natural world. As they sat together beneath the stars, Finn realized that his journey was far from over. There were still countless mysteries to uncover, lessons to learn, and adventures to embark upon. But he knew that with Lyra by his side and the magic of the forest in his heart, there was nothing he couldn't face. And so, in the heart of Mistwood Hollow, surrounded by the beauty and magic of the forest, Finn found his place in the world, a place where he belonged, where he was loved, and where he could make a difference. With a deep sense of peace and gratitude, Finn closed his eyes, the soft murmur of the forest lulling him into a gentle slumber. And as he drifted off to sleep, he knew that he was home, in the heart of the forest, in the company of friends, where dreams and reality intertwined in a tapestry of magic and wonder. The end. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic danced through the air like glittering motes of stardust, there was a cozy little village nestled in a verdant valley. The cottages were adorned with thatched roofs and cheerful window boxes overflowing with vibrant blooms. A winding stream, its waters sparkling like liquid diamonds, flowed through the heart of the village, serenading the residents with its gentle melody. In one of these cottages lived a young girl named Willow. Her eyes shone with curiosity, and her heart was filled with a deep love for the natural world around her. Each morning, she would skip through the village streets, waving cheerfully to the friendly villagers and greeting the enchanted creatures that called the valley home. One crisp autumn day, as Willow was wandering through the woods, she noticed something peculiar. The usually vibrant leaves seemed to be losing their color, their once brilliant hues fading to a dull, lifeless gray. Confusion knitted her brow as she hurried deeper into the forest, only to find that the strange phenomenon was spreading, leaving a trail of grayness in its wake. Willow's heart raced with concern for the well-being of the woodlands and its inhabitants. She knew she had to unravel this mystery before it was too late. With determination sparkling in her eyes, she set out to seek the guidance of her dear friend, Oakroot, the ancient tree spirit who had watched over the forest for centuries. As Willow approached Oakroot's gnarled and towering form, the wise tree spirit sensed her distress. "What troubles you, young one?" Oakroot's voice was like the gentle creaking of ancient branches in the wind. Willow explained the strange phenomenon she had witnessed, her words tumbling out in a rush of worry. Oakroot listened patiently, his bark-covered brow furrowing in thought. "Ah, I sense the work of the grayling, a mischievous sprite with a penchant for draining the vibrancy from the natural world," Oakroot said solemnly. "Fear not, little Willow, for there is a way to restore the balance." With a rustle of leaves, Oakroot summoned a trio of friendly pixies, their gossamer wings shimmering with iridescent hues. "These pixies will guide you on your quest," he said. "Together, you must seek out the grayling's lair and find a way to persuade him to undo his mischief." Willow's heart swelled with determination, and she nodded resolutely. Hand in hand with the pixies, she embarked on a whimsical journey through the enchanted forest, following the trail of grayness that led deeper and deeper into the heart of the woodlands. Along the way, they encountered wondrous sights and helpful creatures. A family of curious gnomes offered them a basket of fresh-baked treats to sustain them on their quest. A wise old owl, perched atop a twisted branch, shared invaluable insights into the grayling's habits and whereabouts. At last, they reached a secluded glade, where a peculiar mist hung in the air, casting a dull pall over the surroundings. In the center of the glade stood a twisted, gnarled tree, its bark as gray as ash. Willow and the pixies exchanged a knowing glance. This was the grayling's lair. As they approached the tree, a small, impish figure emerged from a knothole, his mischievous eyes twinkling with delight. "Well, well, what have we here?" The grayling chuckled, his voice like the rustling of dry leaves. Willow stepped forward, her heart beating with a mixture of apprehension and determination. "Grayling, we've come to ask you to restore the color and vibrancy to the forest," she said, her voice steady but kind. The grayling tilted his head, considering her words. "And why would I do that?" he asked, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. It was then that one of the pixies fluttered forward, her gossamer wings sparkling like 1,000 tiny rainbows. With a gentle smile, she began to weave a tale of the beauty and joy that vibrant colors brought to the forest. The brilliant hues of the autumn leaves, the cheerful blossoms that dotted the meadows, the rich greens of the ancient trees. As the pixie spoke, the grayling's expression softened, and a wistful look crossed his impish features. Willow seized the opportunity, adding her own words of wisdom and appeal to the grayling's sense of whimsy and delight. Slowly but surely, the grayling's mischievous demeanor melted away, replaced by a newfound appreciation for the beauty and vibrancy he had inadvertently drained from the forest. With a wave of his gnarled hand, he released a shimmering burst of energy that rippled outward, restoring the brilliant hues to the woodlands. Willow and the pixies watched in wonder as the color and life flooded back into the forest, the leaves regaining their fiery autumnal shades, the flowers blooming with renewed vibrancy, and the very air seeming to sparkle with renewed energy. The grayling, his eyes shining with childlike delight, turned to Willow and the pixies. "Thank you, my friends," he said, his voice tinged with genuine gratitude. "You have shown me the true beauty of color and the joy it brings to this realm." From that day forth, the grayling became a cherished protector of the forest's vibrant hues, using his magic to enhance and celebrate the natural wonders that surrounded him. And Willow, her heart brimming with joy and gratitude, continued to wander the enchanted woodlands, her spirit ever entwined with the magic and wonder that thrived within its ancient boughs. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the trees seemed to hum gentle lullabies with the wind, lay a quaint village known as Willowbrook. It was a place where magic danced lightly on the air, mingling with the scent of wildflowers and warm, earthy moss. The cottages, with their thatched roofs and colorful gardens, nestled snugly against the hillside, each one surrounded by a low stone wall that seemed to hug the homes gently. In this serene village lived a thoughtful young girl named Clara. She had a keen eye and a curious heart, always noticing the little things others might miss. Her days were filled with adventures and discoveries, but lately something peculiar had been happening. Each morning the villagers awoke to find their garden gates mysteriously open, tools scattered about, and sometimes even small trinkets missing. The villagers were puzzled but not alarmed, for they knew their village was a safe and gentle place. Still, they were curious, and so they turned to Clara, hoping she might unravel the mystery. With a nod and a determined glint in her eyes, Clara promised to investigate. She started her quest by visiting the gardens at dusk, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving streaks of coral and lavender in the sky. The air was cool and sweet, carrying the scent of honeysuckle. Clara crouched by the hedges, her notebook in hand, and waited patiently. As the moon rose, casting silver beams across the village, Clara noticed something unusual. From the corner of her eye, she saw a soft glow weaving through the gardens. It wasn't the light of fireflies which flickered gently above her, but something more deliberate. She followed it quietly, her footsteps muffled by the soft grass. To her surprise, Clara discovered a small group of creatures, no taller than her knee, with shimmering wings and bright, curious eyes. They were busy at work, tending to the gardens with care, though their methods were a bit chaotic. Clara watched as they rearranged stones, polished leaves with tiny cloths, and gathered forgotten trinkets into neat piles. "Hello there," Clara called softly, not wanting to startle them. The creatures paused, their wings fluttering like the pages of a book caught in a breeze, and then they turned to face her. "We mean no harm," one of them spoke, its voice like the tinkling of a bell. "We are the Glimmerfolk, caretakers of the night." Clara smiled warmly, her heart filling with understanding. "But why open the gates and scatter things about?" she asked gently. The Glimmerfolk exchanged glances, their eyes twinkling in the moonlight. "We were trying to help," explained another, its voice soft and melodic. "But we did not understand the ways of your village. We thought the tools were to be used, and the gates should breathe with the gardens." Clara chuckled softly, touched by their sincerity. "Your intentions are kind," she assured them, "but perhaps we can learn from each other. I could show you how we tend our gardens, and you can teach me the ways of the night." And so began a delightful exchange of knowledge. Each evening, as the stars blossomed in the sky, Clara and the Glimmerfolk worked together. The creatures taught Clara about the secret language of plants and the songs of the earth, while Clara explained the villagers' ways, showing them how to care for the gardens in harmony with the day. As the days passed, the mystery of the open gates was resolved, and the village thrived with newfound magic. The Glimmerfolk, now understanding the balance between night and day, helped the gardens flourish in ways the villagers had never imagined. Flowers bloomed with vibrant colors, and the air was filled with a melody of nature's own making. The villagers, grateful for Clara's wisdom and the Glimmerfolk's friendship, held a small celebration under the twinkling stars. There was laughter and joy, a gentle reminder that misunderstandings could be mended with kindness and cooperation. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Willowbrook continued to be a place where magic and harmony danced hand in hand, a cozy haven where mysteries were welcomed as friends and solved with the warmth of understanding. As Clara lay in bed that night, her heart full of contentment, she knew that the world was a little brighter and a little more magical, thanks to the friends she had found. And as she drifted into dreams, the village slept peacefully, cradled in the gentle arms of the forest, where the trees sang their lullabies to the stars above. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly to the rhythm of the wind and the ground was carpeted with a thick, velvety layer of moss, lay the tranquil village of Willowbrook. The village was known for its charming cottages, each with unique, colorful shutters and gardens spilling over with vibrant flowers. Smoke curled lazily from chimneys, filling the air with the comforting aroma of burning wood and freshly baked bread. The villagers of Willowbrook were accustomed to a serene life, surrounded by the gentle magic that infused the forest. It was a place where the birds could be heard chatting with the squirrels, and the streams giggled as they danced over smooth stones. However, lately, a series of strange occurrences had set the villagers at witter with curiosity and mild concern. Every morning, just as the sun kissed the horizon, small objects would mysteriously move from their places. Teacups would relocate from kitchen tables to garden walls, and watering cans would be found hanging from tree branches, as if the trees themselves had decided to tend to the gardens. Though these happenings were harmless, they had puzzled the villagers, who were keen on understanding the playful mischief. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her inquisitive nature and gentle heart. Lila had a particular fondness for the magical creatures that dwelled in the whispering woods, and often spent her afternoons exploring the forest paths, befriending the creatures she met along the way. Her best friend was a wise old owl named Oliver, who had feathers the color of moonlight and eyes that gleamed with ancient wisdom. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves crunched underfoot and the air was filled with the scent of cinnamon and cloves, Lila set out to unravel the mystery of the moving objects. She donned her favorite woolen cloak, the one her grandmother had knitted, and tucked a notebook under her arm to record her observations. Her first stop was the quaint cottage of Mrs. Poppy, the village baker, who greeted Lila with a warm smile and a plate of freshly baked scones. "Oh, Lila dear," Mrs. Poppy chuckled, "those teacups of mine have quite the wanderlust. I found them perched on the windowsill this morning, enjoying the sunrise." Lila noted the incident in her book, and with a scone in hand, continued her investigation. She meandered through the village, speaking with the blacksmith whose tools had mysteriously rearranged themselves, and the gardener whose watering cans had taken to the trees. As she walked, Lila listened closely to the whispers of the forest, for she knew that the woods held secrets and stories untold. The rustle of leaves and the babble of brooks were like a melody, guiding her deeper into the heart of the forest where the oldest magic lay. It was here, in a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, that Lila found Oliver perched on a low branch. The owl blinked thoughtfully as Lila approached, her curiosity evident in her bright eyes. "Hello, Oliver," Lila greeted, giving a small bow. "I seek your wisdom in solving a curious puzzle. The objects in our village have taken to wandering in the night, and I wonder if the forest knows why." Oliver ruffled his feathers, considering the question. "Ah, young Lila," he hooted softly, "the forest is alive with ancient magic, and not all of it is understood by those who dwell in cottages. Sometimes the magic decides to play, to remind us of its presence and its joy." "But why now?" Lila asked, settling onto the soft moss beside the owl. "Why have the objects begun to move only recently?" Oliver tilted his head, his eyes reflecting the gold of the autumn leaves. "Perhaps the forest wishes to share a message or a lesson. Have you noticed anything else that might offer a clue?" Lila thought for a moment, recalling her observations. "The objects always move at dawn, when the first light touches the village, and they seem to gather in places where they can see the sunrise." The owl hooted in agreement, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves. "Very good, Lila. The dawn is a time of new beginnings, of light overcoming darkness. Perhaps the forest wishes to teach the village the importance of embracing change and seeing the world from a new perspective." With the wisdom of Oliver's words, Lila felt a spark of understanding. The forest's magic was not a mystery to be solved, but a reminder to be cherished. The moving objects were an invitation for the villagers to pause, to appreciate the beauty of their world, and to find joy in the unexpected. Armed with this insight, Lila returned to the village and gathered the villagers in the town square. As the sun dipped behind the trees, casting a warm glow over Willowbrook, she shared Oliver's message. "The forest is inviting us to see our world anew," Lila explained, her voice clear and steady, "to find joy in the little changes, and to embrace the magic of each sunrise." The villagers listened, nodding as the truth of her words resonated in their hearts. From that day forward, they welcomed the playful magic of the forest, delighting in the whimsical surprises that greeted them each morning. And so, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, nestled in the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was always filled with the scent of fresh bread and the gentle hum of ancient magic. The villagers learned to cherish the dawn, to seek out the beauty in each day, and to find comfort in the knowledge that they were part of a world filled with wonder and possibility. As for Lila, she continued her explorations, guided by the wisdom of her friend Oliver, and the understanding that sometimes the greatest mysteries are those that invite us to open our hearts and see the world through eyes of wonder. And each night, as the stars twinkled overhead and the forest whispered its lullabies, Willowbrook slumbered in peace, comforted by the magic that cradled them all. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush and whispering forest, nestled a quaint, circular village known as Willow Grove. The village was a harmonious blend of nature and magic, where the roofs of cottages seemed to sway with the gentle breeze and tiny luminescent sprites flitted about, casting a warm glow that rivaled the stars. The villagers of Willow Grove were known for their kindness and their unique ability to understand the language of the forest. Each morning, the air hummed with the gentle sounds of nature and the cheerful bustle of villagers preparing for the day. But lately, something curious had been happening. Each night, as the moon cast its silver light over the village, strange occurrences began to unfold. The first incident was noticed by the village baker, Mr. Marlowe. One morning, he awoke to find all his freshly baked moonberry pies had vanished, leaving only a trail of shimmering flour leading out the door and into the forest. The villagers, puzzled by this spectacle, whispered among themselves but concluded it must be some playful forest spirit. However, the following evening, a new mystery arose. Mrs. Violet, the village seamstress, had been crafting a beautiful tapestry to hang in the village square for the upcoming Festival of Lights. But as dawn broke, her intricate creation was gone, replaced by a single strand of golden thread that glimmered like sunlight. The villagers gathered in the central square, a circle of ancient oak trees standing guard around them. They spoke in hushed tones, the leaves above rustling softly as if to eavesdrop on the conversation. Among them was a wise old man named Elder Rowan. Known for his deep understanding of the forest's mysteries, he stroked his long silver beard thoughtfully. "It seems," Elder Rowan began, his voice as smooth as the gentle stream that wound through Willow Grove, "that our village has attracted the attention of the forest's more mischievous creatures. But do not fret, for where there is mystery, there is also the chance for discovery." Curiosity piqued young Finn, a bright-eyed boy with an adventurous spirit, stepped forward. "Elder Rowan, how can we solve this mystery?" he asked, his voice tinged with both eagerness and a hint of trepidation. "Ah, young Finn," Elder Rowan replied with a twinkle in his eye, "the forest holds many secrets, and those who seek to uncover them must do so with an open heart and a keen mind. But worry not, for I believe you are up to the task." Finn felt a warm glow of encouragement spread through him, and with a determined nod, he set out to uncover the truth behind the strange occurrences. Alongside him trotted Luna, a small, silver-furred rabbit with eyes that sparkled like the night sky. Luna was no ordinary rabbit. She was a forest guide, wise beyond her years, and her presence filled Finn with reassurance. As dusk fell and the village settled into a peaceful slumber, Finn and Luna followed the shimmering trail left by the vanished pies into the heart of the forest. The trees loomed tall and majestic around them, their branches whispering secrets to the wind. Luna's keen senses led them deeper into the woods until they reached a clearing bathed in moonlight. There, in the center of the clearing, stood a peculiar sight. A circle of small, glowing creatures danced joyfully around a pile of moonberry pies and colorful threads, their laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. They were the fabled moon sprites, known for their love of mischief and artistry. Finn watched in awe as the sprites crafted a magnificent tapestry of their own, woven from the threads they had borrowed from Mrs. Violet. It depicted scenes of the village bathed in moonlight, capturing the spirit of Willow Grove in a way that was both enchanting and heartfelt. Luna nudged Finn gently, and he nodded in understanding. With a soft voice, he called out to the sprites. "Dear moon sprites, your creations are beautiful, but the villagers are worried about the missing items. Perhaps we could find a way to share in your joy without causing them distress?" The sprites paused in their revelry, their eyes twinkling with curiosity. After a moment's consideration, the leader of the sprites, a tiny creature with wings that glimmered like stardust, fluttered forward. "We meant no harm," she chimed, her voice as delicate as the rustle of leaves. "We simply wish to celebrate with your delightful creations. But if it has caused concern, we shall make amends." With a nod of agreement, the sprites gathered the tapestry and the remaining pies, and together they returned to the village with Finn and Luna leading the way. As dawn's first light kissed the treetops, the villagers awoke to find the village square transformed. The tapestry hung proudly, a collaborative masterpiece that spoke of unity and celebration. Elder Rowan, observing the scene, smiled gently. "It seems our mystery has been solved, and with it, a new friendship has blossomed between our village and the moon sprites." From that day on, the villagers welcomed the sprites to their festivals, sharing in their laughter and creativity. The strange occurrences ceased, replaced by a newfound bond that enriched the lives of all. And so, in the heart of the whispering forest, the village of Willow Grove continued to thrive, its people and the magical creatures around them living in harmony, a testament to the power of understanding and friendship. As night fell once more, the gentle glow of sprites could be seen flitting through the trees, a reminder that sometimes the most enchanting mysteries are those that bring us closer together. And with that comforting thought, the village drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle embrace of the forest. In a quiet village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, where the air was sweet with the scent of wild flowers and the distant call of a nightingale, lived a gentle young woman named Mira. Her auburn hair danced with the breeze as she walked through fields ablaze with color. Mira had always been curious about her family's past, for her grandmother often spoke of a time when their ancestors were keepers of an ancient tradition. The tales were like lullabies, filling Mira's dreams with images of glowing lanterns and whispering trees, a connection to a time before the world had become more complex and hurried. The village was a place where time seemed to slow, and the seasons moved like a gentle waltz. In the spring, the meadows would shimmer with daisies and buttercups, while summer brought the soft rustle of leaves and the distant murmur of the river, echoing like a lullaby through the nights. Autumn painted the hills in hues of amber and gold, and winter wrapped the world in a silvery hush, snowflakes falling like whispered secrets from the sky. It was in this serene setting that Mira embarked on a journey to uncover the legacy her grandmother had spoken of, a journey that would require courage and an open heart. One crisp morning, as the dawn light crept through her window like a warm embrace, Mira found herself drawn to the attic of her family's old cottage. Dust motes floated in the beams of sunlight as she climbed the creaky stairs, each step echoing with the whispers of yesteryears. The air was laced with a scent of aged wood and forgotten memories. In the far corner of the attic, beneath a faded tapestry woven with mysterious symbols, she discovered a wooden chest adorned with intricate carvings of vines and stars, each detail telling a story of its own. With a heart full of anticipation and a hint of trepidation, Mira opened the chest. Inside, she found an assortment of artifacts, a delicate silver locket, a bundle of yellowed letters tied with a ribbon, and a small, intricately carved lantern. As she held the lantern up to the light, it seemed to shimmer with a life of its own. Her grandmother's voice echoed in her mind, speaking of a time when these lanterns were used to guide the villagers during the Festival of Light, a celebration of unity and hope, where stories of old came alive in the flickering glow. Determined to learn more, Mira took the lantern and letters to her grandmother, who was sitting by the fireplace, her knitting needles clicking softly. The fire crackled and popped, casting a warm glow that danced across the room, painting shadows on the walls like a living tapestry. "Ah, the lantern," her grandmother said with a smile that was both wistful and proud. Her eyes, still bright with the vitality of youth, held the wisdom of ages. "It was once used by our family to light the way during the festival. Each year, the elders would tell stories of our ancestors, who believed that the lantern's light could reveal hidden truths and guide us through the darkness." Mira listened intently as her grandmother shared tales of courage and wisdom, of ancestors who had faced great challenges, but always found strength in the bonds of community and the light that guided them. As the stories unfolded, Mira felt a deep sense of connection to her past, as if the lantern's glow had reached back through time to touch her heart. She realized that the light was not just a beacon in the night, but a symbol of resilience and unity. To further understand the depth of her heritage, Mira embarked on a quest to explore the village archives, hidden away in the old library. The building itself was a relic, with creaking floors and towering shelves that smelled of ink and history. There, she found dusty tomes and scrolls, documenting the village's history and the pivotal role her ancestors played. The librarian, an elderly man with spectacles balanced precariously on the tip of his nose, shared stories of Mira's great-grandmother, a formidable woman known for her wisdom and kindness, who had once led the village through a time of hardship with the lantern as her guide. One day, Mira ventured into the woods, following a trail her grandmother had once described. The path was lined with ancient oaks whose branches arched overhead, creating a canopy that filtered the sunlight into dappled patterns on the forest floor. Each step felt like a journey deeper into the past. Mira found a secluded clearing where a circle of stones lay undisturbed, a place where her ancestors gathered to honor the changing seasons and seek guidance from the stars. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and as she stood there, she felt the presence of those who had walked before her. It was as if the stones themselves whispered secrets of the ages. Inspired by the stories and the artifacts, Mira decided to revive the Festival of Light. She gathered the villagers, who were eager to rediscover the tradition. Together, they set about preparing for the celebration. The village was soon adorned with colorful streamers, and lanterns were hung from every tree, their gentle light flickering like stars against the twilight sky. The preparation was a communal effort, a testament to the spirit of togetherness that Mira's ancestors had cherished. On the night of the festival, the village square was alive with laughter and music. The scent of spiced cider and freshly baked bread filled the air, mingling with the cool, crisp breeze that rustled through the leaves. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Mira stood at the heart of the gathering, the ancient lantern in her hands. Her heart raced with a mixture of excitement and reverence. With a deep breath, she lit the lantern, and its warm glow spread across the square, illuminating the faces of her friends and family. The villagers gathered closer, their eyes reflecting the gentle light. Mira spoke of the stories her grandmother had shared, and as she did, she felt a profound sense of belonging, as if she had found her place in the tapestry of her family's history. Her voice carried the weight of generations, each word a thread in the fabric of time. As the evening wore on, Mira found herself reflecting on the emotional journey she had undertaken. The stories of her ancestors had not only connected her to her past, but had also illuminated her own path forward. She realized that the true legacy of her ancestors was not just in the artifacts or the tales, but in the spirit of community and the light of understanding that connected them all. The lantern, once a symbol of their past, had become a beacon of their future, a reminder that, through unity and wisdom, they could overcome any challenge. As the night drew to a close, Mira stood beneath the starlit sky, her heart filled with peace and gratitude. The lessons of the past had illuminated her present, and she knew she would carry them with her always, like the gentle glow of the lantern lighting her path. The festival had not only rekindled an ancient tradition, but had also forged new bonds among the villagers, ensuring the legacy of light would continue for generations to come. In the weeks following the festival, Mira began to notice subtle changes within herself. She had always been gentle and kind, but now there was a quiet strength within her, a newfound confidence that flowed from embracing her heritage. Her dreams were no longer filled merely with images of the past, but also with visions of the future, of children playing in the fields, of lanterns lighting the way for generations yet unborn. She could see herself passing down the stories and the lantern to her own children, continuing the legacy of light. The village, too, felt the impact of the festival. The bonds between the villagers had strengthened, and there was a renewed sense of purpose and community. People spoke more openly about their hopes and dreams, and the spirit of togetherness that Mira's ancestors had cherished seemed to infuse every aspect of village life. The Festival of Light became an annual tradition once more, a beacon of unity and hope in an ever-changing world. And so, in that quiet village, surrounded by the beauty of nature and the warmth of friendship, Mira found not only her heritage, but also her home, a place where the ancient legacy of light would continue to shine, guiding generations to come. The whispers of the woods and the echoes of the hills sang with the promise of tomorrow, echoing the eternal dance of light and hope. The village, with its timeless charm and enduring spirit, stood as a testament to the power of stories and the light they could bring to even the darkest corners of the world. As Mira continued to explore her newfound sense of purpose, she decided to delve deeper into the stories that had shaped her lineage. She began visiting the elderly villagers, many of whom held memories of past festivals and the tales their ancestors had passed down. Each visit was like opening a new chapter, revealing layers of history and wisdom that had been woven into the fabric of the village. One afternoon, Mira visited old Alara, a woman whose eyes sparkled with the mischief of a child despite her years. Alara's cottage was a treasure trove of artifacts, from faded photographs to hand-woven tapestries. As Mira sat by the hearth, Alara recounted a legend not written in any book, a tale of a hidden grove, a sacred place where the first lantern was lit by the village's founding matriarch, guided by a celestial deer whose antlers glowed with the light of the stars. Intrigued, Mira felt a pull towards this mystical grove. With Alara's directions and a heart brimming with curiosity, she set out to find it. The path was treacherous, winding through dense thickets and over moss-covered stones, but Mira pressed on. Her journey led her to a hidden clearing where moonlight filtered through the trees, casting an ethereal glow on a circle of ancient stones. In that moment, Mira felt the presence of the celestial deer, not as a physical being, but as a spirit that embodied the light and wisdom of her ancestors. Standing in the grove, Mira made a silent vow to honor the legacy of those who had come before her. She gathered a few smooth stones and arranged them in a small cairn, a humble monument to the enduring light that had guided her footsteps. As she turned to leave, she felt a warmth in her chest, a reassurance that the past, present, and future were all connected by an unbreakable thread of light and love. With each step back to the village, Mira carried a renewed sense of purpose, knowing that the stories and traditions of her ancestors were not just echoes of the past, but living legacies that illuminated the path forward. The village, with its quiet resilience and enduring spirit, would continue to thrive, its heart beating in time with the gentle glow of the lanterns, a testament to the power of unity and hope in a world that was constantly changing. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight danced upon emerald leaves and mist swirled like a silken veil, lay a secret world. This realm was one where the whispers of the wind and the songs of the stream spoke of ages past, where the creatures of the forest lived in gentle harmony with nature and each other. The forest was home to a myriad of creatures, each with their own role in the delicate balance of life. Among them lived a wise old turtle named Tully, whose shell bore the intricate patterns of countless years. Tully was known as the keeper of stories, his wisdom passed down from generation to generation, like a river flowing through time. One crisp autumn morning, the forest awoke under a blanket of fog, the air tinged with the rich scent of damp earth and fallen leaves. It was on this morning that the young squirrel named Pippin scurried through the underbrush, his eyes wide with wonder. Pippin was a curious soul, his heart filled with questions about the world he called home. As Pippin scampered over gnarled roots and around towering trunks, he stumbled upon Tully, who was basking in a patch of sunlight that had broken through the canopy above. The old turtle's eyes twinkled with the warmth of 1,000 dawns as he watched Pippin approach. "Good morning, Pippin," Tully greeted, his voice as smooth as the river stones worn by time. "What brings you to my sunlit spot today?" Pippin hesitated for a moment, his bushy tail twitching with excitement. "Tully," he began, "I've heard whispers of a magical phenomenon that ties the changing seasons to the very heart of our forest. Can you tell me more about it?" The old turtle chuckled softly, the sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "Ah, the dance of the seasons," he said. "It is indeed a wondrous thing. Sit with me, young one, and I shall share the tale with you." Pippin settled beside Tully, listening intently as the turtle began his story. Long ago, when the world was still young, the forest was entrusted to the care of 4 ancient spirits, each one embodying a season. There was Bridget of the spring, with her cloak of blossoms and breath of warmth; Theros of the summer, radiant as the sun, bringing life and laughter; Aurum of the autumn, cloaked in gold, whispering change and reflection; and Hyros of the winter, serene and still, blanketing the forest in peace and rest. Tully paused, allowing the gentle rustle of the wind to fill the silence. These spirits, in their wisdom, understood that balance was essential for the harmony of the forest. And so they came together to create the Dance of the Seasons, a magical phenomenon that ensured the smooth transition from one season to the next. Pippin's eyes were wide with awe as he imagined the scene. "And what happens during this dance?" he asked eagerly. "The dance," Tully explained, "is a symphony of nature. It begins with Bridget painting the forest in vivid colors, coaxing the first buds from their sleep. As her song fades, Theros enters, his laughter echoing through the canopy as the sun's golden rays dance upon the leaves. When it is time for Theros to rest, Aurum steps in, his footsteps scattering leaves like whispers of wisdom, teaching us the beauty of letting go. Finally, Hyros arrives, wrapping the world in a gentle silence, a reminder that rest is as important as growth. As Tully spoke, Pippin could almost see the spirits moving through the forest, their presence felt in the shifting of the wind and the changing of the light. "But how do they know when to begin the dance?" he asked. "Ah," Tully smiled, "that is the magic of the forest itself. The spirits listen to the heart of the forest, to the rhythms of life that pulse beneath the earth and sing through the air. It is a bond forged through wisdom and respect, a cycle of giving and receiving that has existed since time immemorial." Pippin nodded, understanding now the delicate balance that sustained the world around him. The wisdom of the spirits was rooted not in power, but in harmony, a lesson passed down through the ages. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Pippin thanked Tully for sharing his tale. The young squirrel scampered away, his heart light and his mind filled with the stories of the forest. In the days that followed, Pippin watched the dance of the seasons unfold before him. He saw the first blush of spring color the world, felt the warmth of summer's embrace, marveled at the vibrant tapestry of autumn, and found solace in the quiet peace of winter. And with each change, he remembered the wisdom of the spirits and the balance they maintained. The forest continued its timeless cycle, a testament to the harmony that could be achieved when all creatures, great and small, lived with respect for each other and for the world they shared. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where reality and magic intertwined, the stories of the Dance of the Seasons were passed down, whispered through the leaves and sung by the streams, a gentle reminder of the beauty of balance and the power of nature's wisdom. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Pippin curled up in his cozy nest, the warmth of the forest enveloping him like a soft blanket. He closed his eyes, his dreams filled with visions of the spirits' dance and the gentle lessons of harmony they imparted. And so, with peace in his heart and the promise of a new day, Pippin drifted into a deep and restful sleep.